Is it on?
I hit it and then I turned it off.
Oh, that's why.
Okay.
That's okay. I think it'll still hear.
Let me get my audio.
I'm sure they'll tell me. I'll let you know.
Are we good? We're good? Yeah. All right. All right, good evening, everybody. Sorry for the delay here. I will like to call the meeting to order. The time is 6:46. Can we have a roll call, please, Kathy?
Ms. Ray?
Here.
Ms. DeLeon?
Did she call me? Here.
Mr. Benonis?
Here.
Mr. Croce, not here. Ms. Cordero?
Here.
Also present is Township Solicitor Steve Gazuzian, Township Engineer Brian Cooker, Township Zoning Officer Tyler Mitch, Administrative Assistant Stacy Werkheiser, and Junior Council Person Zachary Benonis.
All right, thank you. Can we rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so council did meet in executive session, so that was the reason for our late start here. For one of the items we discussed, I'd like to make a motion to authorize our solicitor to take all the necessary steps to defend the township's position and support the initial determination of the police department with regard to Ryan Bogger versus Lower Saucon Township Police Department. It's Northampton County Court File number CV-2025-1278 and all related litigation and related matters.
I'll second that.
All right. Do we need any discussion on this?
Yeah, I'd like to be heard.
Okay.
So as I discussed in executive session, I don't know why we are retaining the solicitor to defend the township in this matter. At first glance, I asked that this matter be turned over to the township's insurance carrier to see if there would be coverage for it, and if there is, the township would not be footing the bill, but the township's insurance carrier would be footing the bill. So again, I will ask that Mr. Gazuzian contact the township's insurance carrier to see if there is coverage for this matter, and if there is, to allow the insurance carrier to assign counsel, and allow counsel that is retained by the insurance carrier to defend the township rather than Mr. Gazuzian lining his pockets with township taxpayer money that otherwise could be paid for by insurance.
Do we have any other comments? Anything you want to add, Steve?
I have no issue that once I become involved in this case at the same time or subsequently, we can look into whether we have insurance coverage. If we have insurance coverage, it would make sense to utilize it for the type of action that this is. Generally, there is no insurance coverage, but I'm happy to make the inquiry along with staff.
Okay.
And to be clear, we're not under any time deadline to respond to this complaint. It was just recently filed, so we have adequate time to contact the carrier, determine if there's coverage, and hopefully turn this over to the carrier to defend the township.
Well, there's a 20-day time period from the date of service.
Yes,
so
there is.
That is running.
I just asked that question. When we were served, and you said a couple days ago.
I just will say one thing. I do have an overarching concern about repeated claims to insurance carriers and the impact that would have on future coverage and future costs of coverage.
If we did a better job not getting sued, we wouldn't have to worry about that.
This is not a fault case. All right, so can we have a roll call, I guess, a vote?
Ms. DeLeon?
I'm sorry, refresh the motion.
The motion is to authorize the solicitor to take the necessary steps to defend the township's position and support the initial determination of the police department with regard to Ryan Bauer versus Lower Saucon Township Police Department, Northampton County Court File number CV-2025-1278, and all related litigation and related matters.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, I don't know why we didn't contact the insurance carrier already, and I don't know why we don't do that first, so my vote is no.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Croce absent.
All right. And we also discussed another matter, which is actually on our agenda as item 5A under township business, so we'll discuss that when we get down to that point.
I believe that was 4.
Oh, do I have, no, 5A,
Oh, I have
Township
an old
business.
line, I apologize.
right?
No,
Yeah,
I
5A.
apologize.
Okay. Throwing me off here. Okay, the public comment.
I'm sorry.
Are you gonna disclose to the public the third item that we talked about?
That's-
Because you only talked
Okay,
about 2,
why?
or are you gonna be secret again and not share that with the public?
I can handle that if you want. The
It
third
isn't
item.
really to be secret.
The third item related to a real estate matter. There was some discussion, no official action took place. The Township Council directed staff and their solicitor to take appropriate action and to report back, which we intend on doing. So no official action took place. So to confirm for executive session, there was the one matter of litigation, which we already heard the motion of. There was the second matter, which was related to real estate, which is identified as item 5A. And then there is the matter I just referenced, where it's another real estate matter where we will report back to Township Council.
And to be clear for the public, the third matter that Mr. Gitsuzi was talking about, I'm not disclosing what it is, the 3 ladies on this council were intent on terminating all ongoing discussions about it without having done any sort of cost-benefit analysis and the financial impact or benefit to the township. I'm thankful that they came to their senses after I talked to them to at least consider that and we get more information. That's a first.
All right, so next item is the public comment procedure. The public comment is printed out, available at the door if you want to read through it. In general, though, we have the public comment period here up at the top of the meeting with a 3-minute time limit. This is for agenda items. So I'll ask you, to come up to the podiums and state your name and talk on the, whichever agenda items you want. There's also a second public comment period that comes towards the end of the agenda, so that's after we've gone through everything in our reports, and then you can also have a 3-minute period to talk about either agenda or non-agenda items at that point, and it would still be the same. Come up to the podium there and state your name and your comments.
May I ask, are you going to extend the public comment time period? We have 22 items that are on the agenda, and you're going to ask the public to stand up there and talk about all those 22 items in 3 minutes if they want to. And this is after, hold on, this is after the 3 of you ran on a campaign slate of having unlimited time and allowing everybody to talk before every single agenda item. And then you didn't like that because people were standing up and giving you heat. And then what do? You limit it, and then limit it yet again. So now it's just one 3-minute period for all these folks that are out here to talk about all 22, and they may all not be interested in all 22 items, but I think it's patently unfair considering what you ladies put yourselves out as and what it has now resulted in.
All right,
I
well,
guess that's a no. Thank you.
we never promoted unlimited time.
Sure you did. Not only unlimited, but not only unlimited,
Okay,
but also
so our
non-residents
first
and
item-
non-taxpayers.
On the agenda here is 4A under developer items. It's the Long Ridge Development HOA discussion regarding stormwater management and a vacant property in the development.
Laura, do you want to go to the public comment period?
Oh, sorry. Okay, so he's throwing me
Oh,
off
and
here.
there's a
Sorry.
junior council reports
I
also.
apologize. So if somebody wants to come up and make public comment, we'll go through that.
Junior council persons.
The
I'm
junior council
sorry.
person to speak? I mean, I know this is new to you. This is only the 4th meeting you've done.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Zach Benonis, the President Junior Council member. We just have 3 items that we'd like to talk about. First is the Addams Family Musical, which is a middle school production at Saucon Valley Middle School. Ticket sales start on March 20th, and then the production goes on later in April. Also, we'd like to talk about the concert coming up for the high school, which is going to happen on Tuesday, March 4th at 6:30. Tickets are now on sale. Also, SATs are starting up, mostly for 11th graders. The SAT payments and registration are due on the 24th of February. So if you're a junior or want to participate in SATs, you should get that done immediately. Thank you.
Zachary, I would encourage you to have your baseball coaches, your baseball teammates, not only in the high school, but also Saucon Valley Diamond Sports, attend the next meeting on March 5th, because these 3 ladies are going to try to prevent the use of the Eastern Road ball field that was constructed for people like you, students like you, student athletes like you and others. So I would encourage you to bring out your teammates and your coaches to let them know that you're not happy about the way they're trying to restrict the use of that ball field that was constructed for the benefit of the public. Thank you.
All right, so now we're at public comment.
Good evening. My name is Drew Germanowski, a township resident. I'm the chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee in the township and the chair of the Open Space Subcommittee. First, I want to comment on business item 5H, wherein the statement is the subject is a discussion and possible action on proposed illegal misuse of open space funds to construct buildings at the Heller Homestead in violation of PA law. That statement is a complete misrepresentation of EAC action and is patently false. First of all, regarding the management and use of open space fund, legal counsel tells us a specified percentage of the open space fund can be used to develop, improve, design, engineer, and maintain property acquired pursuant to the Act for an Open Space Benefit or benefits. The EAC motion stated that we recommend to council to allocate approximately $41,000 of the open space fund for an architectural assessment of the Heller barn. The motion says nothing about constructing a building at the Heller Homestead, nor does it recommend using open space funds for constructing anything. Therefore, there's no proposed illegal misuse of open space funds. Any assertion otherwise is incorrect. I want the record to be straight on that. Second item I'd like to comment on briefly is item 5A, which was a recommendation by the Open Space Committee and EAC regarding property 2025-07, and what the EAC Open Space Committee recommended was that that property be assessed for a conservation easement. Thank you.
Mr. Germanowski, I just reread item H, and I'm the one who requested item H on the agenda, and I don't see any reference at all in item H to EAC. So I'm unclear as to why you would reference how that applies to EAC or be so defensive about it. Maybe you could clarify that for me.
Well, because the implicit assertion is that EAC, we received the email to that effect. So whether it's Open Space Committee or EAC, I just wanted to be clear that neither the Open Space Subcommittee or the Environmental Advisory Committee recommended that money be allocated for building the barn or anything there. I just wanted to be clear. I'm not being defensive. I want it to be clear.
You said you received an email from whom?
At the moment, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. One of my colleagues, I think it was, it just simply pointed out that this was on the agenda. So it was, and then when I looked at the agenda, it was. So,
since you're there at the podium, let me ask you a question while I have your ear. Does EAC have any sort of disciplinary procedure for its members who act in violation of the township ordinances and in violation of the environmental purpose of the EAC?
We didn't do that.
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking, do you have any sort of disciplinary procedure for any members of EAC who would act in violation of township ordinances and who would also act in violation of the purpose of the EAC, namely environmental issues?
Well, frankly, I'm not aware of it, but I would not claim to be aware of every word written regarding the EAC and their operating
Well, you're
procedure.
the chair of it, right?
I don't read
Okay,
every
I
document.
think
trying to
this is not
understand.
public comment. This is not you're not
Gentlemen.
clarifying
And I
anything,
didn't
so.
come up here to be questioned, I came up here to make a statement.
All right,
Okay.
we'll ask questions later. We'll get to the bottom of it, don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Good, I'm sure you will.
Yeah. I appreciate your time.
Other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Shamim Paksad. I wanted to thank you all for your service, and in particular, I wanted to discuss two agenda items. Item 5C, which is approval of the waiver of any applicable fees for Saucon Valley School District for variance applications. I wanted to thank the council for considering this. This is about item 5B, which is a electronic sign or set of electronic signs that the school is planning to install on the school property. As you know, we have about 95 acres of property and literally hundreds of thousands of square foot of space that is there, and every day 2,000 students and several hundred people are there for education and for work. One of the comments that I personally had heard from many of our residents is about the events that are happening at the school, be it musicals and concerts and sporting events, and especially the senior citizens. They say that we don't know what's going on, and some of these events they are interested in attending, but they cannot really sort of like find out about it. The modes of communications have changed, and they don't have access to social media and other places. So thanks to our superintendent, we actually sort of like have this opportunity to put these two, I'm going to say, big, beautiful signs on the school property. The money was secured through a donation by the Lehigh Valley Health Network, so it comes at no cost to the taxpayers, and it's really a good practice for the government to make the citizens aware of what's happening. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, ask you to please please consider the quickest way that this could be done. If there is a way to bypass the zoning board, I don't know what the procedure is, but I just wanted to urge you to consider that. The sooner that step happens, the sooner we can have those signs up, and hopefully this would be a positive for our community. Thank you.
Dr. Cox, with regard to those signs, you mentioned Lehigh Valley Health Network as being a donor. Will it represent Lehigh Valley Health Network on those signs, if you know?
I don't know the details. There are people from the company, and our admin is also here. I'm sure they would be happy to answer questions. I just wanted to get up and speak as a resident, urge you to consider the quickest way to get that approved.
I appreciate that. I just don't want your application to be biased, because these ladies are very much beholden to St. Luke's. They've been benefactors. They've received money.
Okay, this is not true, and can you stop interjecting with your false opinions?
Just to be aware of that. I hope that you're not prejudiced.
Thank you for considering. Thank you.
That's untrue for me. Amazing.
Do we have other people for public comment?
Yeah, Diane Hollowell. Sorry, my stuff's not on the agenda. And Kathy, I don't know when I could submit something to you, but could I have this read? Because I have another meeting to go to. And I don't know. And I have a poster here. I did a Dodge thing. I compared the ball field to where our taxpayer money goes. So if you could read this tonight. Can you do that? Anybody wants a copy? Want to see where their money goes to? Indeed.
All right, do we have other public comment? Come on up, come on down.
This is regarding township business item F, the vacating a paper street request on 2124 Snyder Avenue. My name is Russ Sutton. I live at 2133 Saucon Avenue. My property borders Lewis Avenue from Saucon Avenue to Snyder Avenue. I have no objection to vacating this. half of Lewis, as long as I have access to my property from Snyder, as depicted on the street vacation drawn from when I actually purchased or went through the township on the 2004, I purchased the other half of Lewis Avenue, and it's part of my property. And I use that for lower access to get into my acre below my home. That's the only way I can get any equipment in there. So basically, I have no objection to vacating that, except I have to have access to my property on that side. And my attorney, Lawrence Fox, has agreed with me. I have spoken to the zoning officer, Tyler Mitch. We've had a couple conversations about it, and he affirmed that my access as well is permitted. So that's what I'm trying to say is I need a guarantee that I have access to my lower part of my property, because to access my sewer system and whatever projects I'm working on back there to bring equipment in. Thank you.
Kathy, do you know the history of that acquisition that Mr. Sutton referred to? Because Mr. Gutsuzian provided us with a memo that outlined how paper streets work and how property owners that are adjacent to paper streets acquire to the center line of the property, the center line of the street, automatically after 21 years when the road is not actually constructed. So my question is, how is Mr. Sutton able to circumvent that and actually acquire a piece of property from the township when other residents that may live there and be interested in acquiring their property are not given the same opportunity? It seems questionable to me. I mean, I know Mr. Sutton is on the EAC. I know that there's issues with regard to trees being cut down on his property we're going to talk about a little bit later. Like, I hope there's no favoritism here because of how people serve on certain committees, that they're given access or ability to acquire pieces of property while others are shut out from that process.
Certainly not. Through research, and I'm not sure why, because the law pretty much states if something, if the abandonment issue of the road for after 21 years, there's certain procedures that a resident would have to do with the paper street. Historically, we have done that by ordinance, and I'm not exactly sure why we did that by ordinance. I would have to call our previous solicitor for that. But Mr. Sutton's not the only one that an ordinance was drafted for them to vacate the paper street.
So what I'm picturing in my mind, I don't mean to interrupt you, what I'm picturing in my mind here is we've got a whole bunch of paper streets over in Steel City. I had proposed months ago, almost a year ago probably, why don't we, as a township, look at rectifying that issue and disposing of the paper streets in a way that would not be a cost to the property owners, that would give them deeded property to the center line as to what they have a right to. And the concern that I have is that apparently there's more individuals besides Mr. Sutton that have been granted the ability to acquire and add to their physical parcel that they own a portion that is a paper street that is not being treated as a paper street. So we basically have these jagged teeth of property lines over there that are not creating, like, is it a paper street or is it property?
Exactly,
like,
from a 1991 memorandum, I believe Hanover provided, there's 9.7 miles in the township of paper streets.
Right, but I'm talking about just over in Steel City, because that's what we're talking about right now. We've created a situation that is not uniform. And what Mr. Gutsuzian had proposed in this allows that non-uniformity to continue. And I think we could do better than that for the residents of Steel City and elsewhere if we had a unified ordinance that said this is what's going to happen. Regardless of what the law may say, I'm not saying to ignore the law, but I think we can act consistently with how we've acted previously by having those portions that were sold to Mr. Sutton, or I don't know how you acquired it, if you paid money for it or whatever, but, and others, like, give everybody else the opportunity to do that. It seems sensible to me, because otherwise we don't have true paper streets anymore. We have private property, and individuals may be trespassing on that private property thinking that they're using a paper street that is actually not a paper street, but instead has been acquired by a property owner. And that adds to issues for our police department, our zoning, and everyone else. And quite frankly, it's a mess. I know Priscilla was on council back then and has been forever. I don't know why she didn't address it. She lives there. I'm sorry, sir. I took up your time.
My name's Alex Lechtange, and I live at 2124 Snyder Avenue. I'm here to talk about the same thing. So first of all, that was my question is, how was it purchased in 2004? It actually shows, when we get into the details on the Northampton County tax map, it still says it belongs to Lower Saucon. Even that half says that it still belongs. I can pull it up on the tax map. It shows it added on the tax map. My side is still open. And the issue I have with crossing is that we've cut down, I don't know, I don't want to exaggerate, but we're going to say at least 40 trees, but I think it's more like 60 without a permit.
You said we or somebody?
Mr. Sutton has cut down that many trees in the past week, last Monday and Tuesday.
What's the ordinance for cutting down trees?
I came here to talk to zoning.
How many?
Three.
For 3 trees, you got to get a permit. Tyler, did he get a permit?
He has applied for a permit?
After the fact?
Right.
Don't you usually get a permit before you do something?
You're supposed to.
Yeah. What happens when you don't? You
These aren't-
get a violation? I'm sorry, sir.
These aren't dead, dying trees. We're cutting giant oak trees. I had the guys from the tree company block my road, and that's the purpose of not using. Snyder Avenue is only 100 feet long. It belongs to myself and my neighbor who is here too. So now we have a completely destroyed lot. Granted, it's not my property. If there was a permit and I was allowed to come to a public hearing, talk about it, you want to put something in there, you want to put a fence up, you want to block it off, we've been very open to giving him access. He's hit my car, he's hit my boat. I actually redid the paper alley. His side is not paved. My side's been paved for what I've been told is 40 years. I've only lived there for 17. So it's all been repaved. We could talk to Roger. I actually paved half of Snyder Avenue before Steel City got that taken care of. That's what he's gonna be traveling on. Nothing that he's ever paid to maintain, never cleaned, never touched. I'm emotional. I've had a bad 2 weeks. It's a mess. So I was here at 12:30 last Monday morning, came to zoning, nobody came to stop it. They worked until 4 o'clock on Tuesday. They cut, I believe it was 19 trees, but I can only count so many. I have videos, I have hundreds of pictures and videos. It's disgraceful. Everybody that sees it, it's an absolute mess. Giant pile of logs in the corner of the property. So what I want to know is, where's the construction entrance? Why do I suffer? Why does my road get destroyed? So I asked about this paper alley a year ago. I sent an email, I believe, on August 24th, 2024, never got an answer from zoning. And this was the first, we've argued about this, myself and Mr. Sutton, but he says 12, I say 18. That's when the first 18 trees were cut. So I have that email. It was sent, it was never answered. Nobody ever got back to me. Now we have an entire lot cleared. Drainage issues. I know my neighbor is not happy about that. We already silted up my driveway once. We got in an argument and bought a couple $100 piece of silt sock to keep it from washing mud down on the road. But that's myself and my kids cleaning it up. And I wrote a letter back to Tyler, and every time there's mud on that road, if you guys allow him to use this, I'm gonna put in a complaint every single time.
You should. Because
until after we're done.
Our zoning is here to enforce our zoning ordinances on behalf of everybody.
It hasn't protected me at all. Nobody's done anything.
I'm sorry, sir.
Donna Louder. I'm going to share my experience with paper alleys in Steel City. I think it was back in 2014. My husband and I wanted to close the alleyway in our house, behind our property, and add it to our property in the whole 9 yards. Brought it to council, went through zoning. We were told we cannot do this. Number one, township has no interest anymore in the paper alleys after 20 years. So absolutely nothing. I was told if we want to close paper alleys, we need to take it down to the courthouse. And this is what by the prior solicitor. So pretty much we couldn't close it because the neighbors on the opposite side were using it. And we didn't want to have the liability of somebody driving through that alley, and we owned half of it. So the only way we wanted to purchase it was if we could close it. That's just my experience with it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you've mentioned 21 years, and there's already been comments that Mr. Sutton acquired a piece in 2004. So if you go back 21 years, that would take us back to 1983. Did these paper streets exist before 1983?
Yes.
So my question then is, how could, if what you're telling me is the way it should have been done, could it be possible that, and Mr. Sutton or any other individual could actually acquire a deeded title to that portion of property?
I don't know. I have no answer
But
for
you
that,
know
but
you
the
run council,
the
then.
alleys are there. I have a map of the alleys. I have the map of Steel City prior to a lot of the development that went in.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I would just like to say that Steel City was created in 1915, and they're little tiny slivers of property. And compared to the developments today, when there's acre lots.
Not on Old Philadelphia Pike, there's not.
Asked me to comment.
Yeah. She's disputing there's
If I may,
several lots.
She shouldn't be saying anything. I have the
Would
floor.
you mind if I clarify something before you go? Just so I say this for the public so we don't get too far afield. It's already on an agenda item, however, the law is as follows. The law is that if the township or municipality does not accept property after 21 years, the township then loses its right to do so. We can hear about it when the agenda item comes up, but that is what the law is. What Ms. Yoder identified is essentially accurate, that is after the 21 years, the municipality does not have an interest in it. What happened apparently in 2004 was there was a formal ordinance vacating the township's interest, but as a matter of law, after the 21 years, it automatically happens. So we can, everyone's free to talk about whatever they want, but I just don't want us to get far afield from where we are. Go ahead, sir. Thank you for your courtesy.
No problem. My name's Rick Oskovich. I live at 2135 Snyder, which is directly below Mr. Sutton's. The clear cutting, it's now just mud. My concern is grading and erosion control. But my bigger question is, he has 202 feet of road frontage on Saucon Avenue. Why does he need to come up our street and put a roadway into his lower section? 202 feet. That's all. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Kathy, I just had a question, if you know. In 2004, do you know who our solicitor was? In 2004?
Attorney Treadwell.
And then in 2014, do you know who the solicitor was?
Attorney Treadwell.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any other public comment? I'm seeing none.
Gentleman over there.
Oh. You have to get up to the podium, sorry.
Mark Ozimek, Lower Saucon. And this is not the first time that I demonstrated this on how to talk into a microphone, because I could barely hear any of you in the conversation back there where I'm at. So please do better so that we can hear you.
I will move my mic up. All right, do we have anybody else? Donna, you were already up.
I was just feeding you off of the other thing, but this is something else. This is
We
for,
were already up, so you get
Use her
one
3 minutes.
turn.
So now you put 22 items on the agenda.
How do
She
we
didn't use
know?
her 3 minutes, and you're going to make her shut up.
Yes, and we
On a
lived through
louder.
the same thing.
and this is regarding the Heller Homestead.
Ma'am, keep speaking. They can't stop you from speaking. They're not going to have the police pull you out of here.
I know, you're not, you had a turn, I'm
Heller
sorry.
Homestead, and I'm
You
just
didn't
wondering.
lose all your time at one
Is
time.
budget capped for the Heller Homestead barn? That's all I'm
Okay.
asking. Do you have a plan on how much money you're going to spend on it? Because
We
we're
will
asking
talk
for
about this at the agenda
$40,000
item,
for,
Donna. We're gonna talk about it when we get to the agenda item.
everybody else came up here and talked about an item, and now I'm talking about an item, and now you're telling me I can't
You
talk about
came
an
up
item?
and talked about
You're wasting my
the
time.
streets. Okay.
You're wasting
You
my
can waive the
time.
balance of her time. She can waive
We're
the balance of her
starting
time.
with
Let
the
her finish.
developer item, the person or people who want to speak about the Long Ridge Development HOA discussion regarding stormwater management and a vacant property in the development. Did we have?
Excuse me, I thought we had public comment, and now all of a sudden
Okay,
you're
well,
doing Long
people
Ridge.
weren't coming up.
I had 30 seconds before. All I was doing is giving you clarification.
Okay, well, we don't allot it out. Okay, sit down.
No, I want to speak when it's
Please
my
sit
turn.
down.
It's going to be my turn.
So anyway,
Okay, well, it's not your turn right now.
Well, I don't want you to deny me my right to
Okay,
speak.
well, you need to come up
You need to
and,
hear me.
okay, well, you
And
need to
she
come up when
agrees
it's
to
time and I can, oh
and
my
this
gosh.
woman agrees too.
Donna, finish your 2
We're
minutes
not
or whatever the
shut
heck
down.
and we're moving on.
No, we're not. I want public comment.
Okay, we're going to do that. Please sit down.
You don't have to yell at the gentleman.
Apparently, I do have to yell because people don't hear me, so.
You don't hear.
Be polite.
Finish your 2 minutes.
don't be so rude. It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice.
Amen.
So anyway, regarding the Heller Homestead, I know that you're asking for $40,000 to do the planning and have this historic people come in and give you the plans and put your whole thing out. I watched the EAC meeting. I watched the Parks and Rec meeting. Very exciting that this barn's going to be fixed and look beautiful. I just want to know how much money, how many tax dollars are going to be spent to build the barn, because if you're going to be taking it back to the beginning, the era that it was built, I think you're looking at close to like $9 million. I spoke with a gentleman who actually worked on the barn over in Bethlehem City where they have the Blueberry Festival, and he said that it was all the way down to, they wanted to take it back to the era, and they had to have the nails made. They had to go to barn auctions to purchase the rafters and such that they wanted to take it to the era. So I'm just curious, like what is the budget for this barn? Because I don't think $9 million is a good idea, especially if we're going to be taking it out of open space. Because what happens if somebody else comes up to you and says, I have property that I want to put in open space? Well, we already spent all the money, sorry. So what happens then? Okay. I appreciate you listening to me anyways. You all have a good night.
All right, next. Please come up to the podium.
Absolutely. First of all, I want to understand something, Laura Ray. Is this the only time, except for at the end of the meeting, we're allowed to speak? You just suggested that there would be additional times when we could speak. Would you please clarify that before I go any further? Say again? Speak into the microphone.
It's on the agenda, the 2 times you can speak.
So we can only speak, and this is one.
Yes.
And the other one's going to be whatever, 3 in the
Yes.
morning. Okay, good. Let's go. So the bottom line is, I sat down and I read this. We have 28 major items. We have all of 180 seconds to speak. That's roughly 6 seconds per item. All right. Gee, that's just wonderful for a crew who told us how we're going to not be shut down, and you've done everything just opposite what you say. All right, let's start off. Lost another employee. Okay, we have 33 days since the last meeting. We could have had 2 meetings and we could have all talked. Nope, didn't have it, didn't schedule it. All right, here we are, the BLMA rally in Hellertown. Who do I see there? That one, this one over here, and a few others. And by gosh, this phantom lot across from us here, euphemistically known as 2024, has no value, although it is the Underground Railroad stop. Guess we're not going to talk about that, EAC or whatever you call yourself. Okay, so the prep for the barn reconstruction was phase 2. I don't even know what phase 1 was, but we're going to move on and we're going to do a master site plan for the Hellertown Disneyland Park. And it's only going to be $40,000 to try to guess what this barn's going to look like. And we're going to take this pile of rocks and we're going to import all the concrete and do all this nifty stuff, or so it sounds. And by the way, there were over, I forget how many, 40 or 60 odd not pages, but attachments. And not only that, we're going to have the engineer over here and Douglas Reed provide all the technical assistance necessary. I wonder what that's going to cost. We're also going to waive the Lutz's cost for Lower Saucon Historic Society. And by the way, itemized expenses from Hellertown Homestead building, yeah, we're going to waive that too. That's only like $4,000. Gee, that's wonderful. Authorized sports craftsmanship Easter egg hunt for Hellertown. Okay, we're gonna do that too. That's 5Q. 5S, we're gonna authorize the cybersecurity firm to come in and do its review. Has anybody asked, are these people bonded? Does anybody certify them? And there's Miss Priscilla over there, Miss BLM, our favorite puke. So we're gonna do $42,000 for an architect drawing of what? That we're not gonna build. We're just gonna take this pile of rocks and they're just gonna be right there. Now, getting back to Mr. Sutton, because we've already talked about it, I see that I also have seen the same things. And I remember Mr. Sutton doing just as we saw earlier here, walking right across in front with all of these pictures.
Your time is up. You need to sit down, please.
And you know what? Everybody here, including Priscilla, allowed it to happen.
We have others who would like to speak.
So Priscilla can allow him to do what he wants to do, then I'll just add a few more seconds on this.
Sit down.
All right?
Nobody interrupted you. Sit down. The bottom line.
Talk about this at the end. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
And we can ask Mr. Gaduzian, who, by the way,
No, this is not
absolutely
Q&A
broke a record
time.
in the
Please
amount of
sit
words he
down.
actually said. Okay, now, is there anything else on my agenda here? Oh, yes,
It's time to
very
sit
long.
down. That's on the agenda.
It's not time to sit down.
There's others
It's
that might
now
like to
time
speak, and we're going
speak up.
to move into our agenda.
No different than VOC over here jumping
Yes,
up in
it is
front of me,
different.
in front of the EOC, and just sitting there and
Sit down.
blaviating. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for your rudeness over here, Priscilla. You have outdone yourself, and yes, we see your picture in front of the barn back in 2009,
Whoever wants to speak next,
which you
please
could have
come
fixed
up,
then, but
because
chose
we're going
not.
to move along to the agenda items.
Thank you.
Hello, Cheyenne Ryman. Two comments I want to make. One is with the open space, they want to use $42,000 from the open space funds to do a study to see if the barn can be rebuilt or what it can be. One of the things that was mentioned to Priscilla when she presented to EAC was, did you ever get the cost of what the arch was to construct?
This isn't a question and answer period.
No, I asked you in the EAC meeting if you could bring that to, or is that going to be part of your presentation?
We're not in the EAC meeting right now.
No, I
She's
asked
not
you.
transparent, so you don't want to ask her questions. She won't
I
be
asked you during EAC if you could bring that figure tonight, and you said sure. Are you going to include that in your discussion tonight? Okay. Because my whole point going with that was, if you look at a picture of the barn, and there's a nice picture where Priscilla's standing in the front. If you look at that, you can factor that the arch is approximately maybe a 1/12 of the building. So before you spend $42,000 on somebody coming in and doing a study, which there was already one done in 2009, and then there was one done to have the historical guy come in and talk about the rocks, and then there was a winterization thing. You can look at that and say, okay, if that costs $500,000, you can comparatively stretch that out times 12. And then you can make sure that you also add the second floor to it if that's what your goal is. So that was why I mentioned that. The other thing when you're talking about the open space, it was never presented to the Keck parcel or the Herman piece across the street for open space. So what is what is open space doing? Do we want to spend money to do studies to see what we can already do on a parcel that's already open space, or do we want to go after preserving more properties? I don't feel like there's enough being done to inform residents of what their options are as far as open space. That would be a better use of the funds. Put a program in place to say to people, hey, here's what you can do. You can just sell to open space, you can do a conservation easement, but we're not doing any efforts there. We're just spending more money on the Heller Homestead. And nobody hates history, but the Heller Homestead doesn't really fund the township to a certain capacity. Funds were waived. The rent was waived, I believe, during COVID, and they're asking to pay the utilities. What is the Conservancy's input then towards the Heller Homestead? Besides saying, hey, spend township money. There's not much of a gain there. And that township money is our money as taxpayers and residents. That's not the council's money, that's township money. So before you spend that, look comparatively at what you have. And that was my whole point in asking, what's gonna be done? $42,000 is a lot of money. And if you spend 42 to say, okay, it's gonna cost 12 million, well, that's just not attainable. So you can look at the arch and say, okay, we can stretch it out here. But at the same time, before you just throw money at that stuff, look at what else you can spend the money on. Not necessarily open space, there's tons of money sitting in the general fund. Give the staff a raise, another raise, an actual raise of what they deserve, not, we're gonna give you 5,000, we're gonna have you doing the work of 6 other people. Thank you.
Mr. Ryman, I just want to get clarification from you. Did you say that on EAC, the property on Old Philadelphia Pike was never brought before EAC for consideration? Because I know Mr. Germanowski was here, the president. He just skipped out, so he don't want to hear me ask him questions. And Laura Ray's dishonest. So I would like to hear from you. Has that ever come up that it was ever brought up?
The Hermans were not approached for open space before it traded. And at the same time, when the property was for sale after it did trade, there was a for sale sign in the yard. They missed 2 opportunities to jump on this thing. So they could have, but they didn't. So what is the Open Space Committee actually doing?
Nothing.
I wanted to be on open space, but I got put as an alternate. But that's the whole point. There's missed balls left and right. One of the biggest parcels on 412 that was rezoned to add a tax basis was actually lost to a non-tax paying entity. So we lost money there instead of just gaining money. And then at the same time, that parcel over there has a historic home on it, but that doesn't count. So we're gonna allow that to be demolished, but the Heller Homestead should just have money thrown at it. And it's historically, you can go back through the meeting minutes, there was an issue with putting a roof on the, thank you, Priscilla, I appreciate your card. There was an issue with putting a roof on the root cellar. It was an asphalt roof. They wanted to replace it with that for $500. That wasn't good enough. The Conservancy wanted slate, so they said, okay, they had one of their people come in, try to reclaim slate, opened it up, whole big issue. It ended up costing the township $1,400 more. $1,400 of taxpayer money, not council money.
Your time is up, please, sit down, yes.
I'm done, so I'm gonna continue.
Well, your time
You need to be
is up,
looking at where you're
okay?
spending our township
is
money,
up.
not
Your
your
time
money.
is up.
You're not contributing it, you don't tell
Please
us what to
sit
do with our
down.
money.
So rude.
Kathy, can I just have a point of clarification? Just because there was a comment, the comment was that the property was, Open Space Committee never approached the Keck property to purchase it with open space funds in the past, and then it was for sale for a while, and the township didn't do anything with the for sale sign. Do you happen to know when it was sold?
What's with the feedback? Can you get control of the system?
I would have to research that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to know when that was for sale, and when and what years the Open Space Committee had the opportunity to acquire that. Thanks.
Could we adjourn the meeting for a moment until we can get this microphone thing worked out? I mean, I know you don't want to hear from the public, but you don't have to drown them out with dog whistle noises to force them out of here. Like, let's get the sound system working. Let's get the sound system working so people don't suffer out there while they're trying to get through this meeting. You're insufferable enough.
It's Victoria's. Perhaps we can turn it off.
I'd love to.
I don't know. We spent $40,000 on this sound system under the last administration, so I don't know why it has feedback.
Too close? Maybe. Or this? Here, I sometimes need it.
Is this any better? Is there less feedback with this one? Okay. There's $40,000 on our sound system, folks. $40,000.
All right, we'll try. Go ahead.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So I'm concerned about several items on this agenda, and I do object to not letting people talk during the time of the agenda item, just because you all say things sometimes that are either kind of outlandish or maybe partly untrue or partly part of the information. And that's the kind of thing that we, the residents, would like to speak on, is like objections of maybe what's said during the meeting, and instead of, now we have to wait and listen to what you say and we can't refute it. That's my objection. So I'm concerned about the Heller Homestead building. I'm concerned about the money that's going to be spent on just doing the study about the barn, rebuilding the barn. There are a lot of places I've been to, historic monuments, historic areas. There's one in Chester County, actually. They do have a situation like we have there where there's no parking, very little parking, and it's hard to go to events. It's a place in Chester County. It's a Revolutionary War area, and they do have similar foundations that have been left from buildings. And they just have information there. They have stories. They tell you what it was. Chester County is what, the richest county in one of the richest counties in our state, and they don't feel the need to rebuild the building. It's there, the foundation's there, and it's historic, and they want you to know about it, but they're not rebuilding it. They're leaving the foundation there for us to see that it was there, and just use your imagination. I also have a problem with using open space money for things like rebuilding barns. where there's really no space. There's no space there. So whenever you have an intention of using that building for, you want to build this barn and make it special, there's no space. I went to the park, nice day in the fall, there was no parking. I actually had to park by Heller Homestead because there was no parking in the parking lot, the parking lot. There's a lot of activity that goes on at that park. So if you think that you're going to build this barn and have events there or weddings or whatever you think is going to go on there, where's everybody going to park? Can you answer that? There are a lot of people on this council that want to do things like that have these ideas, but you don't have any like thought process of what the end result is going to be. And it's typical Democrat leadership. We want to do this and we want to do that. And we love trees and we want to worship trees, but then we want to cut trees down. And we're okay if some of us cut trees down, but we're not okay if somebody else wants to put a sign up on the school property. It's like pick and choose. So then we have the situation with the parking, with the lot across the street. And again, just like Cheyenne said, Cheyenne's great. She's got such great history about this township, things that I would never have known if I didn't listen to her, what she says. Is that we have a property across the street that nobody ever cares about. Nobody cares about, nobody knows about.
Time is up as well.
And you have dragged your feet for months on that property across the street. What's happening with it?
Well,
there was council had voted on getting
wow, and your time is up, please.
done in purchasing the property. Has anything been done with it?
Time is up, please, and it's not
asking
Q&A.
questions. Why?
It's not Q&A. Sorry.
Transparency.
Do we have other? All right, I think we're ready to start here on the agenda items then. Long Ridge Development HOA discussion regarding stormwater management and a vacant property in that development.
Hi, my name is Joe Neal. I'm on the executive board for the Long Ridge HOA. We have this dilapidated home that has been unfinished in our development. It's been there since 2008. I talked to Jim Young, the old zoning officer, who's pretty familiar with it. We really need to do something about it. I went through, I've got a news story here about how there was a squatter, he got charged with a felony. This neighborhood now has like 26 kids in it. It's only a matter of time before, somebody's gonna get hurt in this house, and it's a problem. I have multiple zoning codes here that this house is not in compliance with, and I'm hoping that we can start to maybe enforce some of the codes on the owner of this home. He is unresponsive. He does not live in this state. I don't even know if he lives in this country. He does not maintain the home, but the home is open, so there's constantly people in and out of this place. So I'm hoping that the zoning board can start to enforce some of the things. If you look at chapter 112, going through talking about nuisances, this home would absolutely qualify as a nuisance. If you go to 112-2, part F, talking about cause of unwholesome and unhealthy conditions, this house has rodents and everything. It's obviously creating an unhealthy condition. I mean, I'm not going to go on and on. I know you guys are really busy, but there's multiple code infractions that we could start to enforce and at least try to smoke this guy out to fix the house, sell the house. But, we're pleading with you to enforce the laws that are already on the book. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's just enforce what we've already got.
Thank you. Sir, I've been on council now, it's my 6th year. And I'll tell you, in the past couple months, these are the most complaints I've heard from residents coming out here complaining about zoning issues, whether it's enforcement, whether it's investigation, whether it's responsiveness. I think it's a travesty. And I'm going to go back to my original comments, which you were not here for. Many of these people were not here for. We used to have a full-time zoning officer that worked for this township. His full-time job was zoning. We don't have that anymore. These ladies decided to subcontract that out to a third party that works not on a full-time basis and is not out there and does not know the community. So what you're dealing with is a consequence of their decisions, in my opinion.
Okay.
What do we have to do to get these enforced?
You probably want to talk to your lawyer. I mean, we can't give you legal advice, but you probably want to talk to your lawyer about what your recourse is against those that are offending the zoning laws and also the township, which is not necessarily enforcing its own zoning ordinances in a consistent way.
Right, and that's understandable, but am I, in the way that I was contacting Jim Young, and like I said, I haven't contacted you, Tyler, so I'm not going to throw you under the bus, was I doing something wrong? Because they said to call Lower Saucon PD, and I hate to waste your guys' time, but multiple times we call the police, it's a waste of resources, they come out to deal with someone that's, stealing stealing things from the house because it does have some copper in it and things like that. And it's a waste of resources for me to call PD, have them come 20 minutes there. By the time they get there, kick this guy out, don't kick him out. It's just, it's a constant cat and mouse game. There's got to be something we can do here.
Sir, I don't,
at this level, where do I need to go?
I don't mean to speak for the police department.
have a
But what I would
question
suggest
for
is that
you.
you contact the police if you have an issue that's a threat of property or public safety. That's what their job is. We have an excellent police department. They're highly trained, they're skilled, they're great with folks in the community. They work really hard. And I'm sure they'd be more than happy to come out and respond to your issues if you're having problems there, because they're concerned about public safety, just like most of us are. Not necessarily everybody up here, but many of us are concerned about public safety.
I just have a question for you. You had indicated that you had spoken to Mr. Young a couple of times about enforcing the zoning ordinances.
That's correct.
He told you to pursue it with the police department. Is that? And Tyler, do we have any ability at this point other than that direction with the police department to do anything other than call the police?
Yeah, we can issue a violation notice. We can also put an unsafe building notice under the building code. And that comes along with its own timeline, and then eventually the township can take the owner to court, and there's a whole proceeding with that, but it's definitely something that we can do. Yeah, I just haven't been aware of the problem until now because, like you had said, I hadn't been contacted about it.
Sure.
But if you send me an email or come in and give me a full explanation of everything, then I can compile a violation notice and I can do an inspection, then we can get it taken care of.
Do you ride around? Have you been to this development, the Long Ridge development, to see what's going on? Like you're saying, this building is open.
Yeah.
Like if you saw a building that's open and you see like it looks like it's been abandoned or there's people that are looting it, like go out there and look, get around.
Yeah, well, I wasn't made aware of it.
It's gotten
I'm telling you, go out there and look for it, okay? You don't have to rely upon, your job is to be out there investigating, not to rely upon this gentleman who's now at his wit's end coming here because he doesn't know what else to do. Go out there and enforce the rules.
I just say respectfully,
No,
Mr.
that's
Young,
not how
who is our
zoning normally
full-time
works.
zoning
The
officer.
zoning officer drove around the township all the time. Chris Gargis did. Sure, Chris Gargis rode his bike all over, ran all over the township.
I'm
Jim
not
Young drove all over
asking
the township. Give
for
me a
an
break.
argument.
To
I'm just
suggest that they
repeating what the
didn't is
gentleman
crazy.
said, that
You're
Mr.
crazy.
Young told him to call the police department, and that was the only recourse he was offered under Mr. Young, not our current officer. So if you're gonna make accusations about our current zoning, make sure you're talking about the right one. He indicated he wasn't notified of a problem there. Now that he's notified, he can look into it and research it, and obviously has already identified avenues Mr. Young never identified in however many years he was here, and the driving around that you think he may have done. So that's my point, and I would defer to our zoning officer to do the investigation and report back to the township. That's my personal view on it. The other thing I would say is I understand that that development is an HOA. And so, I haven't looked through your HOA documents, but typically in HOAs, you have a more restrictive property maintenance than the municipality, or you have very specialized property maintenance requirements that a township does not have. So the HOA in this instance may have multiple avenues to pursue enforcing the HOA regulations against this property owner for not complying with the HOA guidelines, but you also may have even a much stronger ability to take the property or go after the property so that you're not continuously having this issue. So in addition to having our township zoning officer look into it, I would also encourage you through your HOA to pursue all of the avenues you have that way, because frankly, that's probably a much even stronger recourse that you have than just through the township.
Right, but the problem is, and if anybody that's familiar with this development and went through multiple builders, it started out as a condominium association, so this house is not even actually part of the HOA. The owner of this property will not.
That was one of the original houses that.
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't realize that the older houses weren't part of your HOA.
I thought that the new HOA absorbed the old ones, so that.
There's one owner that owns the 2740, and he owns the lot next to it, and he refuses to respond to the legal team to join the HOA. So he's still part of the condominium association. So the HOA has no power over this property.
How many homes are under the homeowners?
22. and then he would have 23, and then another lot to build house 24.
So, sir, I think the takeaway from today is follow up with the zoning officer, and if you see anything criminal or relating to public safety, please call the police. Thank you.
Yes. And can I speak on the, my constituent was gonna speak on the, I'm sorry, the stormwater management. He did send a note for me to share with you about the stormwater, if you can give me just a minute here. They are still having continued problems with it. Mr. Carochi.
He's not here. He usually sits down there. He's not
Okay,
here
he was
tonight.
on site with the township engineer on December 19th. He looked at lots 2 and lot 13 and witnessed the issues. They're still having the same problems with water runoff, and they want to know if the developer is going to be held accountable for, sticking to the township plan. Again, I can't really speak to that. It's not part of me, but he's not here. I wanted to share that and get that on the record so that you know that this is still an ongoing issue, and the township engineer is going to have to continue to be involved with this.
This is the township engineer here.
Our staff put together a timeline for council to see the different timeline of responses between our staff, our engineering firm. Like typically we don't get this involved with private owner developments. However, in this instance, because of the complaints, we have had our engineering firm out there multiple times and working with the township staff and the developer to try to resolve those things. And I think that that's going to continue. So we are aware of it, and we're trying to do what we can to assist you. Okay. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Good luck.
All right, the next item up is the Muchler lot line change, LL 02-24 at 1260 Island Park Road. Anybody to talk on that?
Yeah, my name's Mike Birkin, and I represent Jeff Muchler, my client, and we're just trying to get conditional approval for a lot line adjustment for his property at 1260 Island Park Road. And we had signed the resolution letter, addressed the comments.
Okay.
We did review the plan. This plan you're seeing is a revised plan based on our first review. So they cleaned up almost all of the items. So we put together the draft conditional approval motion, which is your normal approval motion, referencing our letter. They are asking for 4 waivers. I don't know if you want to mention what they are.
Yeah.
Township line goes through the property, so
Right.
the house is to be built in Lower Saucon.
So it'll be like that.
We're
In
asking,
Lower Saucon, yeah.
we're asking for a waiver for all existing features, streets, roads, driveways, sanitary sewers, water mains, storm drains, pipes, on-lot sewage systems and wells, utility transmission lines and features within 500 feet of any part of the land to be subdivided shall be identified on the plan. We are asking for a waiver from that. The second one is the first floor elevation and the approximate age of the existing structures and buildings and approximate age of the wooded areas and tree rows shall be provided on the plan. We are requesting a waiver for that. And lot shall be suitably shaped to encourage and facilitate use and maintenance of all portions of the lot. Accordingly, lots shall be square or generally rectangular in shape. Lot configurations which result in flag lots and L-shaped lots, T-shaped lots, triangular or otherwise inappropriate shaped lots shall be avoided. We're looking for a waiver for that. And also the depth of residential lots should normally not be less than 1 more than 3 times their width. The applicant, we have requested a waiver for that as well.
All right, shall I make the motion then?
Make that motion.
Can we hear from the engineer?
You just did.
Well, you sort of did. Do you have more to say?
Well,
He
does
just
everybody
asked
have
the
any?
gentleman to read the waivers. He hasn't commented on whether the waivers are agreeable or not.
Waivers are pretty standard for this type of subdivision plan. The other 2 are more related to the existing shape of the lot and the way the Williams Township line goes through the property. So, and understand this is a subdivision, because of its nature, does not go to the planning commission, so you don't have the planning commission's recommendation. So you're the decision maker on this.
Okay, well, do you want to make the motion then?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'll make the motion conditioned upon the preliminary / final lot line change according to the February 19th, 2025 Hanover engineering letter.
Okay.
Motion.
Draft motion. So that's my motion.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, do we want to input up here?
The only question I have is I didn't hear anybody speak in the public comment. I just want to make sure that there's nobody in the public that missed this item and wants to speak on it. I don't see any hands. Okay, I have no comments.
Victoria, did you have anything?
I don't have anything. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't leave yet.
So we.
I just meant thank you for coming and presenting. I
Well, we
know it
just
can
need
be.
a roll call vote. That's it for that. We just need to take a roll call vote, that's it. So Kathy, can you do that?
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Carucci absent.
All right,
Thank you.
all good.
With your plans.
All right, next item on the agenda is this discussion and possible action regarding attached plans for One More Steel City LLC, 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike. Hello.
Good evening, Kate Durso from Fitzpatrick Lenzabuba on behalf of the developer. Would you guys say your name for the record?
Yeah, Chris Brown, the land planner for the project.
And my name is Phil Mouch. I represent the developer for the project.
So I guess just a recap from when we were here before, at the last time we were here before council, at the conclusion of our presentation, there was a request made for the township to look into potentially acquiring the subject property. Since that time, we made the property accessible for the appraiser, accessible for the structure to be walked through for potentially looking at any items within the structure that would be an interest, and for, I believe I'm not sure which committee is which, but I believe the EAC went out there, and potentially, if it wasn't the open space, it would have been the historic, thank you. And we, cooperated with all of those entities to make sure that they could have access to the site and to the property. We received a follow-up request from one of the gentlemen from the historic asking for something within the building. We said we were in the process still of dealing with the township, but we would ultimately get back to him on that. They're not opposed to it, it's just there's a lot of moving parts. But that was the only specific request that was made for us for certain content that was within the building. The building is not registered historic. The other thing that we talked about when we were last here was that the developer was willing to provide a conservation easement for what I'll call the rear portion of the property, which was part of a lengthy discussion as to those natural features. That remains part of the proposal. Again, that would be a conservation easement at no cost to the municipality for that to be incorporated into the project. When we were here before, we presented 2 alternate garden apartment plans. We talked through those. One of those plans requires zoning relief, to which we had submitted. We also, in the meantime, have also provided to the township if you want to pull back the one that you just had, I'm sorry, a concept plan that proposes townhouses on the site. When we were here last, there was some concerns raised regarding the amount of traffic and other features of the garden apartments. So to work cooperatively with the township, we wanted to, for lack of a better word, float the idea of townhouses on the property with the understanding that because of the natural features located on the property, the townhouse community would also require similar variances to encroach upon the areas that we spoke about last. We have not made a formal submission regarding the townhouses, which would require zoning hearing board approval as shown on the plan above. But we are here to talk about, one, if the township has made a determination as to whether they want to acquire title to the property, because clearly, given the comment that was made at the last time, we didn't proceed with going to a zoning hearing board or proceeding with filing any other alternate plans. We also then would like to discuss the garden apartments and potentially the townhouse concept.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
You said that you're here because you're inquiring if the township is interested in acquiring the property. When is the last time you had communication with anybody on behalf of the township with regard to acquiring the property?
So I received a request from Attorney Gazouzian for us to coordinate access for the appraiser.
No, just that, when was the last time you heard? We can talk about the beginning, but I just want to know, when's the last time you had any communication from the township about that issue?
It would have been last week, and when I asked, actually before that, when I asked Mr. Gazouzian if it would be possible to be placed on the agenda so that we could further discuss the matter. I have not received a copy of the appraisal, but I'm certainly not entitled to receive a copy of the appraisal.
Sure.
But I have been in contact with Attorney Gazouzian with regard to the status of the matter. I know that appraisals take time. I also know that some of the time frame was over the holidays, but I have been in contact with Attorney Gazouzian.
So what raises a concern to me, Mr. Urso, is the agenda item is called Discussion and Possible Action Regarding Attached Plans, One More Steel City, 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike. There's nothing in the subject of this that talks about the township being interested in acquiring the property. And that's kind of where my hang-up is in all this, and I think it is for the public as well. There have been folks, you've been here at all these meetings, there have been folks here that have spoken up in opposition to this and wanting the township to look into acquiring this property, either acquiring it with the use of open space funds, which limits what the township can use the property for open space purposes, or acquiring it through eminent domain, or acquiring it as an outright purchase. So the township would be unlimited in what it could use the property for. It is basically an accessory to the property that we have here, and it would allow for expansion of the township for other township uses as the township continues to grow. I will say that we did receive an appraisal. I understand that was not shared with you. I have questions about the appraisal because the scope of the appraisal does not seem to meet those three different purposes that I just talked about: open space, eminent domain, and outright acquisition of the property. So, as I said earlier to the folks that were here in the public, and I'm sure there are folks that are here that are interested in this, these three ladies are slow playing this, okay? We had an opportunity last year, and I suggested what should happen is that we should move forward with an appraisal, and they drug their feet on it. And then we get an appraisal, and the appraisal is a half-assed appraisal because it doesn't tell us the information that I wanted to know, which is, what is the value of the property if we were to acquire it outright so that the township could use it for township purposes? Not that the township would immediately use it for township purposes, but that it could do that. So as I said to you long ago, the first time this came up, what they're gonna do is they're gonna drag their feet and they're gonna compel the property owner to say, well, it appears that the township has no interest in this, and the developer is going to move forward and try to do a project here, as they have every right to, all right? I'm a capitalist too. You have every right to develop your property within the bounds of the law and in conformity with the law, with the right approvals and everything else. You have the right to invest in a piece of property and use it as an asset and an investment and make money on it. That's capitalism. These ladies may not believe in capitalism, but nonetheless, that's capitalism. You have the right to do that. But what they're going to do is, when all this stuff happens and it moves forward, they're going to say, oh, no, it's not us. We had nothing to do with this. That's the developer. It's their fault. They're the ones that wanted to do this. We couldn't do anything to stop them, okay? But they had every opportunity. So never forget this moment, okay? And I brought it up before. Don't forget this moment that they are dragging their feet so that this thing goes forward and that they can say, we had nothing to do with it. And on top of that, they're going to put the onus on the zoning hearing board and say, well, it was the zoning hearing board that allowed them to do this. Because you just said to me that you do need some relief from the zoning hearing board. And I don't know what that is, because that's going to be my next question. So that's what's going to happen. Mark my words. It's unfortunate there weren't more people that stood up at that microphone, because the last time when this issue came up, there were a lot of people from the neighborhood that stood at that microphone, and they backed down, and they ultimately agreed, okay, well, then let's get the appraisal. Okay, because they're going to yell at us, so we got to like duck down and like keep low cover. So that's what's going to happen.
Can we continue with our presentation rather than talking about what may or may not have happened?
Yeah.
No, I said we would like to talk about the various items.
If you could talk about the variances that you need to, I'd be interested in that.
So we did not submit for the variances
I know you
because
didn't.
we were waiting for a determination as to whether there was going to be an acquisition of the property. A developer was not going to spend time and money when ultimately the property might be acquired. If you can see on the plans.
Well, hold on. You just said that you're going to need zoning. So what do you think in your mind? I'm not holding you to it, but what do you think you're going to need for zoning? Because you've already identified it as an issue.
If you look at the plan, that is up on the board, it is aligned similar to the apartment. So if you put the garden apartments plan next to that plan, and unfortunately, the garden apartment plan was not part of I did not see it as part of the agenda items, just the one cutoff of one of them. But if you lay them next to each other, you would be able to see the areas that are encroached, similar to the apartment one that required the variances.
Can we do that here side by side so we can see a comparison?
Well, it's not in your packet. It was not part of the attachment.
I have the two plans.
You have them? Okay,
Yeah.
Chris can provide it.
I was actually gonna ask that because I was looking at the plans in the packet and I saw the townhome, or one of them was just like the mock models of what the front would look like, but not the
And
overlay.
look, I think this is a problem for the public because they're not seeing this. This was not part of the packet. And I'm sure that they have concerns about they know what was presented before. And I think they'd like to see it side by side. And we don't have that right now, other than what Chris is gonna show us.
We had submitted the garden apartments a while back.
I know you did, yeah.
Yes,
But
so
the
it's
public
not,
doesn't,
yeah, I know. I'm just saying, it wasn't us not wanting it to
I'm
be
not saying
part
it's
of
you,
the.
no. I'm not suggesting anything untoward by you.
Okay.
I mean, if I could, I'd like to sort of briefly describe the comparison of the relief needed between the townhouses and the apartment, the preferred apartment project, which was the 3-building project. Both projects encroach beyond the 15% allowed encroachment within the riparian buffer. The amount of encroachment is about 0.9% over the 15%, so 15.9% for the apartment, and 1.5% over on the townhouses. So very similar in terms of the encroachment. Okay. And what you see on the screen as well represents the riparian buffer is the dimensional setback from the edge of the waterway that was surveyed by our consultant, and it is a area of avoidance in terms of development. The prescribed capacity that's allowed by your ordinance is that 85% of that must be preserved. So 15% of it is available for disturbance relative to the construction of the development project. So both the townhouses and the apartments are within a less than a 1% difference in terms of the actual increase or relief that we would need in terms of the riparian disturbance. We've, as you know from the last time we were here, we revised this 3-building plan to remove any relief associated with the wetland buffer. So we were able to revise the parking at the south end of the project and stay out of any relief necessary in the wetland buffer. The same goes for the townhouse development as it's laid out. It also respects the 15% max, and I think we're under 10% on that. Both projects still result in some permanent improvements within the buffer. So the buffer ordinance is designed to, or is prescribed to address disturbance. Then there's construction that takes place within these buffers, which is specifically prohibited in the ordinance. So that was the other piece of relief. We have a very small amount of increase from the 15% allowed, but then we need an interpretation or a variance that the stormwater improvements, the parking lot, or in the case of the townhouses, the shared driveway that goes behind the units would be permissible within the riparian buffer.
Why don't you explain why we have a driveway behind the townhouses and the townhouse behind?
Well, for the main benefit of the townhouse project to the township is not having 21 driveways entering onto the township road, which we could. You know, we would have to widen the lots a little bit, so we would get rid of those 2 common driveways, get rid of the common alley in the back, but then we could put, by right, we could put the driveways out on the street, which we don't want to do.
Chris, if you had 21 driveways, would that limit the number of units that you'd be able to put on there less than what's proposed in the plan?
No, I think it would be the same, because we'd get rid of those those 2 common drives that are spreading the units apart. So we would have to add a couple feet to every lot so that we met the driveway setback from the side property lines of each townhouse development.
So we might lose maybe one.
It's possible, we might, but we did some rough math based on that question and in preparation for that question. But then what it would do is it would take the encroachment out of the riparian buffer. You know, so the trade-off really with the townhouse project, the way we have it designed, is a little bit of relief in the riparian buffer ends up yielding a lot better look on the township road. But look and function, not just, you know, not just aesthetics, but actual function. You won't have all those individual driveways interfacing with the street. So we think it's a better design, just like we came with you before with the apartments. We're actually doing more work to try and do what we think is a better product for the township. When we could come back in with the 2-building apartment by right, no relief, but we don't think it's as good of a project for the township. It's the same number of units. We're actually, we're making more work for ourselves to try and do and deliver a better project for the township.
Well, didn't it start out at 39, now we're down to 21 townhouses?
Well, that's good. Well, of course, yeah, if we go to the townhouses, we're not gonna yield the 39.
The garden apartment's still the same, but yes, 21 townhouses.
So the bottom half of both things are the same with the riparian, all the
Similar, very, very similar.
just the above. And I kind of like the townhouse one better. And I think that doesn't that meet our regs better than the apartments?
Well, I mean, it still would require similar of the disturbance. There's also, while the townhouses are by right, as are the garden apartments, based on the zoning officer determination that we received, the current zoning officer is not eligible to be able to make a determination on the garden apartments because we have received a determination on the garden
Wait,
apartments.
you're talking too fast.
We have received a determination on the garden apartments being permitted by right by the zoning officer, who was the zoning officer in charge at the time that the submission went.
Is that Mr. Young?
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young made a determination that it was a permitted right.
Correct.
Okay.
And we operated off of that. But the one additional thing for the townhouses is because the way the townhouses would be developed under your ordinance in this zoning district, it's viewed as a cluster. And technically, we are a couple,
acres short.
2 acres.
Yeah, 10 acre minimum for the cluster. We're at 8 acres. Obviously, we don't need it. But I think what our position would be on that is, even though we're asking for the cluster, we're not benefiting anywhere near what, if we had 10 acres, you know, we wouldn't be anywhere near what the yield would be because we're limited by 75% encroachment or encumbrance, I should say, of the environmental features. So even though we're gonna, you know, if you allow us and don't oppose, we would go and we would ask for that on the basis that we're not abusing. We're not abusing
more density. It's
right.
like that you could potentially have with a 10 acre, it's just because of the nature of the size of the property.
So if I recall, the apartments, you were anticipating 2 residents per apartment. There were 2 parking spots per unit. So I think there were 78 parking spaces and 39 apartment units, right?
I think that sounds about right.
So with what you're proposing here with regard to these townhouses, how many residents per townhouse and how many parking spaces per townhouse?
Well, I can't speak to the residents, but we actually ran the numbers on the parking, and if we did 2-car garages and the way that the driveways are laid out, there would be room for 4 cars on each property.
Okay. And the units would be 2-bedroom units?
Presumably.
What do you mean by
I think
presumably?
we have them on here. Some of them are 3 bedrooms.
Some of them are 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
Yeah. They are included in the packet, the design elements and the elevation.
When you say some of them are 2, are there some of them that are 3 or 1?
Well, like, if you just look at the screen here, ma'am, this is a 3-bedroom with an optional 4th
Okay, I
as
see
an
bed
example.
3.
So, you know, they vary and there's some flex space in those footprints.
Well, can I hear from our new zoning officer? Or am I not allowed to ask that?
For deference to him, we did not formally submit.
I know this is sketch, I know.
So yeah, perhaps it might be helpful if we all understand procedurally where we are, and if I'm incorrect, Attorney Durso, please correct me, but where the applicant is the applicant essentially providing alternate sketch plans. So to be clear, whatever you do today is not the final approval of anything. It's primarily to give them comment and give them direction as to what you may or may not like or may not see. And I believe the applicant is then looking forward to going to zoning and want some direction from Township Council. So what you're essentially seeing is option 1, option 2, even potentially option 3, And they've, according to the applicant, they've come back and addressed some of these issues, whether it's density or parking or otherwise. So I believe, correct me again if I'm wrong, what you're asking for today is some direction, perhaps, from the Township Council saying, we like this option, and if so, this is what we may or may not be willing to do.
Yeah, so we had formally submitted a zoning application for the garden apartments, the one that requires the zoning relief. If again, we're trying to be cooperative with the township, if the township is more inclined to prefer the townhouse development, we would then have to make a submission to the zoning officer for the relief related to that project, and then have to come back to council like any other zoning, because that zoning submission has not been done. So we are here trying to solicit, do we continue down the garden apartment route, either with the by right that doesn't require zoning, or the one that requires the variances, or if the township's going to say, we really prefer the apartments, we would then proceed, excuse me, the townhouses, sorry. We would then proceed with that submission, and we would then confer with the zoning officer on what specific relief that we believe is needed for the townhouse.
So the townhouses are 21 units, and the other plan was 39 units.
Yes.
I like the 21 units, and I think that fits better in the character of the neighborhood. That's just my opinion.
So you've obviously spent a lot of time on both of these designs, time, money, resources. You've got 3 people here tonight, 3 professionals. You're investing money in this latest proposal. Clearly the owner is, or the developer is. And I don't want to lose sight of the mark, and that is my earlier comments about the township having potential interest in acquiring the property. It seems to me like investing all this time, money, and effort into these plans, if there was a consideration of the township acquiring the property, this seems to be a waste of time and energy and money. So unless you're doing it to say to the township, well, this is what we're willing to do to sort of pressure the township into making a decision. But at the same time, it seems kind of foolish to spend all the time and money on this if you know what the outcome is going to be, and that outcome is that the township is not going to acquire the property. And I'm saying this, I'm not really asking you a question about it, I'm just kind of speaking out loud to the public so the public can hear this, that it seems to me like the message has been sent by somebody since you've told me that you've not had active conversations about the township's interest in the property, and they're putting money into this.
So that actually is not true, because we had submitted the townhouses in the interim, and then asked for it not to be placed on the agenda, because we were then advised that the appraisal was going to happen. So we
Now it's on
need.
the agenda.
Excuse me?
Now it's on the agenda.
Months ago.
So can I?
Yeah.
Then we've been sitting and waiting, so we asked to be placed on the agenda so that we can, one, figure out what the township's interest is in acquiring the property. And we all know, because everybody else who stood up tonight knows that the next item on the agenda is this property. So we didn't know, but we know now, because clearly somebody told the people, the residents, that that's what that number was. And we are here to get guidance so that we know what we're going to do. But the time and energy that was already spent on the townhouse was done previously.
Okay.
Right.
But the time and energy this evening, yes, the developer is spending time and money to come tonight to provide the alternatives, and to look for a determination, if there is one, so that we know what we're going to need to do next.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as an individual member of this council, I regret that the developer has been delayed by this township in not getting its act together in terms of getting a proper appraisal and making a decision as to what we're going to do.
I just have a couple questions. I want to make sure I understand. The townhome proposal, from what I understand you're saying, is that you would need a variance because of the construction disturbance that you would need to build that I will call it the interior driveway on the backside. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so
that would be a difference between that and the garden apartment.
No, that's the same.
It's very similar in quantity and in concept, but instead of a driveway across the back of the apartments, it's the parking lots and the encroachment of the buildings into that same buffer area. So it's
the same section of the ordinance.
Right.
For both projects. The only thing different, I mean, the numbers might be slightly a percentage here and a different one on the other, but the only difference, added relief that's needed for the townhouses pertains to the cluster acreage requirement that I mentioned earlier. But if you see them next to each other, it's similar type of areas of disturbance, whether it's the access drive or the parking. And in either case, you still need the relief to allow for the construction and the stormwater within those areas.
That was just my question, because and you both are holding up two different things, so I just want to make sure I have what I'm looking at on my screen as comparison. So, Ms. Durso, you are holding up the townhome proposal.
Yes.
That needs the cluster variance.
Yes.
And you are holding up the garden apartment.
Three-building option.
The three-building option that requires the relief, not the two-building option that doesn't require the variance.
So the two-building one, as I recall, those were like longer, linear buildings that were facing the road, so that the long part of the apartment building would face Old Philly Pike.
That's the two, right.
Okay, that's the two. Okay, thank you. So that's helpful for me. I think, you know, looking at, I appreciate, I know that one of the major concerns for residents were the exits onto Old Philly Pike, and the garden apartment option still has 3 separate exits onto Old Philly Pike versus the townhome choice has 2, as I'm looking at that. Is that right?
Yeah.
So
and
that's.
And the trade-off, not to steal Chris's thunder, but the trade-off is that there wouldn't be individual driveway penetrations from each townhouse onto Old Philly Pike.
Right.
And
Okay.
because we don't have that, we have the encroachment.
Okay. And just for my clarification, when I'm looking at these townhomes, the only one that at least I have in my packet is like the aerial view, like what you're holding in your hand, Mr. Urso. So I don't have like a sketch of what the front facade would look like.
Can you pull them? Sorry.
Are they in there? Did I miss that?
Where all the pictures are of the floor layouts?
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so that's what the front of the townhome choice would look like.
Correct. I think there might be another one. This is just one. Yeah.
There's a few, right.
There's a couple different styles.
Obviously, there would be color variations, and we're certainly willing
Okay.
to work with the township on that aspect of the project also.
There's another, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, in knowing Old Philly Pike and knowing they're all pretty much single-family homes there, speckled with smaller businesses. So I reiterate, I don't like the look of a long linear apartment complex. I think it would break up what's there, and I prefer having less driveway access, and the townhomes would also mean also less people, which I think would help with the traffic concern versus the apartments. That makes sense.
May I ask you about the plan that Mr. Urso is holding? So that's the one that shows the lane behind the properties closer to the riparian. You know, this township has a lot of fire apparatus, so many that I don't think we can't get enough numbers from the county. And some of the fire trucks are so big, they can't even fit in the garage that they were supposed to fit in. So can those fire apparatus get down that lane? And also, would trash be picked up at the back of the property or on the Old Philadelphia Pike side of the property?
That's a great question. Certainly, if the board is in general favor of this, we would advance this plan and start looking at a lot of those criteria. We think that the general scaling in terms of fire apparatus is we're capable with, even with some minor adjustments, that will be fine. The trash collection is an interesting question, Chris. It really could be either. It could be curbside on the front. It could be in the alley to the rear. We could work that out with the township as the project would move forward.
Thank you.
And can I ask a question then on the townhouse then? That would be individual owners of each, correct?
Correct.
It would not be like a homeowners
No, the intent would that would be
association thing?
fee simple project.
No, you might need it.
Oh, we would need a homeowners association. I'm sorry. Yes.
Because of the stormwater and somebody knows, because we wouldn't want a private property
Okay, but
owner.
it's individual owners though.
Right.
They would be like, I think one of the other concerns I remember people talking about was just a management company that may not be local and may have difficulty getting a hold of in the future if, you know, something were to happen, or they were like an absentee landlord kind of issue. if it was the apartments, because it would be managed by a company versus these would be fee simple, so hopefully Long Ridge to the side, we would have people local that we would be able to reach out to for issues.
And I guess, Ms. Wright, depending on how the conservation easement, if that became something that the township wanted, how that could either be maintained by the HOA or it could be from a conservancy or however that would look. But if somebody else wasn't specifically owning it, that would be an HOA item too, and could just have a conservation easement associated with it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say again, I think I'm fully in favor of a full conservation easement on that backside with the township and a third party.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and I prefer the townhouse look as well, better than the garden apartments, as far as, you know, fitting in with the neighborhood.
So should, I'm not expecting you necessarily to vote, but is our next, would the council concur that our potential next steps would be to file a zoning submission for the townhouses that identifies all of the relief that's necessary, and then we would be back before council once that's scheduled for, you know, before it would have received a hearing.
So,
Yeah, I don't know, does it,
Go through planning commission, right?
Well, correct. I believe what the question is this, is,
what they do?
yeah, the
next.
question is, we're at a sketch plan, so we're not at a motion period. Would not be time for a formal motion. I think what they're looking for is input. I think they've received some individual input from various members. I think the takeaway that they're looking for it to be as concrete as possible, but we don't have to make it concrete, is to say, look, our next step would be, if you guys are, if township council seems to be favorable towards the townhome idea, their next step would be then file a zoning application. Then they'd have to come back here to obtain our official position with regard to the zoning application, just like anybody else would. And that's where we are procedurally. I think they've heard from each of you, at least today, generally, and I think the takeaway you've heard.
Yeah, yeah, and we wouldn't be going, I think you mentioned some of the planning, if we're going to the zoning hearing board, we would not be going to.
right.
But ultimately, they would have to go to planning commission, and
Right
ultimately
after
there'd be
zoning.
Hanover engineering review and so on and so forth.
The first time you did this, you submitted a sketch plan first so that you got our take on what zoning variances would be required, so they don't surprise you when you submit your land development plan. So you might want to think about that if you go down that route before the zoning.
Brian,
Think about it. I think at this point we need to have something done and not keep going through the motions, but we'll talk about that.
Brian, can I ask you to repeat that?
The first time they did this, they submitted a sketch plan, and in our review of that sketch plan.
That was back like a year and a half ago.
We identified what we thought was zoning relief that was required, so that they could combine that with what they felt zoning relief was required, because we don't do the detailed review until the land development plan is submitted.
Right, because there's no escrow money.
So in theory, we could still uncover zoning variances required at land development plan review, but that minimizes the chance of that.
Yeah, except that we know that we're designing it based similar to the review letter you gave for the apartments.
Well, there's other things on there, like the cluster concept has some other requirements in there, so.
Yeah, well, and we may do that. I don't want to commit to it.
So I understand they would have to submit a request for a zoning variance. It sounds like that's where they would want to go next. We would have to then comment on that. If they were pursue that, it would end up having to go before zoning hearing board for that zoning request. And then after that, depending on the resolution of that, it may then come back here for a development plan, which would then go through planning commission, EAC, and back to township.
Correct.
Again.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we would, because we haven't formally submitted for the zoning, you know.
None of those reviews have happened.
Yeah, because you always review every zoning application.
Right,
Which is what
so
we do
you're
for
going to be
garden
back.
department. So that's what we,
But right now we're just at sketch plan, so.
Not even.
Not either.
Yeah, we're here just asking for conceptually, what do you guys think, you know, and
so that we're not wasting each other's time on this matter. That's primarily what we're trying to get some guidance.
I don't want to waste anybody's time either.
No, I'm not saying.
I want to make sure that it's clear that I certainly have not intended, nor I tried to slow walk anything for you. As you know, this has, the recommendations there were some concerns over historic nature. So our historic committee had gone out there a couple times. Then, we also had the EAC review it and grade it for those purposes. So we had to get those reviews back. And we did it, try to get those as quickly as we could, I think.
Yeah, and I think we just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that the developer and the owner are being cooperative. Like we made sure there was all the access that was needed, so it's not like we have been trying to prevent something else potentially occurring.
And I appreciate that, but from your perspective, we haven't slow walked this for you, have we?
Any developer wants something.
We always want stuff to happen faster, but we understand that this is a process and.
No developer will say.
I think they're gonna answer that question, yes. They want your vote and approval.
Well, yeah, but due diligence,
No, we understand how sensitive these things are.
Say that they want it done yesterday.
Of course.
So I can't necessarily agree with what you're saying because we would want it yesterday.
Thank you.
Question, the common area, is there a common area on the plan you're holding? Like walking?
Walking.
We do illustrate a series of walking trails. They might be mown past through the conservation area on both sides of the creek, perhaps a footbridge. But each of the properties themselves, I think, are required to have a certain amount of personal, private, open space in between the garage and the primary unit. So we're going to cover all of the bases with that.
Could you use a pointer, please? There's one here. I'd really like to see what you're describing on the screen. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Can you just point to the?
No?
It's on.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
so they're asking about the trail network that Chris has shown with some mown paths through the conservation area. And then Chris, I don't know if you mentioned this, but we also show some connectivity out to the old out to the road in front, right there,
On the left,
right through here.
Okay.
Right between lots, 13 and 14.
Right, yeah, right there.
it also goes up.
Not on the north side, the south side, and then halfway between the development, there would be a sliver between the two separate units there that would allow for connectivity to the public sidewalk.
Okay, I'm gonna ask, maybe I'm gonna get yelled at for asking this question, but when are they gonna get a copy of the historic committee's report?
I think we could provide that to them. I think we haven't gotten to the other agenda items yet.
Anybody?
We did get some comments from historic committee. I guess I would like to see, and I think you're just identified that you did in fact make sure there was some connectivity with the other side of the township, like residents could walk across the street to Town Hall Park and vice versa. I think there would be also just a general concern that there would be a ability like that it would just be like all private property for some of that walking section back there. And we did receive some historical committee comments about the historical nature of the property that we would be looking to have memorialized on the property so that people who are doing the walking trail can appreciate the historic nature of what was there and the meaning that it has to the township.
And I wouldn't want to see you get too far into it and then say, oops, we should have had this.
Yeah, we just want to let you know that that is
just don't think
something
that's
that we
fair.
have from the historical.
And just so you know, so the gist, my reading anyway, of this report that we got from the historical committee is they'd like to get a set of the bookends that are in the house. That seems to be the most important thing.
That was the thing I was referring to.
They identified the property as being a stop on the Underground Railroad, but yet it's not so historical that they want to preserve the structure. But what they're proposing instead is that you preserve the footprint of the foundation of the house and put a sign on it to say, here once stood a stop on the Underground Railroad, even though the structure itself they don't want to preserve.
So basically similar to a historical marker that you see all throughout the.
Not just a marker, they want you
You know,
to
this-
preserve the footprint of the home,
Not the home.
the structure that's there.
The little small foundation that's between the garage and the house, there's like,
Is that where one of our townhouses is?
I'm sorry?
I
find
think
out.
it is. I think it is, actually.
I think at some point, like if this moves forward, that the historical committee memorandum, which the historical committee did, can be viewed for everybody, but I read that the comments that the most important thing that we want to have preserved is like a marker of some kind or a monument of some kind. There was some discussion without that in the past, like people just like a talking history, people identified this may have been a location for Underground Railroad activity. But as far as being able to identify that it was an Underground Railroad or had ever been submitted to that effect is unknown. And there's some speculation that some feature that's currently on the property could have been associated with that. We don't know any of that information, and we don't have any historical confirmation of anything, but we do want to memorialize the historical history that it provides. And I think if this moves forward, the historical committee would be able to provide that proper input.
It's very reasonable. We have no problem looking at that and trying to incorporate that into the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Appreciate
Kathy, who's gonna send the letter to them? Can Kathy forward them the letter?
It's a report.
Or report, whatever, Jason, we'll get real technical.
It's not a letter, it's like a 40-page report.
The historical committee.
You're asking me to send the report to Ms. Thurso?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If you have any questions, you can contact Mark Connors, he was the
That's who
custodian.
sent me the email about the bookends? Yes, yeah.
Kathy, can you make that report available to the public in some way as well? Because it's not, there's nothing private about it. They can get it through a right-to-know request. I think that the context of that may be interesting to people. I don't know whether to put it on the website or how to get it to the public, but in some way.
We'll do it.
Thank you.
All right. I just want to stay for the next part.
Yeah.
Same group. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is 5A. Is discussion and possible action regarding property identified as 2024-07. The property was previously identified. Council reserved authorizing any action until the EAC and the Historical Committee reviewed this. And as was mentioned, both groups have been there doing site visits. A recommendation from EAC was the property itself is environmentally worth putting easements on. However, so this is not the normal process for doing easements. Usually it's a property owner comes to us and says, they live there, they want to put their land into conservation. So the appraisal we got was for putting the whole property into a conservation easement. So where do we want to go with this discussion?
I'll make a motion to extend an offer to the property owner in the amount of the value that's contained in the Indian Valley Appraisal Company December 13, 2024 report in the full amount to acquire the property.
You gonna disclose the amount? Is everybody gonna keep guessing?
I don't think it would be appropriate to disclose the amount.
Thank you,
Motion
Steve.
might not be appropriate.
Sure it is. It says
Oh,
discussion
whatever,
and possible
Jason,
action.
that's my opinion.
I'm not asking your opinion. It says discussion and
I don't
possible
really
action.
care.
So I'm taking action on it. So my motion is to take action on it. That's my motion for action. Is there anything appropriate about my motion for action?
There's nothing, just so we're clear, Mr. Benonis has made a motion to, I don't want to mischaracterize it, to make an offer based on the appraisal. We're at the process now where there's a motion, there's no second yet. So that's where we are.
Let's see if they put their money where their mouth is, folks. Let's see if they step up and try to protect this property or acquire the property. Anything? Going once, going twice, crickets, like I told you.
No, but we do have discussion on this.
Here you go.
Okay, so the motion, there's no second, so it doesn't go any further. So the next step is, if anybody else wants to make a motion.
Crickets. Nothing but crickets.
Well,
say goodbye to your property.
Do you want to make a motion, Laura?
We can have a discussion. Well, go ahead, make a motion.
I make a motion that we forward to the property owner the historical committee comments as well as the EAC grading, and that we request that the property owner confirm that they would, number one, provide public access to some walking feature with a historical monument as required, or I shouldn't say as required, as requested by the historical committee, and work with the historical committee to develop and design something that would be agreeable to the historical committee and the developer in accomplishing that, and confirm to the township that they would be providing a full conservation easement for the back part of the property as verbally offered in the sketch plan proposals. Does that make sense?
It's a little long. Sorry.
Okay. Do you want me to say it again?
Please don't.
I'm going to try to shorten it. It's basically to send over the comments from both EAC and from historical committee to the developer, because they haven't seen any of those things yet, I don't think.
No, we have not.
Okay, so that's number one. Number two would be to relay to the developer that we have an expectation that there be some public access to a portion of the property where there would also be a historical monument as recommended by the historical committee that would memorialize the historical features and nature of this property. And the third thing was to confirm in writing that we would have the conservation easement on the back end. 3 things. That's the motion.
Well, I agree with those concepts, so I'll second it.
Okay, where do we want to start with discussion? Jason?
I think we discussed a lot in previous agenda items, so I'm going to defer back to that.
I think it's horrible that you would not make an offer to the property owner based upon the appraisal that we have acquiring it for open space. I think it's also horrible that you wouldn't take my suggestion in executive committee where I requested that we contact Indian Valley Appraisal Company and ask them to clarify the appraisal amount as to whether or not that dollar amount is based upon acquiring the property through open space funds, which limits the usability of the property, or if it has a higher value based upon acquiring it either by eminent domain or using general funds, which would unfetter the township from being restricted in how it would use that property if it was to acquire it. So those are my comments. I mean, you ladies have orchestrated this since the beginning as to what you wanted to do, and you've misled the public, and the public will let you know about that.
And how did we mislead the public?
Can't wait until campaign season.
Me too.
Okay, Priscilla?
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Do you have comments, Priscilla?
My comment.
What about the people that stood here and complained about the traffic?
Okay, this is not your turn.
It should be public comment time.
Priscilla?
I really have nothing else. I'm supporting this.
What about the traffic?
Okay. We're discussing up here.
Everybody
Can I just say, I have a comment.
You already passed, your time's up.
No, it's not.
Want to go
Let
again,
me
Phil?
just,
Can I go again?
say to everybody sitting out
We
there
didn't get
that
our
if you
turns.
own a property and you had the option to develop it, that's your right.
Oh, really?
But in
Okay,
here,
okay.
but here you would be asking us to give the township a conservation easement to
What
which
she doesn't
they
tell you
wouldn't
is
have
that,
to pay
as a sitting
for.
member of council, she can use eminent domain and acquire that property for the township, or she can use general funds, because we have $12 million in the general fund that she could use to acquire that property. She's not telling you that.
May I be recognized?
Okay, the discussion is up here at the dais, not in the audience, so
Priscilla chose to engage. Let's have a
One more
conversation
thing.
with the
we're
public.
not having a conversation, and that's not
Why
how
not?
it works, and that's,
Eminent
as you
domain
know.
is something that I would have to really consider to do. So
What does that mean?
That means that I'm not, I'm not in favor of it unless there's specific reasons, and they'd have to really be, because to open up the paper and say, oh, I was eminent domain by the council last night, I would never do that to somebody, so.
Plus you have to have a legal basis.
Well, you do, and I would have to
Condemnation
really
in the first
research
place,
it.
which you
And
probably don't.
there might be a circumstance coming up in my term that I might have to, do that, but it would be very rare for me to do that. So I would never, right now, in this situation, consider that as an option.
Have you asked the owner of the property?
Okay, Victoria,
To the township?
Victoria, go ahead.
They haven't.
You guys are all out of order, but this is how you all behave.
The public is always out of order and Priscilla's
Be recognized,
always
Laura?
Yes, it's your turn.
Thank you.
That's why I'm.
Democrat, come on.
I want to make clear that when this first came before us, I had no idea about the historical features on the property, and we had not received any comments or concerns from the EAC. Any allegation or comment by other members of the council to claim that I somehow pre-orchestrated something that I had no idea about is misleading and untruthful, because nobody can be inside of my mind except for me. And I know, and so we have an acknowledgement that there is no way he would know what my thought process was. My duty is to the residents. I heard people come up here talking about traffic, historical features, public access, and environmental concerns, all of which I think the council had a duty up front to go and investigate. On top of that, we did receive offers from the developer to sell it to us. We also received an appraisal. And from my personal perspective, my personal review of those documents, we were not on the same planet. And the township has a restriction when we purchase any property. We have to purchase it by virtue of an appraisal. Okay, and if that appraisal is not on the same planet as somebody else's request to sell it to me at, I have my hands tied. Is there an eminent domain, pipe dream that some people could try and pursue, where we decide to get into lengthy, expensive litigation, which has no guarantee of success at the court level, for trying to prove we have the right to eminent domain, a private piece of property that we've, from my understanding, have never done in the history of this township? I'm not willing to go and jump down that rabbit hole. I'm not. When I look at what we've looked at and what the options we have to accommodate the concerns of the residents at the same time as preserving the township's interest in what we need, I haven't received any indication from anybody at the township that this is a piece of property we have an exceptional need for right now. That's number one. We don't have a historical group that wants to take on another historical parcel and rehabilitate it. We heard earlier this evening lots of complaints about spending any amount of open space money to preserve the current historical properties we have. The Heller Homestead, we heard lots of people complaining about using open space money to preserve the Heller Homestead, and what is the Conservancy doing? Who are they? Nobody's over there. So if we're begging for volunteers to maintain the historical properties we have, in what world would it be appropriate for us to obtain another property, try and find people to maintain it, create another historical group for it? It's a lot it's a lot of thought that I think everybody has to understand.
Kinda like
I would
building a
love to
big
keep,
barn.
I would love that there was some property owner back in 2019 or 2020, when I wasn't on this council, that bought that property and said, I want to put a tree farm up there. I would love that, but that's not what happened. I have no control over who bought it. I have no control over the way it's zoned. I only have the tools I have in front of me. So from my perspective, in order to honor the things that people had concerns over, this is the best choice that we have. And that's why I made that motion. So that's what I want to make clear, that everybody understands that there is no requirement for a conservation easement on that property. There is no requirement for a public access or a historical monument, all of which things were not done unless we had gone through this process. So that's why I make my motion.
And that's why I seconded it.
All right, and I'll add just a few comments of my own here. So I would not go down the path of eminent domain either, because we have not identified any need or use for that property, so it would not be proper. Also, we heard complaints about having another property in our township being developed and by a agency that won't pay taxes. So here we would have another property that the township would own with no taxes coming in on it. So it goes, you know, right against what you just complained about on the other side of town. Like was said, if we would purchase this property, there's a building over there. What are we doing with the building? We have no need for the building. It would cost a lot to maintain the building or fix it up to make it anything, but we have no use for it. There was a house right here on the corner of the township property that stood there for quite a while that they eventually raised that building because it wasn't being used. It wasn't really serving a purpose. So do we need another one of those? I don't think so. If we use open space funds, it limits what you can do with the property. We're not then putting our, you know, other buildings over there. If you just used open space money to purchase it, you're not allowed. And was also mentioned about, we did see the differences in what the developer would be looking for if they sold the property versus what we would have available to purchase that with open space funds, and it's nowhere close. There's no negotiation that would ever happen to make that happen. It's the numbers are too far apart.
Right.
So.
Because we told them a price.
Okay. It's not.
So that's public record, so we need.
It's not a public record.
No, nothing is.
No, there's certain requirements, there's certain restrictions.
Those are my comments. We have our motion, we have our second, we had our discussion. Can we have a roll call?
Ms. Zoptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, simply because we haven't exhausted the negotiation process and the appraisal process.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Carucci absent.
All right.
Thank you, folks.
A minute here. All right, so the next item on the agenda is 5B. This is discussion and possible action regarding the variance 01-25 for Saucon Valley School District variance at 2097 Polk Valley Road. The variance application was submitted by the school district to install a second electronic sign on the property. I don't know if Tyler, do you want to talk first on how this variance? It's pretty simple, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I could explain the variance requests per the memo that I sent out. They're requesting relief from two ordinances, 180-100.8 D1C and D1D. D1C, they're requesting relief to have an increase from one electronic sign permitted on the property to two. And E1D is requesting a relief to allow from an increase from a maximum of 6 feet to 8 feet.
Okay.
Can I make a motion to write a letter of support in favor of the variance request?
I'll second that.
Okay. And we want to have discussion, Jason?
Pardon me, the applicant is here. I think I know the answer to this question, but on
I
behalf of the applicant.
realized somebody came up, sorry.
You've heard a motion to support, you've heard a second. Do you want to be heard, or are you okay with them moving forward with the motion at this point?
It seems like there's an awful lot else going
Can
on
you
this
speak in the
evening.
mic?
There is.
Awful lot else going on, so I'll be quiet unless you have questions for me.
No.
Thank you. And pardon me, for the record, could you identify who you are?
Yes, I'm Mike Woodland. I'm the co-owner of Fast Signs of Easton.
We want to hear you, though. We do.
Thank you.
I do anyway.
All right, so do we want to just have discussion then? Or,
I don't think there's really much to just, I mean.
we got
I'm in
input, we got good
support.
input on the public comment
I
from.
want to discuss, I'd like the opportunity to discuss. I find it offensive that we have the superintendent, multiple members of the school board, this gentleman here from the sign contract, the sign company, wasting their evening here. Our tax dollars are paying them. Our tax dollars are paying him. So what we're in here is this cycle of abuse where a stupid interpretation of the township ordinance is causing us to pay tax money to try to enforce something, and then we're paying it on the other end in our taxes to the school district. This isn't directed to you, sir. This is directed to the process, which I tried to streamline last time. I regret that all you folks are here from the school district. I wish you didn't have to be here. I thank you for wanting to put a sign up on the property or signs up on the property to communicate with the public. Keep up the good work. Sorry to waste your time. Sorry to the public to waste your tax dollars. That's it.
Can I ask a question? What about my interpretation is incorrect?
Oh, you want me to answer you? You didn't want to answer my questions before.
No, you're making a statement that I interpreted the ordinance
You're
incorrectly.
requiring them to go through this process when this was unnecessary, sir.
It's
It
not
was
unnecessary. It's in
It
the
was
ordinance.
unnecessary.
Ordinance, it
It was
says
unnecessary.
changeable
Sir,
copy
this
signs,
gentleman right here is
electronic
cutting down
message signs
40 trees on his property. You don't enforce that. You don't drive out to see the gentleman who's, no. So you're selectively interpreting when you want to enforce the ordinances or not.
He made it,
But
he submitted
uniformly,
an
you're not doing it
application.
uniformly because you're a contractor hired by them and subject to their direction. That's the reason why.
No, you're completely wrong.
I'm not, sir. Sir,
permitted
I'm not, because right there's the gentleman. That gentleman over there has complained to you multiple times about this guy this guy on the EAC cutting down 40 trees on his property. And I said to you, I sent you a message, and I said to you, sir, hold on, I'm gonna answer you. I sent you a message, and I said to you, what are you doing about this? Well, I sent him a letter. Why didn't you go out in response to receiving the complaint and go and enforce it and find the problem?
We're off
When you
topic.
applied
Point
here,
of order.
when you applied
We're
for
off
the job, you said you
topic.
strictly enforce
Right.
the zoning, and you look at it
I
that way.
agree with
And you're
that.
not. You're doing it selectively.
I
You're
have other
wasting everybody's time and
things.
money.
Let's get through
Everybody's time and money, sir.
this agenda
You're not.
item.
You're wasting everybody's time and money. It speaks for itself.
This agenda
Justify
item.
that. You can't justify it.
Not on that.
It's an example,
We're not
sir.
talking
It's an
about
example.
anything other than variance for the school district sign.
Just do the job, all right? Do the job
He is. That's why we're here.
in a reasonable way. Don't waste our tax dollars on this
Comment.
end.
Where are we in the meeting here?
Comment on the variance for the school district sign.
Okay, so
I'll just quickly, because this is you want council comments, right? On the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just have a comment that, we have a township ordinance that requires everybody follow a process. I would love for us
that,
to
Mr.
say
Sutton?
that we're
Did you
all
hear that?
municipal partners. We can just sidestep that process, but I don't have a golden wand to do that. So the process is that no matter who it is, has to submit an application. Can we waive fees? Can we write letters of support? Absolutely. That was my motion. So, and as far as I'm concerned, as we all know, I mean, elected officials don't get paid too much to show up here, and they obviously showed up voluntarily, and I'm sure that the staff is on salary and they're not getting paid any extra to show up here either. So I don't know what extra tax dollars we're spending, but irrespective of that, I'm in full support of this, and I look forward to the time where our partnership can work together and we can bring this forward to the partnership. That was something that we advocated, that our municipal partners come together, and we had recently just initiated the process to do that. So since we have the school board's ear this evening, I will say that we look forward to seeing you at the partnership meetings that we hope will continue shortly.
Let me just add something else. When there was a settlement agreement that was entered into with Hellertown with regard to the compost center,
Okay, this is not the
wrote
topic.
into the agreement that we're just going to send a letter and let them change the zoning on it without any type of hearing whatsoever. And this guy's trying to say you can't give the school district a 2-feet exception on a sign. But you can write a letter to use a piece of property totally different than what it's zoned. Simply by a letter that you stick into a settlement agreement without any discussion whatsoever, without any rezoning, without any of that publication.
How zoning works too is...
Here we go. Enlighten us, please.
The zoning officer cannot just grant a variance. That's not how it works.
But the solicitor can send a letter saying you can rezone the property and use it however you want?
The zoning hearing board would grant the variance. It's not in the zoning officer's power to do that. And it is the correct interpretation of, how the variance is. Now, there's a lot of things in zoning that doesn't necessarily always make sense, and that's why people have to come and request a variance. And it was just the correct process, so.
Unless you're Hellertown Borough and you want to rezone a piece of property into a compost center.
Okay, you can stop talking over me. So I am supportive of this as well. Let's do a roll call on the motion.
Wait, I didn't
Start it, no?
First of all, I think you did the right thing. And sorry you had to come here, but it is the right thing to do. And so you have to go through the process like everyone else. And we're up here to waive fees, and I support that, and, do what you have to do. But that final paper is at the zoning hearing board. He should know that since he sat on the zoning hearing board. So, he doesn't remember much, I guess. So anyway, I support the school district, and in the future, do whatever we can to help you, and looking forward to the day when we have our Saucon Valley partnership back. So, thank you, Lauren.
Let's do a roll call.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
This is for the letter supporting the application? Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Croce absent.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Good luck.
Good
luck.
Next item on the agenda related to this is the approval of waiving of any applicable fees for Saucon Valley School District for variance application.
I'll make that motion. Sorry.
Okay, and I'll second that. Do we have any discussion? Do we need any discussion? Sort of. I already talked it through. So can we have a roll call on this?
Ms. DeLeon? Yes. Mr. Bononis? Yes. Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Croce absent.
All right. Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action regarding variance 02-2025 Russo variance 3750 Old Philadelphia Pike. It looks like we have some people here. So the property owner has submitted a variance application to change the use of 3750 Old Philadelphia Pike from retail to multifamily residential use, which would include 3 to 4 unit apartments. And just state your names so we have that for the record before you do your presentations.
Sure. My name is Tom Schlegel. I'm an attorney at Dispatch Once in Bubo. My partner, Chuck, is the primary project attorney, but he asked me to fill in Also with me is Chris Bennett, who's been a realtor on this property for a little over a year now.
Green.
Yeah, got it. Sorry, I'll go again. It's Tom Schlegel, project attorney from Fitzpatrick, Lenson, Buba. Also with me is Chris Bennick, the realtor for this property. He's been the realtor for over a year on the project. And also is Gino Russo, the proprietor at the Belmont for some years.
How do we want to go? Do you have any, I don't know, presentation or
I can do a quick rundown of
discussion?
What's happening here. So, as you probably know, the Belmont Inn is a tavern that sits on Old Philadelphia Pike in the VC zoning district. The property, the building on the property is about 3,600 square feet. The property itself is, I think, about 80,000 square feet. There's a fairly large parking lot on the property with 11 spaces in the rear. There's also parking spaces on the adjacent lot, 7 of which are presently leased to the Belmont, so there's 18 available parking spaces at the property. About a year ago, the business, the entire bar, restaurant business and building was offered for sale. A buyer has never materialized for the restaurant and bar business at the property. The liquor license was recently sold to a third-party buyer and moved off of the site. So presently, we're exploring options for what to do with this property moving forward. The property owner believes that a reasonable use of this property, considering the size of the building and the dimensions of the building, would be to convert the building to a 4-unit or a 4-unit residential apartment or a 3-unit residential with 1 ground floor commercial unit as an alternative. The interpretation we've gotten from the current zoning officer is that garden apartments are not permitted in the VC zoning district. I just had an interesting conversation with my partner, Kate Dursel, about that because I said I watched a presentation for the past half hour about a big garden apartment project in the VC zoning district, which is right down the street.
Who told you that the garden apartments aren't allowed in the VC?
I don't know. I'm assuming that it came from Mr. Mitch to Mr. Schock, my partner, but I'm kind of surprised to.
But we've already determined previously that garden apartments are allowed in the VC.
If they're allowed, that's
we have an email here.
If they're allowed, that's wonderful, and then my need to go to the zoning board is potentially obviated. But that's a development that occurred in the past half hour for me as I sat here tonight. And it was kind of surprising because I planned to talk about how, a use variance would be a reasonable, reasonable outcome here because at this particular building, it's, challenging to do a successful laundromat or a conversion into multiple offices. A 4-unit retail or residential apartment is sensible here. If it's zoned permitted for that, it's really sensible here.
Tyler, since we're asking questions of each other, why did you tell this gentleman's partner that garden apartments were not allowed? And what, if anything, did you do to address Jim Young's comments previously about garden apartments being allowed?
Garden apartments aren't allowed in that zoning district. I haven't seen Jim Young's determination, so I can't speak on to how he came to that determination, because to my understanding, there's an updated letter or email that he had sent that I hadn't seen before. So before I feel comfortable speaking on that, I'd like a chance to read that. But as it stands right now, section 180-61A 6B describes the rental and/or condominium uses that are permitted in the subject zoning district, of which only one, a rooming house, is mentioned. If it's not mentioned in the zoning ordinance under permitted uses, it's not a permitted use. Being that garden apartments are described in other parts of the ordinance, it would not be permitted. It's permitted in other districts, but it is not permitted in the subject zoning district, which is why I made that determination.
So let me ask our solicitor, are we now subjecting the township to any type of legal exposure because we have inconsistently determined that garden apartments are allowed and not allowed.
What has happened is, in the first instance, Mr. Young issued a determination. And based on that determination, the applicant then took steps, specifically filed a zoning application. At that point, the township is in a position where we could not go back and say, well, Mr. Young's interpretation was wrong. Because at that point, there's prejudice because they've already applied. That's the case number one. Case number two is this case, where the applicant has made the application, the zoning officer has made the consistent determination in both of these cases in his basis, and has determined that you do need zoning relief. So therefore, although, well, the facts are simply different, and the timing is simply different, and you have, in the first case, you have reliance on what may or may not be an incorrect determination by Mr. Young, but nonetheless was the determination in that case.
Okay, so
So the fact that the law firm that represents the applicant in the other case is the same law firm that represents the applicant in this case, wouldn't it be fair for the applicant in this case, using the same law firm, to rely upon the representations that were made to the other attorney on the prior, based upon it being in the same village center zoning
Whether or
area?
not they're the same law firm, or whether or not they're different law firms, that doesn't play a role.
Oh.
They're two separate cases. They're two separate instances. In one, the township is placed there, we are placed in a position where we cannot go back on Mr. Young's determination because of the reasons I already identified.
Well, we'll see how
From a
that-
practical standpoint, if the applicant goes and makes his request for relief and gets his relief, they're in the same spot. If not, we address it, if we have to.
Sounds like a pitfall.
I just would like to say that the Belmont has many memories there for a lot of people in the township. And be rude, and thank you for laughing out there too, that's being rude.
I'd like to hear what the councilman has to say.
To speak, thank you. So I just feel that I love history, you figured that out by now, okay? And what I don't like is the language in this, what is it called, the village center? That whole district, Steve, really needs to be readdressed.
You only
I
have
don't
38
know.
years to do it, Priscilla.
Yeah,
You only have 38 years on
And
council.
there's not been a lot of development on this street to test the wording in there, okay? Till we have the thing across the street, and now the Belmont is sold, and what do we do with it? So it's an existing building. So to me, logically, it would be apartments. I mean, that would be the logical thing to do. So thinking that way, that means that you have to go for a variance then, a use variance? Am I thinking right? And I'm not the zoning officer, he knows more stuff than I do.
I wanted to tag on to that, is one of the things that, the way we're proposing this, we're really not making any changes to the outside of the building. So
Right,
the
I was
structure-
hoping you'd say that.
The structure, the way it is, it has two existing front doors and a porch, and that would remain. The back door remains. So we're really not making any changes to the exterior, which kind of goes along with keeping somewhat of the historic look of it. But anyway, thank you.
Old cash register still in there? Sorry, but anyway, so I know there's a lot of unique things inside. I don't know if there's a way when you're rebuilding things, you can save some things, but I just would support a use variance and go to the zoning hearing board and I guess take no position. I mean, I don't know if that's an option here.
Why not offer support like the last applicant?
So where we are when the appropriate time comes is you can make a motion to support the application, to take no position on the application, or to oppose the application. And of course, subsets of that also.
So when's the time for me to do that? I just kind of talked about it.
I think does the applicant have anything else at this point?
I mean, certainly we would welcome a motion to support the application. Why wouldn't we? You know, that would be a better outcome
We'll
tonight.
make a motion to support the application and to send a letter to the zoning hearing board in support of the application.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Surprises.
Surprised me about it. It's a sensible proposal that they're doing. I know it's
I'm glad
difficult
you
for you to find
agreed with me.
sensibility.
We got a first and a second, so it's.
I know.
Did you second?
I seconded
Victoria
over
did.
here.
We got
Wow.
a second. We're first and second. I'll add my comments as well, too. Yes, I'm happy to see reuse of the building rather than knock it down and try to fit in with this zoning district because it is a very odd little village center. And even the wording in it seems like must have been there since zoning was invented. So it's better than having a rooming house, which would be allowed. So I'm supportive of this. Do you have any other different comments?
No.
No.
All right, can we do a roll call?
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delion?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Carucci, absent.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure you can look forward to an exciting presentation by Mr. Schock at the zoning hearing board on the 24th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Gino and Kim for running the business as long as they did and keeping it open to the public. I know times have changed, but you know, it was a historic property and you put a lot of time and energy into your business, and you know, this is a nice change for you. So thank you for all you've done.
All right, so the next item on the agenda is 5E. This is discussion and possible action regarding variance 03-2025, the Eichmann variance for 1990 Sunderland Drive. Council will discuss the variance applications submitted by the owners of 1990 Sunderland Drive to construct a pool, deck, and garage. Applicant is seeking relief to allow an increase from the maximum impervious coverage, and in addition, they are requesting relief to allow a decrease in the required side yard setback. And I see we have a customer.
Thank you, sir. Could you state your name, please?
Hi, my name is Paul Eichmann.
And where do you reside, sir?
1990 Sunderland Drive, Bethlehem, PA.
And it's your application for this zoning variance, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you're asking for?
We're looking to put in a pool, decking around the pool, and then a freestanding garage. And our issue is that we're currently over our impervious coverage, and we're looking to add to that. And then in addition, the issue with the garage is that I believe there's a 30-foot setback for the side yard. And with the 30-foot setback, it would put the garage essentially in the pool. So we're looking to get relief on the side yard setback.
Okay, how much over are you on the maximum impervious?
I believe we're 3% over currently.
Just 3%?
Mm-hmm.
Not that's just 3%, but.
Yes, I believe it's 15%. I think we're currently at 18%.
What would the pool and the deck add? Are you saying, when you say we're currently, I just want to make clear, are you saying if you add the pool and the deck, you would be over by 3%? Or are you saying currently you're at 3% over, and if you add the pool and the deck, it would be more?
Correct, the second one. Currently, we're at 18%, and if we add the pool and the decking and the garage, we'd be over that amount.
So what is that amount? That's the question I was asking.
Can the zoning officer, I don't know.
Yeah, he's just shy of 21%. He's at 20.64% with this proposal. He's existing at 15.8%. Yeah, so he's proposing, or he's requesting relief of 5.64%.
5.6. Okay, because we care about stormwater, and when your subdivision was created, it was all calculated, so all the homes drained into a basin or whatever. And if you increase that, that's, then you start having problems with stormwater issues. So I always ask that, so, okay.
So to me, the hard part was not having a drawing that went with this to see. Usually, I don't know if zoning requires it or not, but I would think they might, because they'll ask questions like that about where things are and why you're doing or why you need the relief. Okay, well, it wasn't with the original thing, so that was the hard part, because usually you see, it's like, oh, there's a big boulder field over here, and that's why we have to put it somewhere else, so. That's helpful. I didn't hear any comments from residents at the beginning specifically about this variance, so I don't know if you've discussed with your neighbors and everybody's
I have discussed
good.
it with my immediate neighbor, and him and his wife and family would be the most impacted by the side yard setback, and he didn't have any issue with it.
Okay. Well, I would make a motion to take no action, and this would send this on to the zoning hearing board. Okay, can we have a roll call?
I have no comments.
Or any other comments, sorry.
No other comments. We just start
Okay.
roll call.
Will we do a roll call?
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Croce absent.
Okay, and just so you know, this is like a normal thing, because you probably don't come to council meetings, but us saying we take no action is not a bad thing. So it goes to the zoning hearing board, and that's where they hear the story and situation and can decide on granting the variance.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 5F. This is discussion and possible action regarding vacating a paper street request at 2124 Snyder Avenue.
Yeah, I had asked to have this on the agenda. This came up earlier in the comments from the public that we addressed partially at that point. And I would incorporate those here in this part of the agenda. I think the township has a problem in that we have inconsistent application of how we've treated paper streets, and it has led to problems. It's led to problems with residents in Steel City and perhaps other places in the township that have paper streets, and having an understanding as to what a paper street is, what their rights are to the paper street when the paper street becomes a portion of their property, and what they can do with the paper street after it becomes a portion of their property. And I know Mr. Gutsuzian had given us a summary of the law. Essentially, after 21 years, if the township does not take possession of the paper street, it reverts back to the property owners adjacent to it, down the center line of the street. But the paper street itself can still be accessed by the individuals that are within the development, within the subdivision where the paper street exists. So, you know, I brought this up a while ago, and you know, I'd like to. Could you bring up the picture for me of the Lorax? So we have the Lorax of Steel City, who's on the EAC, who lives adjacent to this paper street. Can you go to the next picture, please? And it says, if a tree falls the way it leans, be careful which way you lean. And this is what happens when you leave a paper street open the way it appears to be open. You end up with an individual cutting down numerous trees in violation of the township ordinances. An individual who is on the EAC, an individual who came into these council chambers multiple times, put signs up all over the building of all the flora and fauna that were going to be destroyed by the landfill. And this is what he does. This is the consequence of the township having inconsistent application of the paper streets. Okay, if the paper street was treated differently and the adjacent property owners owned the property, it would be private property, and anybody coming onto the property or passing through that property to do this kind of damage in violation of the ordinances, Tyler, violation, you would agree that's a violation, right? You could cut down 3 trees with a permit, and there's been no permit that's been pulled here, right?
Correct.
Okay, I think we can agree there's more than 3 trees that are cut down in that picture. So this is one of the consequences that we have by having this inconsistency in our rules. I've brought this up before. I would ask again that we come up with a uniform plan, and I would ask the township engineer and the solicitor to come up with a uniform plan as to how to address and dispose of paper streets so that it's consistent across the board. Because right now, if we were to look onto a property map, an official tax map, I think it would look like jagged teeth because there are portions that have been acquired by adjacent property owners as reflected in the property deeds that are recorded in the courthouse, and other ones that have not. And I think we need to try to clean this up to prevent this kind of stuff from happening in our community. We have ordinances that are designed to protect property owners, that protect you, everybody, from having their neighbor do something like this. And yet this happened. This happened because of a colossal series of failures by the township, and I think it's time for us to fix this. You know, we talked about all sorts of nonsense, and we're gonna talk about this barn, and we're gonna spend a lot of time on the barn. Why don't we spend time on issues that really matter to people, like fixing how we treat paper streets and enforcing the existing zoning rules that we have so that this kind of stuff doesn't happen? Makes sense to me. So I'm gonna make a motion to direct the solicitor and the township engineer to conduct a thorough investigation of the township's paper streets. And who is it that said how many miles of paper streets we have? Somebody told me that earlier. It was you.
9.7 miles.
9.7 miles. I know that's a lot. We've got 9.7 miles, but to investigate those 9.7 miles, maybe Brian could take this on at first glance and find out where these are and look at the deeds and figure out how old the subdivisions are, whether they're subject to this 21-year rule, and whether or not they can be treated the way that they were treated for Mr. Sutton, who reportedly was able to access and acquire a portion of that paper street and make it part of his own deeded parcel. I think that makes sense, so that's my motion. Do we have a second? Of course not. There we go.
I just have a comment but I'm not seconding, but I have a comment as to the motion. While I think it's well-intended, I think that the motion also brings up a very large Pandora's box, because we had a current, old way of doing things, which from my review of the state of the law means that we don't have any ability to do anything here. And I think that the legal memorandum, which I think, you know, because it's like this, I'm happy to make it a public document for everybody to see. But once the 21 years is expired, the rights to acquire land are with the property owners. And even if they acquire it, they have to get all of the consent of their neighbors, and they still have to provide easement access to all of those neighbors. So that's the state of the law. I don't know how we could potentially spend more effort doing some kind of other resolution or trying to create some special rule for Steel City when the state of the law is this. Because if we do something that's contrary to what the state of the law is, then the property owners can come back to the township and sue us. And I don't want to be sued for taking actions that were contrary to a law that we have a memorandum in writing telling us we can't do. So I don't know what happened back in 2004 and all the other years when we had another solicitor that was operating under a different view, but this law seems pretty settled, and it goes back for quite a while that we have our hands tied. There's nothing the township can do. And the fact that there are a number of people in Steel City that have taken action in the past makes the Pandora's box even bigger, because then if we do something new now, they're gonna say, well, hey, I spent all this private money getting lawyers to do X, Y, and Z, and now you're doing this for all the other people for free. Where's my money back? I mean, it just leaves a lot of things open, but especially open for litigation against the township, because we're doing something that's above and beyond what the state of the law is, which is that we can't do anything. The right lies with the property owner who has the ability to acquire their portion of the paper street through a legal means that includes their neighbors, but still provides for easement access of all the neighbors. And I don't think we can say that they get the property outright with no easement access. I don't think we can do that. And like I said, if we start doing something for the whole of the city, Steel City, when there's other people that have done other actions and spent money in other ways in all of the years past, people are gonna say, what the heck happened? How come I was treated differently? So I just don't think while I think it's well-intentioned, I am very concerned that we had a different way of operating in the past, but doesn't appear to be what, at least the memorandum I see as the state of the law today. I'm concerned about that, but I don't think we have any avenue other than opening ourselves up for more litigation if we do something.
Just to be clear as to what you're, just to be clear as to what you're saying.
I'm speaking now, Jason.
I'm asking for clarification. So, to be clear as to what you're saying that the poor folks of this township, because the township may have screwed up before, shouldn't look to the township to fix the mistakes that it made. Is that what I understand you saying?
No, that's not what I said. I said our hands. I'm going to speak for myself because I don't appreciate you putting words in my mouth.
I'm trying to understand.
I said my words speak clear, and I will keep on saying them over and over again, is that we can't take official action that goes beyond what the state of the law is. If we put some kind of rule in place that's different than what the state of the law is, we leave ourselves open to litigation. That is my comment. It is on the record. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't insinuate what you think you thought I knew or what my intent was or what my meaning was, or I'm going to cover things up. That's not what I'm doing. I'm protecting us because if we do something other than what the law is, we're going to be open to litigation, which I know you like, but not in this situation.
I'm not saying to take any action. I'm saying have
you did.
I said the action is to have the engineer investigate this, to come to us.
We have a legal opinion that tells us we don't have any ability to do anything in this situation. That is the legal advice of our township.
That's what it says.
Entertain is the fact that, I agree, Victoria, that the 21-year thing, and Steel City is not the only place that has paper streets, okay? And what I'd like to see is a policy based on this legal document, Steve's opinion, and that way then, have the township, research into the wording so that in the future, if there's a property owner that wants to do a paper street vacate, whatever, this is our policy. We have nothing to do with it. So that way it's uniform and it's for everybody and it's set in writing as a policy.
I think that's fine to make. I'm going to make the motion that we
but this is okay.
The legal opinion, and if anybody has any questions about their rights as related to paper streets throughout the township, that they be provided with the memorandum and can ask questions to our solicitor if they have.
So you don't think a policy in addition to that is necessary?
The policy is the legal memorandum.
You're free to do what you would like to do, but the bottom line is a municipality can't trump Pennsylvania law, number one. Number two, having a policy is not necessarily appropriate under these circumstances.
That's why we write to DEP to tell them what to do, because we're going to trump DEP.
Because what happens is, once the property is available for dedication, the municipality has, in essence, an option to do something for 21 years. If that option is not exercised, the municipality has no further rights. There's nothing else we can do, because whatever opportunity we had, we can't.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So there's nothing.
How do we prevent that from happening on paper streets?
Stop interrupting.
Whether or not there's a policy or not on paper.
That's my property. Can I?
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude.
I'm not allowed?
But,
yeah.
So where we are right now is there's a policy would not be particularly helpful, because by law, after the 21 years run, we can't do anything.
Well, I'm not saying to make a policy, I'm just saying to put the wording in a document where we can give people. If you want to give the people that are inquiring your letter.
I think that's fine.
That's fine.
What the motion was, to give them the letter as a direction for the people.
Here's a crazy thought. Why wouldn't we look at what happened in 2004 to see why that was done? Because maybe there was a legal reason for that to have been done at that time. We don't know the answer to that question. That's what I'm asking to be investigated here.
The property owner in my house had to agree to it as well. So I would like to see it. I would like to see the
staff 5 years from now or 3 years from now, are they going to know that there was this letter? I mean,
that's why I made the motion that the township be directed to provide the letter to anybody who has an inquiry or wants to do something with their paper street.
Okay, well, I'll second that.
What do we do about those trees that are cut down?
Did anyone second that? I'll second that.
I mean, if the landfill cut down trees like that, you'd have DEP so far up their ass, they wouldn't know what to do.
The issue of the paper streets is separate than trees.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
It's
This
separate.
is a consequence
And I
of
think
us
that,
not having those.
I think that the
It's
zoning
consequences
officer.
of us not having a consistent
I'm
application of this.
gonna say, I think that having our zoning officer deal with the property owner and what zoning regulations he did or did not comply with, that will be dealt with, but that's not about paper streets, that's about
Sent a
trees.
letter.
So,
Sent a letter.
that's it. But my motion was my motion to use the legal memorandum as a basis for the township to provide residents who have questions about their paper street rights.
Okay, so your motion was seconded. I will make comment though, so yes, we can gladly supply this information to the public, but I think we would also be, this is all legal Pennsylvania state statute stuff and decisions that were made, so that really wouldn't give good direction.
There's cases where it's been overridden.
Wouldn't be a good, like, information for a resident to, so what do I do, or what can I do, or how do I do it? So is that what we would really want to provide, like a?
That's why I thought it would be like a merger of that and a people's thing.
I'm sorry, everyone, this is not question and answer time. I'm trying to be.
Laura, there's a guy at the podium who's red-faced and trembling. Have him sit down, please.
We can't have Q&A right now because we're in the middle of regular agenda items.
I mean, I think my review of the law says it's a property, it's an individual property owner's purview to seek the right of action to obtain their part of the paper street. So, like, I would be fine to amend my motion to say include the legal memorandum, but also maybe Mr. Gazouzian can also write a quick memo in layperson's terms, just indicating that their course of action would be, you know, the following, but the township has no interest and can't support or object to it.
Your memo doesn't address the issue of a person who has
my amended motion.
A legal right to access a paper street and does so in furtherance of the commission of a crime or a violation of an ordinance. Is there anything that you found, or did you even look into that issue to see whether or not what the enforcement rights are of the individuals that have the right to the paper street to prevent illegal activities from taking place as a consequence of the access to the paper street?
The rights of everyone in the subdivision are the rights of ingress and egress, which means they have a right to utilize it to come and go. Which means from a practical standpoint, everyone, even though you are the owner until the midline, you can't prevent ingress and egress. That is what the private law.
Even if there's illegal activity taking place.
That is the law, is you cannot prevent ingress and egress. However, that is a private right in and between the parties, meaning it's a private right between the homeowners and the landowners in that subdivision. It is not a public right. So what happens is, the reason why I did not opine on that in my letter is because it was a non-municipal issue. It's a private issue. Separately, homeowners can take certain steps to try to protect their own rights with regard to whether it means deeding properties to themselves, but then again, that's subject to challenges from other people. That's also, they have a right to file an action at the court of common pleas, known as a quiet title action, where they can go ahead and try to take steps to extinguish everybody else's rights. But then again, those are all private rights that are not what we worry about, in the sense of it is not a municipal right or a municipal concern. Therefore, it was not part of my letter, because my concern was I wanted to explain the law as to what it is for us.
Well, if that's the case, then why did Priscilla go after Rocky Vecito and have the Conservation District pursue him for trees that were being cut down?
Okay,
I mean, it's the same as
order,
here.
we're on a different
I
topic.
amended my motion before to include like a layperson memo
because of the nature of the activity
along with the legal opinion to guide property owners.
I am speaking here still.
So that was my amended motion.
Madam President.
Now, Priscilla, would you want to second the amended motion?
I will.
Okay, just so we have that part done.
Can I make a statement?
So.
Can I make a statement?
Oh, yes.
Just to clarify, the County Conservation District is aware of this.
Is what?
Is aware of the tree cutting.
Okay.
They have been notified, so.
Since you're talking, earlier you asked what you did wrong with regard to the school district. You made your determination based upon it being one building, didn't you? And not based upon the entirety of how many acres it is, right?
No.
Really?
The ordinance, well, this is also not the agenda item.
I know it isn't, but I'm asking the question anyway.
The ordinance is very clear.
One per property, even though it's the biggest property in the township, and it consists of multiple buildings in the township.
Add that language to the ordinance if you think you need to, but it's one sentence and it says one per property. And that's my interpretation, and I have a tough time understanding how anybody would have a different interpretation of the one sentence.
It's the biggest property in the township and has multiple buildings on it.
English is English, right?
Well, where would you make the cutoff point? You know, it's not for him to
I wouldn't
make
give
up-
the school district a hard time.
It's not for him to make up
churn
our
tax dollars
ordinances.
is what I would do. That's what I would do.
What we do, well,
I would interpret it differently.
we're on to a different topic
I know.
now.
Well, he
So we
spoke up,
have
so I had to talk to
a
him.
motion and a second. Can we do a roll call on that one?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
This is to publish Steve's memo to the public.
With a layperson memo.
With a layperson, answer to paper streets.
I don't know what the
And
layperson memo
what
is.
residents can,
Yeah, I mean, like, if that's in front of me, do you have a copy of that, what the layperson memo is?
no, we're asking him to
We're asking him to
create
draft it.
such a thing.
Voting no, I think what you should do is have the engineer investigate this to see if there's anything else that can be done to provide relief to these people. Because I mean, seriously, 40 trees cut down, you would lose, if that was a landfill, you would lose your minds over it.
We're not on that, we're on this paper street.
Who's your neighbor doing it, you
I
lost your
vote
mind.
yes, but again, I reiterate,
And he
the
had the right to
tree
do it.
issue is one thing, the paper street is a different
God,
thing. We're
the paper street
confined by
caused
the
the tree
legal
issue.
bounds of the law,
Confused.
and I'm not gonna create, I'm
Priscilla,
not
I've forgotten more
gonna
than you
send
know.
our engineer, who's not a lawyer, to come and give us some opinion about something that may be illegal based upon the law. I have to follow the law.
There's a first.
Motion passes 3-1.
Well, let's not pass illegal budgets, let's start with that.
All right,
Let's not
so
defame people, let's do that too.
now we're on to item 5G, discussion and action regarding the City of Bethlehem's DEP authorization application filed by HRG Inc. Council will discuss receipt of the Act 67, 68, and 127 notification from the City of Bethlehem's engineer. This correspondence is notifying the township of the City of Bethlehem's intent to replace a drinking water reservoir. The City of Bethlehem's PEDEP permit, DEP authorization application requires the township to respond within 30 days regarding municipal land use. Who wants to head off this discussion?
Brian, can you just, my understanding was that they submitted a DEP permit application identifying that they had zoning relief, but they had not actually requested the zoning relief from us?
Door, please.
Can somebody pop the door?
Can somebody close the door? Thank you.
Please go.
Close the door. What, sir? What'd you call me? I said close the door. What was the part after that?
All right, so
So my question to Mr. Cucker was whether or not we have,
Cheyenne,
my question to Mr. Cucker was whether or not,
And what'd you say after that?
whether or not they've submitted a permit application that,
can we be quiet? Can we be quiet in the audience so we can hear what we're saying up here?
Be quiet, sir.
again, Mr. Cucker, my understanding, at least in my, in looking through this, is that there was a permit application submitted by the City of Bethlehem that represented that they had some kind of zoning, or they had submitted it to us for zoning, but they had not in fact done that, and there was like a blank application. Is that?
The City of Bethlehem has informed us that they are submitting a permit application to DEP for the construction of a new reservoir on the top of South Mountain on the property where one exists today. As part of that application process, DEP requires them to notify the municipalities to make sure that they have, that what they're trying to do is consistent with zoning amongst a couple of other things. So I just noticed on the application that the city checked, yes, they have zoning approval, when I believe the zoning officer has identified a zoning path for them that they have not done. So I think if you want to, it would be appropriate to notify them that, you know, they do not have zoning approval.
I would make that motion that we send the letter to DEP consistent with Mr. Cucker's comments.
I'll second that. So they have no zone, what did you just say? No?
No zoning approval.
Approval. So that, so.
So in our packet, though, it had like a form, which was blank in our packets. So was there a filled-in one?
No, if you read the application, there's a spot on the application where it says, they just happen to attach that standard DEP form that would normally go into the municipality to fill out.
Right.
Somebody in the municipality would fill that out, but it was already checked in the application somewhere that they don't have zoning. So you could use that, you could fill that form out and send that back.
Okay, because we could mark it off that they have not received zoning approval, because what I read and understood, they would need a special exception approval to expand their non-conforming use.
What your zoning officer has determined.
Yes, okay. So we have a motion and a second to send a letter to DEP regarding this application and the
I just have a,
lack of zoning approval.
in light of what you're saying, like, would it be appropriate, Mr. Cucker, to also complete the form? Or not at this point because they haven't submitted anything to
That's
us?
the option of the municipality. What they'll do is, the applicant, what the applicant will do then is, if you send this back to them, they're required to send that into DEP. If you don't, they will indicate that you did not return it.
What's the benefit of completing it?
So that DEP knows that they either have these approvals from the municipality or they don't.
So we can indicate that they don't have zoning approval yet, but if they had submitted this, this is what our determination would be?
No.
It would give them that additional insight or no?
They don't need that additional information. They don't typically ask for it. They just want to know if they're giving you the opportunity to say that the applicant does not have zoning approval.
Okay, well then, my motion's still good then, okay.
Do you know what the zone is up there?
I think it's O&I.
O&M?
O&I.
There's already the thing up there.
The reservoir's already there.
Right.
But they have to keep that in use to build the new one.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, do we have any additional discussion?
No, thank you.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Actually, I have other comments. The question I have is, why isn't Bill Ross here from the Water Authority? And who is the liaison to the Water Authority? And has this been discussed at all with the Water Authority? Because this seems to be an issue that is directly related to water service in Lower Saucon Township. We've already been hit with a huge rate increase that was absorbed in part, I think it was 15% or 14%. So what is the consequence of what they're proposing here in terms of what the cost is going to be for our water service? Do we have answers to any of those questions? I think it's pertinent to this.
So there was a Water Authority meeting yesterday, and I did bring it to the Water Authority's attention that we had this permit. Because it would otherwise fall under our municipal township, reports, because I would be reporting on Water Authority. You're asking me about Water Authority.
You said you brought this up to the Water Authority.
Your question, I'm just trying to answer your question, because you implied that nobody did bring it up, and I'll tell you that we did in fact discuss this at the Water Authority meeting. And the Water Authority said that they, at this point in time, they would not have any ability to intervene in this or participate. We did talk about the reservoir and the history of the reservoir. Their engineer identified that the city of Bethlehem has come before them in the past and used, I think Hanover Engineering had been involved in assisting them in extending the life of their current reservoir. But as far as doing an analysis of what would happen right now, they're not at that point yet, and they don't have the ability to intervene, as far as I understand. But it was certainly discussed, and I welcome anybody to read the minutes when they come out.
I find it remarkable that I have to ask you that question to solicit that information from you when you're the liaison. You should share that with council and the public.
Would be under
Without me
council
having to
report.
ask about it. But in addition to that, I, as a resident and taxpayer and a payer of water bills, as well as a member of this council who's being asked to vote on this, would like to have heard from perhaps the director of the water authority and or the engineer of the water authority to provide that historical perspective. I mean, this comes out of the blue. Hey, we want to expand our reservoir.
Yeah, we don't
What's
have,
the-
we
what-
can't
what's the-
control
what's the
when they
background
submit a
on that? I'm
permit
not asking-
application.
Would you stop talking over
We have
me?
30 days to respond to the permit application.
You were at the meeting last night. You could have said, hey, can you come to the meeting tomorrow and speak to this topic? But you
When
didn't.
you interrogate everybody, I don't encourage anyone
Oh.
to be confronted with that.
Right,
So
yeah,
maybe if you
okay.
treated.
I interrogate-
She's
I
at
ask
the low,
questions
she's
because
at the lower Saucon Authority meeting, not the Bethlehem.
They talked about this at the water authority.
I know, but this is a Bethlehem Water Authority issue.
We get water
And
from
we
the Bethlehem
can't make them
Authority.
come to our meeting.
I'm talking about the Lower Saucon Authority. Have the Lower Saucon Authority director and engineer. I'm not talking about bringing the Bethlehem one in, the Lower Saucon one. They found it relevant enough to talk about it yesterday, but not relevant enough to come here and talk to the public about it.
Was not on their agenda. I brought it up to them.
Ask them. Say, hey, I'm the liaison to you. Would you please come to our council meeting tomorrow? This topic is on there. There may be questions that people have. Nope. None of it
The only
said.
questions that I've
Stupidity.
seen are yours.
Stupidity reigns.
Making accusations that
Stupid.
nobody knew about this at the water
Not
authority.
an accusation, it's stupid. I think 99%
Okay.
of the people would say that's stupid not to have those people here, or to even ask them to come here. The other 1% voted for you.
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Your vote? No. 61, get it right. Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Wray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Carucci absent.
Next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action on proposed illegal misuse of open space funds to construct building at Heller Homestead in violation of Pennsylvania law.
Yeah, so I asked to have this on here in light of what was brought up at the EAC meeting, which is, the potential waste of a lot of taxpayer money, open space money, to reconstruct a pile of rocks that's been sitting there for 27 years or whatever it is. I find it remarkable that that would even be discussed and that there would be a proposal to prepare plans for the reconstruction phase 2 and prepare a master site plan for the Heller Homestead Park. And I would remind everybody of the Open Space Act, which says that the open space monies can only be used to retire debt for purchasing property, to acquire property, for transactional fees related to the acquisition of property, for expenses necessary to prepare the resource, recreation, or land use plan, and annually up to 25% of any accumulated balance of the fund to develop, improve, design, engineer, and maintain the property acquired pursuant to this act for an open space benefit or benefits. So the Heller Homestead, as far as I know, was not acquired pursuant to the Open Space Act. So I'm not sure how any open space money could possibly be used for anything to do with this. In addition to that, the Open Space Act is intended to preserve open space, not to build barns or structures or buildings or dance halls or yoga studios or auxiliary buildings for conservancies or anything else. So I'm just bringing this forward to council and to the public so that they pay attention to what the Open Space Act says and so that they consider that before wasting money on what appears to be a lark, a pet project, to prepare plans for the Heller Barn reconstruction phase 2 and prepare a master site plan for the Heller Homestead. I think it's important to be mindful. The Open Space Fund has how much money in it, Kathy?
I want to say close to 12 million.
$12 million. And you were kind enough to share with us some financial information and how much money, assuming the illegality of the Open Space Act, using open space money for this pet project of Priscilla's, how much of that money in the Open Space Fund would be even available? 2.8 million?
Maintenance, it's 2.3 million.
So 2.4 million, and it could be 25% of the accumulated balance. So the most that could possibly be used, even if you assume that they're going to violate the Open Space Act, would be about 600,000, a little bit less than 600,000, 575,000. So they're going to propose spending money to do a plan, to do something that open space money can't be used for. And then, even if it could be used for it, the most that they could possibly use would be about $575,000. Now, hopefully Priscilla brought those numbers, because I know Ms. Ryman asked her to bring the numbers as to what this Golden Arch cost when they built it back in 2000. What year was it, Priscilla, that you rebuilt the Golden Arch?
2010 or 11.
2010 or 11. And I'm sure you'll share with us what that number was. But as Ms. Ryman correctly pointed out, if we were to extrapolate that across the size of this for multiple stories, it would be a very, very significant number, I think. But we're going to find out about that. So I'm just putting this out there for the public so they know about the open space. And this is your tax money, folks. This isn't just like money that fell from the sky. You were taxed for this, okay? You were taxed in open space. And a few years ago, the majority of this council, of which I was, eliminated the open space tax, and people lost their minds. Oh my God, how could you do that? The reason why we did that is because there is $12 million in it, okay? We cannot acquire properties fast enough. It accumulates interest at a rate of about what, Kathy, $400,000 or $500,000 a year?
Yeah.
So every year, it's growing at $400,000 or $500,000 a year, okay? So that's why we eliminated it. And we eliminated it, and we know it's there, and we think that it should be used for actual open space, not to build a barn that Priscilla wants to use as a dance hall and as a yoga studio. There's been no evidence, I guarantee you there will be no evidence shown to you in her presentation that there is a demand for a dance hall, that there is a demand for a yoga studio, and in fact, there are no, as far as I know, there are no yoga classes even taking place at the Heller Homestead, and there is space inside the Heller Homestead, and there's space in Sidersville Hall, and there's space in this room right here if you move the chairs out for people to do whatever they want to do. So this is a pet project, and I'm going to prove it to you how deep of a pet project it is. You're going to have some fun with this, folks. That's all. I can't wait.
Okay, I would like to read a letter. Terry Clemens is our open space solicitor, and back in September.
Is that on this item or the next item?
You questioned this is on both items.
Oh, okay.
And his letter is dated September 25th, 2024, and he sent it to Kathy.
Who authorized him to write that letter?
Asked him. I
Really?
asked Kathy.
Kathy, did you ask for that letter?
I didn't ask for that specific letter for
Okay.
that.
Oh, so there's a lie, Priscilla. She didn't ask for it. You said she did.
I don't recall asking for that specific letter. However, I did speak with him before regarding the maintenance of the property. I'll have to check. Maybe I did.
I think you should check.
Maybe
I don't want to
did
catch
ask
you in a lie, but I think I am.
No, I will have to check. I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Clemens on the phone, so.
Hold on, Kathy. The second page of this letter here talks specifically about a property, 2.235 acre tract from Hovanian to Lower Saucon Township. So this would be the Heller Homestead, right? So this letter was written specifically for the Heller Homestead property.
And I may have had a conversation with him about this property as well.
Yes, you did.
I need to go back and check through my notes. However, the original conversation that I had was regarding the use of open space or how much the maintenance was, double checking through a referendum as to how much the percentage was so that I could come up with a definitive number as to what we had as a balance and what was maintenance, what could be considered use for maintenance.
Specific to the Heller Homestead.
And I may have specifically asked him that.
It says in his letter here, that's what he's talking about. I mean, he just didn't, he's in Doylestown, right?
Correct.
He's an attorney in Doylestown, and he wrote a letter to you about open space and specific to the Heller Homestead. This has never been discussed by us at any council meeting ever. Like, where does it, is this something Priscilla instructed you to do, just like she used to instruct the investigators and the inspectors for the landfill to undertake work at her own personal behest? This is another example of her using township resources to go out and get a legal opinion to support some pet project that has never been discussed in the public sphere whatsoever. That's what this is.
I'm just
But
gonna
go
make
ahead,
a point
Priscilla.
of order that
Tell
there's
us
an
about it, Priscilla.
allegation that another member of the Pennsylvania bar
Tell us about it.
provided an illegal opinion.
I'm not saying anything about the Pennsylvania bar.
Said it, you just said it.
No,
That,
I'm saying it was
that
solicited
somebody
illegally.
instructs.
I'm saying it was solicited illegally is what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said.
Of the letter that was
Get your
illegal,
fingers
but
out of your ears
the
and listen.
opinion in the letter
Yeah.
that clearly
Illegal
states there is
solicitation,
there is
violation of
permissible
Sunshine
use
Act.
for the maintenance on the Heller Homestead. This is
at it.
open space attorney who specializes in this area. I know Mr. Benonis claims to have expertise in all areas of the law, including this one now. But we have a specialized
She may have
lawyer
read the Lawyering
who's
for
been our
Dummies book I
open
gave her
space
for Christmas.
attorney.
It's understandable.
Mr. Clemens has been our open space attorney for many, many years, and he provided an opinion indicating that what the proposal is on the next agenda item is perfectly within the township's purview. And it's a legal opinion. And to present to the public that this is illegal, when you have an illegal opinion from somebody in this area of law that tells you otherwise,
Kathy, did
is
Priscilla tell you to
completely
send for
misleading.
this?
It's knowingly misleading the public.
My notes, that's from September.
Okay, so there's the answer. She's going to check her notes to see if Priscilla told her to do this.
Let's
There's the
be
answer,
clear.
ladies and gentlemen.
The
That is the answer.
I've had multiple conversations with Mr. Clemens.
The point is that Mr. Benonis requested this item on the agenda, claiming there is illegal use of open space funds, when he has in his own hand the opinion of another attorney specialized in this area of law indicating that it's perfectly legal. So you ask yourselves, why, in what world would you ever put on the agenda that something is illegal when you have the opinion of another member of the bar who specializes in this area telling you it's legal? Just so you all know.
Show me and show the public where in this letter it says that the money can be used to build a barn. Here it is. Do you have the letter?
And you know
Tell
what?
the public where it is in this letter, because you're accusing me of misleading and lying.
You just read
the floor. I
Where in
want
the
to
letter
take the
it
floor
says
for a minute.
That this lawyer said use the money to build a barn.
You just
Where does
said.
it say it? It
You
doesn't.
just said.
It doesn't say
lying.
we're building a barn.
Lying.
You read the law yourself
Liar.
and said that
You're a
maintenance can
serial liar. Stop lying.
for development, improvement, design improvements. So he gets the right to make that decision, and he advises the township.
Where does it say
I guess
build a
you want to
barn?
be an open space
Where does it
solicitor
say build a barn? It doesn't. Stop lying. Go ahead, Priscilla.
And if you read the recommendations, it describes the following recommendations. Assume that the SVC will need to develop a capital campaign to fundraise for multiple years to bring the barn ruin project to fruition. That's the assumption. It's not that the township's paying to build a barn. There's nothing about building a barn. It's a master park plan. There's 14 acres there, and a lot of it is not being utilized. So.
Thank you. You were there.
And we would like to get uses for it, but the money is not to be building a barn, and it's specifically in the plan. So you can stop calling out. Stop calling out. Well, please leave. Okay? That's an end goal, but that's not what we're saying we're taking money for. We're not using money for, and you sit down because this is not
fundraising, and now they needed a goal to fundraise. You could have been fundraising. There was a study done in 2009. You could have been fundraising the entire time, but nobody did anything. You could be doing yoga classes now and charging $5 a class and use it as a fundraiser.
I make a motion that we take a recess.
I'll second that.
Take a recess. Mark's taking a nap.
And let's get it
Already
straight.
yelling at you. All right, the time is 10:07. We're still in item 5H.
I have the floor now, uninterrupted, I hope. I'm going to take you back to the summer of 20. Everybody hear me? Oh, sir, maybe? Can everybody hear me? Okay, I'll move it closer. Okay, so I'm going to take you back to the summer of 2023. And was on council at that time. He was the liaison to the Saucon Valley Conservancy. And he was interested in doing something with the barn ruins. We met the people, re-elected, and the new council came on in 2024. I was appointed council liaison, and they were continuing to, as you will hear me talk about the barn, and I will barn. And so it was of the barn collapsing. It needs attention, you know, and Kathy on the spot, throw her under the bus, but Terry Clemens, God, how many years? Solicitor, and in your opinion, would the open space money pay for design and engineering costs? So she didn't know. So a letter from Terry Clemens did use of open space to have required as the Lower Saucon solicitor concerning whether certain activity consideration by the $12 million in its open space fund, and that there is no debt outstanding. 2016 referendum provided that no more than 10% of the funds generated by the levy can be used for maintenance as defined in 32 PS 5007.1. The other two referenda did not contain such a provision. Funds raised from the 2016 levy can be used for maintenance projects as defined below. Funds raised pursuant to the 2006 and 2011 can be used for such projects. I have reviewed the legislative history of the adoption of House Bill 1523 of session 2021, which authorized up to 25% of the accumulated balance of the fund from the levy authorized by referendum to develop, improve, design, engineer, and maintain property acquired from open space benefit or benefits. The legislative history confirms that levied funds regarding any open space owned by the township. The open space property does not need to have been with funds obtained through the levy. So Terry did some research and found that in 1992, the township acquired a 2.5 acre tract from K. Hovnanian at Lower Saucon, and he had the deed, and it's a 14 acre tract because it was divided into two parcels, 2.2 acres, and then it was 12 point something acres. This land was acquired for perpetual recreation and open space purposes through the implementation of the Lower Saucon Township regulation. This was when Hovnanian and any developer develops land, they have to either give us money or land. And in this case, the council back in 1988, when Society Hill was approved, land. So they actually gave us the 14 acres, but it was land. So we actually got the 14 acres for the Heller Homestead, which was floodplain, and then additionally, the developer had to go out and find 14 acres. That's how we got Southeastern Park. So that's how we did that. So he goes on to say, it is my opinion that the application for an open space benefit as defined by section 502 of the Open Space Lands Acquisition and Preservation Act, the Act 32 PS 5002, concerning use of an open space tax 5007.1A of the Act states in relevant part, revenue from the levy may only be used, he's repeated it, or by annually up to 25% of any accumulated balance of the fund from the levy authorized by referendum, design, engineering, and maintain property acquired for an open space benefit, and that's PS 5007.1A, a maintenance fund into which 25% of the annual revenue raised from the tax levy, which can then be drawn for maintenance, be described above. However, that provision is not permits up to 25% of the funds raised through an open space levy to be used for any of the purposes for say the act allows the township to pay design and engineering costs for an open space project, together with the cost to develop and improve the property in addition to maintaining it. However, only 10% of the funds from the 2016 levy can be used for such purposes. And then he goes on to say, if anybody has any questions, please get in touch with him. So that was Terry's letter, which was very clear to me. Homestead Park really has never had any attention by the township as far as developing the park. It's a passive park. There's a nature trail there. It's adjacent to the stream, the creek, and really it's there. So,
It's there.
So the Conservancy got in touch with Lori Ahmet, who worked for us back at the Conservancy. When I say us, I happen to be the founding member of Valley Conservancy. We talked to Lori. She came out and she put together this illegal, but I totally disagree with you.
No, I'm saying that Kathy got that opinion because you told her to get it and you never told the public about it and you wasted taxpayer money. And I'm saying open space money to build a barn is illegal, is what I said. So don't put words in my mouth. They're two things and they're both very clear.
We're not building a barn right now. We're authorizing open space money for a master plan. Scared folks. Master plan. Master plan. I think that.
No, I'm not. But stop putting words in my mouth. Stop being unethical. Stop being unethical.
The YouTube speaks for itself.
Stop being unethical. I'm saying that you cannot use this to build a barn.
So does the YouTube video.
The gentleman doesn't say you could use the money to build a barn.
I'm sorry to Mr. Clemens.
The gentleman doesn't say you could use the money to build a barn.
And neither gentleman's February 10th letter, it talks about developing a plan, a master 15-acre Homestead Park, focusing on improvement. Emergency.
I don't know. So there was an emergency.
Very ignorant.
We have for 27 years and it went down on your watch. You let the roof collapse on it and let the whole thing sag and it flew over in a windstorm.
To the next one. Let's just go to the next one.
Totally untrue.
You were on council when the thing collapsed.
And you wait 5 years from now and you look back and see all this stuff you did.
I don't know what that means.
I didn't say it.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, I think we.
Or I know what else to say to Jason's.
Why don't we go to the next agenda item? Okay. Meeting from
for yoga and dances.
You are preventing business. Okay, so 5I. Discussion and possible action, no. There's no question and answer here. Discussion and possible action of directing LR Almond LLC. Well, we're still.
That we disagree with his misuse of.
I thought we said that enough.
There was no motion. He
Just,
no. We're at
Almond LLC to prepare plans for the Heller Barn reconstruction phase 2 and preliminary master site plan for the Heller Homestead plan.
Okay, so at this point, to accept comments LLC's master plan at the 14-acre Heller Homestead Park in Lower Saucon Township. Lower Saucon Township would like to develop this plan for open space amenities across the homestead site, concepts, improvements, and schematic level designs. Heller Barn. Proposal is based on our previous work at the site and subsequent conversation. The cost is $40,910 and $1,200 for reimbursement fund. And see Terry Clemens' letter, which I just read in the previous item that explains you through open space levy together to develop property in addition to maintaining it. Of the funds from the were well within that.
Exercise classes, dancing,
Disrupting township business. So, and it's not Q&A time.
And I will. I'm sorry, Victoria, what? The Conservancy paid John Milner Associates almost $5,000, excuse me? $2,050, which was raised monies by the Conservancy, which was fixed for the total of $14,900. I told you, if you were listening, that the contract who did work was for $5,000, and
Okay, we're
did hear
really
that,
not
right?
having Q&A. We're not having Q&A.
Okay, so different groups trying to come up with different things, music. So anyway, so that's pretty much it.
And you can point out the whole happened before was paid for by Saucon Valley Conservancy. It was not funded by the township.
I've heard a lot about not using it in constructive, the open space. I want to remind everyone that I think that we were time barred by statute that we couldn't collect any levy for open space after 3 years. 3 separate approval of it. So there wasn't like a ideology of council to say money. It's just by virtue of there's no money for it.
Didn't renew it because it was too full.
Because you couldn't renew it. There's a way to renew it.
Could have.
If my time, I asked for the floor, so I'm going to continue to say use the money for. And I think importantly, I want to remind everybody that $500,000 of our open space money was used for a certain ballpark on Easton Road. Okay? So for a very special, who have said, while we were worried about the landfill and other issues in the township, that happened. You all were fools because they were getting their ball field while we were complaining about the landfill. And the most important thing for me here is that approving and ensure their health best utilizes construction tape around the barn footprint. It's been like that for years.
Priscilla, thank Priscilla for that.
And also, it's $40,000 out of 12 million sounds like a very, what was it, 1992 or something?
Well, it was 1980.
To use that area and to keep our park is just people, I think, that direction. I don't, out of all the things for open space, one of to use it for. And you know, I think that it's appropriate, and again, public meeting, and back to where we were, versus $500,000 that benefits 14 to 25. So you can continue.
$7 million in 2001.
Okay, we're not having Q&A, audience scream outs. It's not productive. And you know, stop complaining.
Thank you. Right now, under his regime.
And you stood there and had a hissy fit over it.
I did.
You lost your mind.
Let's have a roll call, please. You haven't stopped.
Stacy, would you bring the website that I sent to you, please? The historic.
Just learning that.
Historic.
You're just learning
Stop
that about
talking.
me?
I'm speaking.
Oh, and I'm so
Stop
proud of that.
interrupting. Can I please have the floor? Madam President, may I have the floor, please? Thank you. It's about, folks. This is constructing the Heller Homestead barn. So she is board of directors. So according to their website, she's been the president of this group for 16 years. So what? Well, update your website. You're the president. I can only go by what's on the internet.
My term is from that. I was.
You're elected unanimously. All right, but now you're president, okay. Your term is 2020 official board in 07. Continues service barn. Councilwoman, she feels 1993, Priscilla founded the Saucon Valley Conservancy. She works out of the Heller Conservancy. She is the major steward of the and Levin. What you need to know, if you didn't go to the EAC meeting, and I don't have this, I wish I did, is what the Heller barn looked like when it started. You have these, Priscilla. You handed these out, so don't worry about it. You stop looking over my shoulder.
Is that bothering you?
Here's what the Heller before it came down. This is what Priscilla learned. Okay, walls sagging down on it. This is an absolute disaster. And why down? And after that, there's a Mark Engel and is familiar with hardscape and stuff like that. They looked at it and they wanted to figure out what's under it. Is there a dirt floor? Is it a concrete floor? What can we do? They cleaned it up. They around the perimeter of use when they were inside the Heller Homestead. So Priscilla has turned over to EAC, which shows her neglect, allowing the barn to collapse. Now she wants to resurrect the barn to have some historical structure to it. Stop talking. Barn. University. A picture of the archway that was preserved back in, what was it, 2010? 2010. So that's what we have there. So back to Priscilla and her, stop talking. Stop talking. Phase. And then she was instrumental in the Conservancy's annual barn tours during her term as ownership of Litz Franklin. Now here's something interesting. Litz Franklin Schoolhouse actually has a roof on it and walls and windows. So if you want to have an indoor space, you don't have to have indoor space. Priscilla, could you pull up the creepy picture? I know it's kind of haunting, but that I think is Priscilla back in the day in front of the barn. And wants to rebuild the barn. So the questions haven't been asked. They're suggesting
To remove our, you wanted to remove our tax.
Open space doesn't allow you to build buildings. Build buildings, it allows, we said it allows you to do. So this nice letter in from L.R. Ament, which is a 7-page that question I have, and it's addressed to Kathy Gorman, asking Kathy to approve going to L.R. Ament and requesting from L.R. Ament, Lori Ament, this proposal. The question is, how did this come to be? Was Priscilla?
Because I was
Priscilla in
representing
contact?
the conservancy that, and my liaison to Kathy.
Oh, okay. So you were forwarded this letter to Kathy, but yet the letter is addressed to Kathy.
I asked to have it addressed
so
to
why?
Kathy.
If you were the one who received it and sent it to Kathy,
Received the letter.
knowledge of the public. So there's transparency for you yet again.
That is a field
So
person.
that's one question. The next question I have: what is historic building a new barn? I think it's a new barn that you're building, and you're
Proposals. Even the packet that you just displayed had pictures of like mine. Like let's keep.
okay. The Michael Heller barn drawings, 1995, by drawings of the barn. Okay, so to say that she's not building a barn, I guess questions are. Is he taking the lead in doing this? Why are they putting the burden, the financial, do this? It was represented now. I don't think these ladies are doing much yoga or dancing. I don't know if the public is doing much yoga or dancing there, but perhaps they are. But I don't know what the usage numbers are to even with that much money, whatever amount of money it's going to be, when we don't know that. Do they even have yoga classes to go?
You're concentrating on.
Well, you said words. I'm not making up. So
Topic at this point. I would redirect us to the master
so
plan.
ignorant. Kathy,
Master plan.
Have we paid any money winterize the property and or the barn?
Master.
To prepare.
We're going to spend $1,000 to have somebody tell us what to do, how to winterize a pile of rocks. Okay, this is your dollars at work, folks. If your eye. Other questions. So if we build the barn, which I'm saying we shouldn't build a barn, and that it's illegal to use the money to build a barn.
The agenda.
But before ourselves the questions about why invest in the master. If you do something there, what are we going to do for parking? How many parking spaces are on the property? Now it used to not be 6. Okay, we're going to have a barn for cost.
Anything. We're back
what
to
is
master
the cost
plan.
of the historical materials that would be needed to reconstruct this historical barn? Grant money to pursue this project. Why are we using our money like this? There's money that's available. We got like $500,000 or $600,000 for the baseball field. We got money all
from open space.
Here's another thing too. We've got the Litz Franklin School
leaks water all over the place and has.
On the
2-3 acre site. If we were to build this
that's
barn,
what we should do.
What impact does that have
Develop
on impervious coverage? We just had a gentleman that was here looking for a variance for impervious coverage.
Ready to move on.
What effect does this have on runoff into Saucon Creek? I know a study was done by Lehigh University about the issues with sediment in Saucon Creek that's enhancing the flooding that's taking place upstream and degrading the water quality and the fishing and the wildlife that lives in the water. I think that would worsen here. The gentleman back there brought up a thing that I had in my notes is the right picture. How close can you build it to a creek? And the same people that are shrieking right now, we're shrieking about not having a bathroom. I have a bathroom here. I don't see anything about building a bathroom. Apparently we need to have bathrooms everywhere because people have incontinence in this township. Then you've got the question I have, how many members are there? Do you know, Priscilla? Can you tell me the number?
I can't.
You can't tell us the number. We're gonna put this money into building a barn that's and gonna be
It's a
used by the
master plan,
conservatives.
for a
Okay?
master plan.
What are the members going up? Are they
Reminding
going down? Are they
ourselves of
flat? I've seen
It's
that
for
they
a
have,
master
and I
plan.
appreciate what they do, but I see that they have like they have like a wine tasting, and I don't know what else they have. What else? Bird watching. Okay. I need a.
Can you?
Make any sense to me? I think,
That's your
Kathy,
point.
what do they pay us for the lease that we have with them? $10 a year?
$10 a year.
Right, and we waived everything during COVID, and we actually had to winterize and heat and maintain the property during COVID, right?
Correct.
So that suggests to me that the conservatives cash, that they're really maybe not a viable, financially viable. Nothing again, I wish them the best. I hope that they do well. I think that it's important to be building.
We're not building a barn. It's an approval plan. I don't know why you can't read. I can't.
No, and the other has not been thought out at all. This is a knee-jerk reaction where somebody asks somebody to get a lawyer to write a letter, and the lawyer's letter doesn't say you can build a barn. Somebody asks somebody else, L'Oreal meant, to draft up a proposal with all of her credentials here as to what she's gonna do. And I'm not saying we don't need to have a plan done. But I'm saying what we need to do is not represent to the public at an EAC meeting that we're gonna build a barn for yoga, to have dances and all other sorts of nonsense, especially when the person who's advancing that person there is the president of a organization and seemingly wants to make herself look important to the barn people.
That has to do with it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
You need clarification, something I said? Sure,
No.
Mr. Belan, I'll be happy to answer
It's
your
not
question.
Q&A, and you
Answer your
know it's
question.
not Q&A, so the
Yeah, the packet.
You're able to read the packet.
Yeah. See,
You didn't read?
Priscilla just encouraged you to file a right to know request, but when I do it, the sky is falling. But now she's telling you that you should do it because she doesn't want you to have this information. She
I've
wants
been
to burden
told.
you to do that. But when I do it to expose nonsense to the public, I'm an idiot.
of the packet, and can we get back to order here?
I'm totally in order.
Everybody's talking over each other.
I didn't finish, I'm sorry. If you go back and look at the ordinance 2016-03, that's the ordinance that talks about the open space. So if you're interested in that, it's ordinance 2016-03. And that's what sets up the open space, and it talks about what the monies can be.
Right, but you're an attorney. Are you really an attorney?
I know what the legislature did.
All right, let's have a roll call. Let's have a roll call.
25% Priscilla.
They changed maintenance. They added all those other
They didn't
things.
change it that you can build.
Mr. Bononis?
How stupid are you?
I'm not stupid. Compared to
Yes,
you?
Priscilla's stupid. What's this is foolish. Foolish.
Zoptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Ms. Ritchie absent.
Everybody.
Item 5J, discussion and of Hanover Engineering and Douglas Reed, Historic Structures Consultant, to provide technical assistance as needed under the direction of the acting township manager for the Heller Home.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to authorize Brian Cucker of Hanover Engineering and Douglas Reed, Historic Structure Consultant, to provide advisory technical assistance as needed under the direction of interim manager Kathy.
I'll second that.
Either do we, Laura Ray? Bounce on us or anything. Just let it rip.
Read the public content.
Are you listening up here, fellas?
All right. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss it. Thank you. Here it is. More money going out the door. To put together a proposal that they've now approved at a cost of what, $41,000 or whatever it is. Now we're also going to be paying the township engineer and the consultant to get involved in this. Where does it end? Where does like why are we the engineer? We are hiring, we're paying this person.
What did I say about the ball
spending
field?
money. Maybe. This is your government, folks, and these are your tax dollars.
Let's have a roll call.
Hey, people voted for this. Either they didn't show up and vote or they're stupid.
Yeah, you voted for it.
Absolutely, yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Croce absent.
How much, Kathy? Was it like over $100,000 we spent on engineering fees for the ball field? On top of the
50 years.
actual construction costs?
Okay, item 5K, approve recommendation from land meeting to and Carbon Group.
At the landfill meeting, we've always historically had the landfill, but obviously the last few years they've added Archaea Energy, gas transformation from landfill gas to natural gas. And then we also have the PFAS treatment plant, and they're all related to landfill operations. And I thought it was appropriate to invite them to take part in it, especially since we've had questions from members of the public about the flare at Archaea Energy. And the PFAS treatment plant is very, very new, but I think it's appropriate that we ask them. So I asked for it to be placed on the, I asked that we encourage them to attend our future landfill committee meetings.
Is it invite or require? Just reach out, long hand of the law.
That's my motion, yes.
I'll second it.
Discussion.
Yeah, if I work for Archaea Energy and water, and I'll tell you to go to hell, because there is nothing that would require them to attend any landfill committee meeting. The landfill committee meets to that host agreement, and as such, they cannot be bound to participate in any meeting. Gas, and they turn it into energy. They put it into the pipelines, and they create energy with that gas. Let's have every user who receives gas in their home attend the landfill committee. They're a consumer. That's it. They don't regulate the gas, receive the gas for their purposes. Same thing. They have nothing to do with generating anything from the landfill. They're not subject to any requirements that the landfill is subject to, other than perhaps requirements from the DEP, but that's different. So to suggest that we should be writing a letter wants to strong arm them into participation in this fool's errand and create more of a clown show at these landfill committee meetings that are already nonsense, are designed simply to harass not just the landfill representatives, but also members of the public. I was in Victoria when you almost assaulted Mr. Boulan, and you refused to yield the podium and went on and on and on about stuff. So I would encourage Archaea Energy to think, and the Water and Carbon Group to think very carefully in those meetings, because once you get sucked in, it may be hard to get out of them. You have nothing requiring you to be there, and what you're going to deal with there is utter nonsense for the most part.
Okay, I don't think it hurts to invite to share information.
Let's invite everybody.
And
one big tent.
The next agenda item is about. Can we have a roll call?
Add one small comment.
I thought she already spoke.
So, residents, and I think that you would realize that quite oftentimes there is discussion about operations, discussions that occur between Archaea Energy and the landfill company, and this is irrelevant, I think, is continued bias in favor of one specific entity in our township.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No, stop harassing the landfill and everything associated with the landfill. You got landfill derangement syndrome, get over it.
Cordero.
Yes.
3-1, Mr. Carochi absent.
Okay, next item is 5L, approval to direct the acting township DEP to enforce prompt notification of flare outages from Archaea Energy.
So this was another request that came out of the land. It kind of piggybacks what we just heard and claims that operations. We need a discussion about surface area, at least 8 different areas on the landfill that exceed 500 parts per million permitted level of air emission. And during the landfill, there was a discussion about why was that? And there was a representation that for, or one of the reasons that could be the cause of these exceedances was it was a portion of the landfill controlled by Archaea Energy. There was no way the landfill could obligate Archaea Energy to do anything. And they were attempting to communicate, and that was that they're trying to do. It was unclear to us at this point in time what avenues of recourse there are when Archaea Energy footprint of the landfill is causing discussions about DEP's permit for Archaea versus DEP permit for the landfill, Bethlehem. We had asked during that meeting that we inquire to the DEP about what can be processes and procedures that can be put. Part of the argument was, the discussion was that when they did surface air emissions testing, that the flare for Archaea was gas going to the Archaea Energy footprint, but was not being disposed of through the flare mechanism or going to. It was by, I guess, seeping up to the air emission surface. It turns off their flare and how it happens, and it happened to be that that morning the flare wasn't working, wasn't going to the pipeline, but Bethlehem landfill didn't know. And the DEP came out, did their surface emissions. They had all these exceedances, 8 in October. And after the DEP left, the landfill reason that this is a lot of communication that needs to occur between the landfill and Archaea Energy to ensure not having these air emission exceedances of 500 part per million DEP permitting levels. So that's a request that we made, that we do a letter to the DEP to put in place. And he was very gracious in and I had an opportunity to take a look at the landfill committee meeting video from January, and I sent over to Kathy a draft letter that I think would be appropriate in sharing the concerns and requesting the DEP don't have future air emissions. We don't the next landfill committee meeting and hear that we had another 8 or 10 air emissions. Also notate that since that October air emissions, we got a DEP inspection report from December that identified 10 additional air exceedances on December. So it wasn't just an anomaly in October, it happened over at least a couple of months. So a draft letter to Kathy this afternoon, and I'll read it into the minutes so everybody here can hear, but it says, "Dear Mr. Wegjesner," I don't want to say his name the wrong way, held on January 6th, Bethlehem landfill 4th, 2024, Archaea Energy was not flaring or otherwise handling on its landfill, which resulted in 8 surface areas above 500 parts per million. The DEP. And then I put in parentheses, which can be viewed on YouTube channel, which we'll put in. At 27, the committee discussed ways Bethlehem Landfill can improve communications and implement procedures with Archaea Energy to avoid the potential for emissions to be on the landfill moving forward. We are requesting the assistance of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection in developing and requiring which Archaea Energy is required to communicate with the Bethlehem landfill, and the notification would be beneficial to Bethlehem landfill and to the township for reporting purposes. Procedures will be the township in investigating the cause of odor and air emissions that occur moving forward. Very concerned with the continued odor air emissions identified in the DEP from October, November, December, and January. Please let us know what can be done to contact our office. Sincerely, and it would be signed by Kathy Gorman, and it would be directed to members of the DEP, including Amy Fouch, Scott Brown, well, he should, Bob Freeman, our state representative who represents the section of the township where the landfill resides, Amy, email address, because I don't want to say his last name because I'll mispronounce it. And another representative, PA DEP Air Quality, Roger Bellis, which is PA DEP Waste, and Rob Sachs, PA DEP. So, letter as I dictated
I'll
to those
second it,
officials.
if I didn't second it already.
All right, do we have any additional comment?
Ms. Delia?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Well, I didn't have public comment on this. I think this is, yet again, inappropriate. This is the tail wagging the dog. Do something different than what they already do or should do. It's a waste of time and money. It's a waste of staff resources. We already have an over.
Do a roll call. We started.
Well, I was at Mr. Bononis.
No.
Ms. Optov Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Authorization to waive expenses of the Lutz Franklin Schoolhouse building. We're requesting, actually, the Historical Society is also requesting to have the expenses waived because it is very difficult to keep up with everything with the fundraising. These are township-owned properties. It is on the National Historic Register. So I would make a motion to approve waiving the itemized expenses that were listed.
Second.
I just have a question. Have we waived expenses historically in the past?
We waived them for the Conservancy. I had advised council last year that we would send out lease agreements and collect their insurances indemnifying the township, and that we would do this, bring it to council, request reverse as the opportunity to revisit their opinion on
Historical Society, which is Lutz Franklin.
Lutz Franklin, though, we have not.
So
They've
this would
been
be
paying. They've been paying their electric over there.
Okay, so this would be new for Lutz Franklin, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Saucon Valley goes to Lutz. School was back to Lutz Franklin, and the volunteers put on a presentation there for additional benefit of all the kids that go through Saucon Valley at least. So I'm in favor of it.
Well, I know that Priscilla will probably regale us with a story about what it was like at the Litz Franklin School. Like, we've got Lower Saucon Historical Society, and then Historical Society, and then under N, we also have the Saucon Valley Conservancy. So there are 3 different groups that all seem to serve a similar historical purpose. And I'm wondering why that is. I'm just thinking out loud. Is it because there were individuals that were involved in one group that didn't get along with others, maybe Priscilla and or Laura? Why are they separate? Like, why do we have the Conservancy and one Historical Society here and there? Like, and why, you know, join at the hip, merge the Lower Saucon Historical Society and Historical Society into the Saucon Historical Society, and maybe throw the Conservancy in there too, and then assets together and build a barn. Look, I like what historical societies do and conservancies do. I think it's important stuff. I don't mean to devalue what they're doing, but I'm just not sure what's going on. And I'm not saying I'm not going to vote for them to have their expenses paid. It's great. Have a festival and 3rd grade classes go there. I'm not sure what else it's being used for, but
A month, and that's, I think, a security.
Okay.
For the security, so we don't charge for that.
Yeah.
It's just the electric bill. We
All
bill
right.
them their electric bill.
So they want us to pay their electric bill.
Yeah.
What do they do to fundraise? Like, what happened to the days where, like, groups, like, did stuff instead of look for the government to, like, bail them out and subsidize their club? Right? They have a club that they want the township to subsidize. Everybody has yeah, everybody, like, form a club. We'll give you money for it, whatever. Yeah, police don't get their bonuses. Township staff that's overworked don't get their bonuses, but we're gonna pay every club that's out there in the world.
I think I just really remind that the township I think the township assisted in rehabilitating that structure. It's a national historic place, and it's the township. So I think we have into all of the years and generations before the energy and effort into that was a whole other, you know, thing that was done. So to suggest that somehow this is new stuff for the township to support our area, especially the local one. That's shameful.
Don't be ashamed. I'm not ashamed.
Shameful.
I don't know. It just seems like we're subsidizing all these clubs.
It's our township property. It's not a club. It's not a private club that people pay to go into. This is our township property and our township history.
Kathy, do we have a lease with them? Because what would be billable to the Historical Society? If it's a maintenance issue, that's ours, right? We would pay for that.
Actually, we do pay for maintenance issues on the building, but it's not.
So Victoria doesn't know what she's talking about then. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I said it's our building. We should pay for it.
That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about expenses.
And if we didn't pay for these expenses in the electric bill, let's just think about it.
We already paid to maintain the building, she said.
Pay the electric bill, and then what happens to the interior of the building or whatever? What happens to the 3rd graders that go there for their school class or whatever?
That's a good
because
point.
the electric bill wasn't paid. I don't know.
No, that's a good point, because I remember, like, usually, like, stone buildings from 1820 have, like, central air conditioning in them, right? So that's a very good point.
There's no central air. I don't know if there's central air in there.
No.
It's a stone building.
There's lights. I don't, this is, again, shameful.
Off topic.
All right.
Okay, let's have a roll call.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Sure, why not? We're just giving away money. Let's just, sure.
Ms.
Yes.
Optoff Cordero,
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Carucci absent.
Okay, 5N is authorization to waive itemized expenses for the Heller Homestead building billable to Saucon Valley Conservancy. I'll make a motion that we waive the annual expenses for the Heller Homestead and the Widow's House.
It's like COVID 2.0.
I'll second that.
Again, is it the property is owned by the township. while we have volunteers that do what they can to raise money and bring forward the community and showing off what our history has in Lower Saucon, it's a township-owned property. So if they're asking us to help them in maintaining it and paying for utilities so that we can continue showing it off to the community, I think it's appropriate.
And then you wonder why we couldn't find a group to help with the house across the street.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Forget everybody complained about that.
Here we are.
I nominate the members of the audience right now to join these organizations and help them with all the
volunteers out of thin air.
Great. You can, all of the ideas that you have to improve their fundraising, I'm sure they would be very appreciative.
All right.
Good. Ideas are great. You just need the people to help do it. Need the volunteers.
I'm seeing two people already.
We're not doing Q&A again. Can we have a roll call?
There were no questions asked for us. There was no Q&A. There was no questions.
Mr. Benonis.
I'd like to have comment on this before we vote. So Kathy, just to be clear, the township already pays for the maintenance of the Heller Homestead building and the widow's house, right?
For the most part, yes.
I mean, we put the new windows in, we put the new roof on, we did all that stuff, right?
Stairs, yes.
The stairs, the walkways, yeah. So what are these expenses that they're talking about?
The expenses that are itemized on the list are
electric, oil, water.
Their electric, their heating oil, I believe, or
water.
And their water bill.
And how many events do they hold there per year? Is it the 3 or 4 that I talked about, like the art show, wine tasting?
Ms. Delia would have a better idea.
So how many events?
It varies each year.
I understand that, but can you give us a ballpark, maybe a range, high, low?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Okay, so we're gonna spend all this for a group that meets, a club that meets there 3 or 4 times a year.
It's like
What do they do? What do they do in terms of like the historical stuff? Like what kind of like programs are they offering? Educational programs, tours, resources?
Heritage Day is coming up. May, I don't know the date, May.
And how many members are there of the, well, you're a member, aren't you?
I am, I'm a paying member.
All right, well, okay. So you're asking me to vote, and we have to vote?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so, hey, we're giving away money, so I'll vote for this because I can say I supported them when they come before me to say, hey, build us a barn, I'll be able to say, no, I already gave you money.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delia?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Croce absent.
Okay, 5-0 is approval of the 2025 tax warrant letter. Township staff requests council approval of the attached tax warrant letter approving the finance department or authorized designee to collect the real estate taxes for Lower Saucon Township for 2025. I make a motion that we approve the letter.
Second.
Do we have any discussion on this one? All right, can we have a roll call?
Yeah, I'm gonna have a discussion. Again, I'm gonna bring up the point that I brought up when you passed the illegal budget, that you're taking taxpayers' money when you're sitting on a boatload of cash that you shouldn't be sitting on. Give the money back to the people, right? That's the problem. Yeah, and employees too, but give the taxpayers back their money. Stop hoarding it because you're trying to shut down the landfill and you're trying to create a slush fund that will soften the blow until the 3 of you are no longer on council, and then you're gonna leave a burning dumpster of financial issues for the township. That's what you're trying to do here. You're trying to keep the slush fund there so that when you try to shut down the landfill, God help us if that happens, you're gonna be able to ride off into the sunset and not have to deal with it and leave it for other folks that are gonna be on this council in this community.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
I will abstain for the other reasons that I abstained regarding taxes and budgets.
Motion passes 3 1 abstention, and Mr. Carucci absent.
Okay, next item, 5P, ratification of snow emergency issued on January 19th, 2025, and January 20th, 2025. Lower Saucon Township declared a snow emergency on January 19th at 11 a.m. till January 20th at 3 p.m. These are to be ratified by the elected body at our next scheduled meeting after the event, which is now. So I make a motion that we ratify this snow emergency. Do we have discussion?
Nothing, not for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to thank Public Works for the hard work that they put in. I know they put in a lot of long hours dealing with the storm, and winter's not over, but we appreciate the efforts to keep our roads clear and the ability to get out and engage in the community.
Thank you for saying that.
And please pass it along and share it.
I will pass that with along with it.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis? Yes. Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Carucci absent.
All right, next item is 5Q, authorization of a sponsorship donation for Saucon Valley Easter egg hunt organized by the Hellertown Historical Society. And the Historical Society sent a letter requesting with different levels of sponsorship.
Motion to sponsor at the $300 level for the Easter egg hunt held on April 19th, 2025. This, even though it's held by the Hellertown Historical, this is a community function, and it serves Lower Saucon and Hellertown residents. So that's my motion.
All right.
I'll second that.
Does the Lower Saucon Historical Society have a similar Easter egg hunt?
Nope, no one else does.
And the Conservancy doesn't either?
Nope.
Wow, why?
Because it would be a duplicate
Well,
effort.
I mean, obviously the price of eggs are high. It's probably the landfill's fault too, or Donald Trump, or maybe Mr. Bland. I don't know. All right. I like Easter egg hunts.
All right, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Sure.
Ms. Uptoff Cordero?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you to the community for putting this on. I think it's a wonderful event. It brings out so many children and members of the community, and it also brings businesses together. I know they solicit from various businesses also, and I'm happy that the township can now participate.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Carucci absent.
All right, next item is 5R. Authorization and approval to renovate the room in the police department. Police department is requesting renovations to an existing interrogation room in the police department to be utilized by a new detective approved in the 2025 budget. So I will make a motion to authorize and approve to renovate this room.
I'll second that.
At the cost estimate of $5,800 here.
I'll second.
Do we have discussion?
I think we should provide all the resources possible for the police. They keep us safe. Thank you.
Do we have other discussion?
Nope, I think they do great. They need it, so.
Come on. Now you're going to say that? It's not a campaign year, Priscilla. Come on.
I just had one
contract, you vote
comment.
against everything for them.
I just had one comment. So the main reason they're redoing the room is because it has all these one-way glass windows around it that they need to remove to make it like a normal room. So I just asked, when I spoke with Chief you know, he hadn't thought of it, but if they could possibly salvage those windows and resell them, maybe on the municipal bid. I don't know if there's another option, but
That's a good idea.
I'm sure they're extremely important, I mean, expensive to buy. All I could find online was they sell like cheap film that you put on windows, and that's not what those are. I'm sure they were very costly, so if they could be salvaged and reused, that would be great.
I can look into that.
All right. Did we do our roll call? We did. We need our roll call.
Okay. Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Rand?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Caroci absent.
Okay, 5S is authorization to perform a cyber threat assessment. Council will consider authorizing a cybersecurity test to ensure that the township security software is adequate. KDA Tech Solutions is offering to provide a no-cost assessment of our system. Although no direct expense is being requested, staff is requesting council's consent to proceed, as a third party will have access to servers.
I did review with our insurance company for our cyber insurance coverage, and they were agreeable to it. I did get a certificate of insurance from them and them for their work. We're just asking, because of the sensitivity of the issue, where I thought it appropriate to bring it back to council and ask for your blessing to do it.
Well, I mean, these are the same fools who shriek because Elon Musk is diving in with Doge and looking at data, right? They're freaking out because there's sensitive information that's in there, and how dare he expose the grift and the waste. And now you're gonna hire a company, look, I'm about keeping our systems secure. Have we had an issue since that, for years ago, right?
Right.
So there's no issue there. Who brought this forward? Whose idea was this?
This is my idea.
Oh, great, okay.
Oh,
So, it's your idea that we need to have a cybersecurity test that's done from a company called KDX Tech Solutions, who I have no information here. There's no information in the packet as to who this group is. Are they Chinese spies?
Well, there was
Are
a
they
link here to
Ukrainian?
their
Like,
website.
what are they? Are they bonded? Like, how are we going to assure that the data that we have, we've got a lot of sensitive data, right? As a municipality, on our residents, on our employees, Social Security, on our police. You know, bad guys would really probably like to know where our police officers live.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
it's not
I
to
don't
access the
understand.
police systems at all. They're on separate servers, and they are not included in
It says
this.
townships, and the police are part of the township, so
Well,
that's unclear.
they're not included in this.
Well, you should have been clear in your request then. But whatever it is, still, our system has sensitive information on it. And I have some concerns about who this organization is, what their credentials are, how they're going to maintain the confidentiality of our information, how they're going to assure that that's going to be maintained. I mean, we get letters all the time that there's been a data breach and you got to sign up for LifeLock or whatever. I think this opens us up to problems. And it seems like a knee-jerk, unthought-out reaction by Laura and perhaps the others without thinking through the consequences of what they're proposing here. So I'm not against this, but I would suggest that we table this until we get more information on KDX Tech Solutions to see what it is, who they are, what they do, and how they can assure us that what they're going to be doing protects the confidential information that our residents and taxpayers provide to us and rely upon us to maintain.
Who are these people? Who checked them out? How about other customers? Have you done any of that?
And so
Like, we're not another company. I mean, there's not, like, no competing bids here.
I'm sorry,
There's no competing bids here. There's no, like, hey, let's just pay this company. Who is it?
No bids, because it's not a cost that we're paying to have them do this service.
So it's free. Even better. There's a lot of value added in that. You get what you pay
Assessment
for.
of your system.
You get what you pay for.
And where they would make money is when they make recommendations, when they find issues in your system. And
Yeah, we can fix this car.
I can say probably neither of you work in IT.
Listen, I want to.
And I've been working in IT for over 25 years, so please hush. I'll read the
Really?
statements.
Tell us your credentials in IT. Share them with us. Come on. You put it out there. Open it up. You open it up. Tell us about them. Tell us tell us. Come on, Elon.
Okay, so we have ourselves open up right now with doing nothing, sitting and not checking anything. That's why we were, they were selected. They were recommended through PSATs, which is the Pennsylvania State Association for Townships.
Oh, Pennsylvania.
Boy, that's a cybersecurity firm for sure.
Cybersecurity is crucial.
When do
Threats are
PSATs
everywhere.
recommend
It's
this?
important to stay on top of them. One effective way to do this is by conducting a cybersecurity IT scan. It identifies your vulnerabilities, ensures your compliance, improves incident response, it protects your data, and you stay ahead of the threats. In a world full of cyber risks, and IT scans is essential. Can you stop talking over me? I have the floor. I am not talking to you, I'm talking. I am not having a conversation with you. I am not talking to you. I am reading my statement. No, I was not. I am reading a statement about cybersecurity and why it's important. And nobody in council has paid attention to this. I work in IT. I work with very sensitive data.
What? Doing what? Tell the public. You keep putting the credentials out there. Tell them what you do. What do you
Business
do?
systems analyst.
Right, are these your buddies, or did you just choose?
And I handled privileged access management.
Okay.
So understanding cyber threats. They're constantly changing and can be very sophisticated. From ransomware to phishing, the risks are numerous. Cybersecurity IT scan will help identify our vulnerabilities before they become a problem. This has not been done. We need to check our network, our systems and applications for weaknesses, identify the points and allow them to be fixed, reducing our risk of a security breach. Data is a valuable asset. Protecting it is crucial. A cybersecurity IT scan helps identify and address these gaps, keeping our information safe and maintaining trust of the public. The landscape is always changing and nobody is looking at it. Nobody has looked at this. A scan will help us keep ahead of these changes, ensuring our defenses are up to date. We also need to raise our employee awareness about this because it involves everybody. A scan will highlight areas for further training and help create a security-conscious culture within our organization.
Right.
I can say on our systems, you can't even change your password. And when they hand you your laptop, your password is handed to you on a piece of printed paper, and that is highly insecure. And we have no multi-factor authentication. Will you stop talking back? I am not talking to you. I just addressed. I selected this firm as they did presentations on PSAT's webinar. And as part of this, you can even have the possibility of reducing your insurance cost because you can show them that you've done the appropriate things. Stop talking back. So I make the motion that we authorize and perform the cyber threat assessment. I don't know if we already had that.
I'll second that, and I do want to reiterate, I don't know how many years ago it was, but I think we
were hacked.
At least once where our emails were hacked and we had to engage our insurance, who then engaged a law firm at a very high rate to try, and I don't know what happened to that data, but it went into the ether. So anybody who emailed the township or had any communications, all that stuff was at risk. I wasn't on council at the time, but since that time, the council that was in place hadn't done anything to secure things beyond what was already in place. They just, you know, shifted their responsibility over to an insurance company that we pay. So I think it's appropriate. We have the ability to potentially decrease our insurance rates by ensuring that we have checks and balances and have securities in place. I think it's highly appropriate. And it's free right now.
Everything's great when it's free. You pay later.
I agree that it should be done. I know when that breach happened, all the emails that I had were lost. So they say anyway. I don't believe that, but
somebody has it on the black market.
No, I don't believe it's, never mind, I won't go there. But anyway,
Passes, move on.
so I think
Okay, I
it
think
should be
we
done.
went through all comments. Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Bononis?
No.
Ms. Updike Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-1. Mr. Carucci absent.
Okay, next item is 6A, approval of the January 2025 financial reports. I'll make a motion that we approve the financial reports for January.
I'll make a motion to approve the financial reports for January.
Are you seconding my motion? Are you seconding my motion?
Oh, second, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at it. Well,
Do we have any questions about the comments on the report? I do not. All right, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Updike Cordero?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
yes.
Mr. Bononis? Motion passes 3, 1 abstention. Mr. Carucci absent.
Kathy, we haven't had any meeting minutes to approve since September of 2024. So, I mean, I'm not putting pressure on you because I know that you're overworked and underpaid, and I know that your staff is understaffed, and that's not a consequence of you. It's a consequence of the poor leadership from this council. But it's been 6 months. Like, the meeting minutes are what are legally required to be prepared, and they are not prepared, and they are the official minutes of what takes place at council meetings. And to the extent there are legal proceedings or just general interest in what took place at those meetings, I think it's important to have those minutes completed, especially since we're like a half a year in arrears.
I will do
I'm not blaming you.
my absolute best to get them out to you in earlier than before the council meeting, so you have plenty of time to review them.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, the other part is like, we're gonna get 6 months of meeting minutes dumped on us, and it's gonna be a lot to read.
Would you consider, I know that we purchased some AI stuff to help us, but with the way that meetings go and interruptions and shouts and all of this make it difficult, I'm sure, for the AI software, but you know, given the situation that we have, I would definitely support you. I don't know what's out there, but the skill set to simply be able to listen and assist in doing that AI stuff, you know, obviously I defer to your decisions, but if we can bring other people on board, I would be supportive of that to help with the minutes.
And I would just point out to the public that we had somebody that would transcribe the minutes and would do it fairly contemporaneously to the meetings, within a meeting or two after they occurred. And then the IT director over here decided that she wanted to use AI to try to transcribe the meetings, and this is what we get. No meeting minutes for 6 months.
I did not make that decision.
You voted for it.
Yeah.
I didn't. You did.
Anybody would have trouble transcribing these minutes.
The issue, I think a lot of
So
the
it's not AI's fault. It's not the decision to use AI.
I think the issue at hand is that the AI does work. It works very well when people are speaking clearly and into the microphone and not talking over one another.
You hear that, Victoria?
Diane does take the minutes and puts them in, and she reviews them and makes sure everything is formatted, but there are sections of it that she just cannot hear and cannot comprehend what's being said. So that then leaves it to Stacy and I to review that final time. So, and there's a lot that is, has to be reviewed because I want to make sure nothing is missing. Because I think during those conversations, when 3 or 4 people are talking, there are items in there that are being said by certain council members that I think are very important to put in the minutes. And I don't feel comfortable until I'm absolutely sure that those notations are made. I hesitate because some of them, items Mr. Bononis might say regarding litigation, if he mentions that in the middle of a conversation when multiple people are yelling, I feel like that's important to make sure that it's in the minutes.
Kathy, I appreciate your diligence. And I think it's unfortunate the position you've been put in. So the public knows next month will mark the 1-year anniversary that we are without a full-time township manager. So this is what you get. And unfortunately, Kathy, you're the one that bears the burden of it.
All right, so council reports, we'll start with Kathy.
I want to report to council that we filed our 1099s, which took quite some time. Our audit's complete, which that took up a lot of time in January. We received 2 committee resignations. Patricia Weaver resigned from the Historical Committee and Mike Patero resigned from EAC. So we'll post them on Facebook to see if there's any interest. Our receptionist resigned. I previously emailed council regarding that. I have scheduled interviews for her replacement for Friday. Mr. Yakel, we promoted as the roadmaster last year, the secondary roadmaster. He's completed his 90-day probationary period, so we're going to go out and look for a replacement for his position. I wanted council to know that Robbins Court stormwater replacement project is out for bid. We should have that on a future agenda soon. I attended the Northampton County grant workshop, and there's funding available under different programs, so we'll bring them back to council with projects that might be slated by subcommittees and or our departments for the purchase of equipment and or services.
Kathy, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but was that what I saw a number of advertisements about Northampton County having a workshop?
Yes.
Was that the open space one or one that did they include?
Wasn't the open space one. What this one is they do it annually. They review requirements for anybody who's interested in CDBG money and the application process and when everything is due and the point of contact at the county for that. And then there's the Norco Grow and the emergency management or the emergency funds that they have that we usually get our license plate readers and some of our equipment for our police department through. They have the hotel tax, which usually goes towards applicants, typically 501c3s that have events that they might want to sponsor, and they support, one of their items that they support is like music in the park for Hellertown, things like that. But those were the ones that were not the Northampton County open space. That one I worked directly with Sherry Acevedo.
Okay. If it would help you to find grants to assist us in the various projects, I would be supportive of getting, a grant writer to help offload that from your plate if it helps.
Okay. We finished with the newsletter should be coming out shortly. Stacy and I and some of the other ladies in the office have been working diligently to get that out, as council asked, and it will be the last printed version and will be going electronically. And we're almost, and this has taken a lot of work on our time too, is we're hoping by the end of the month to open our website.
Oh, I was gonna.
Our new website. So that took quite some time and a lot of effort on Stacy's part and Carol's part. So we've been working really diligently to get that done and operational.
Well, that'll be one less thing off your list, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Stacy and Carol,
A
for
big thing.
helping
And,
get that done.
We have budgeted for tree removal. There's 2 trees that are on Reddington Road that are emergency, needs to be taken down. I just found out today, we have money in the budget for the removal of trees. Roger was recommending, he's having the tree cutter to come out for the Heller Homestead on Friday. So he was recommending, or he was saying we have to get these trees down. They're lying on some wires out on Reddington, and it's a hazard. So I'm just letting council know that I gave him the okay to do it for an emergency, and that was $1,400, and we budget around $20,000 for tree removal. That's all I have.
In light of what you just said about the trees, it reminded me, I did see that the company Joshua Tree seems to have been offering some services to municipalities around us for restoration and anything related to what they typically do, including tree removal and, you know, treatments on, you know, grass or whatever it is. I saw that in Hellertown, they did that. So I think that would be beneficial to us to reach out to Joshua Tree, see whether or not they'd be interested in doing any work on whatever's necessary at Heller Homestead or any of our parks that Roger does.
Well, anything that's not an emergency or not within the scope of what just destroying everything we do ourselves. So anything in the park, I think that our Public Works Department will be more than able to handle taking the trees down.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying if Joshua Tree would do it for free, it would alleviate that time and whatever energy that we would expend. So
I'll have Roger take a look.
Because there was a promotion that they were gonna do ongoing treatment and maintenance, I think in Hellertown, at the gristmill. And so I think there's other opportunities close by that they could also help us with.
We can reach out to them.
And you can ask the Hellertown Historical Society, or I think Borough Hellertown owns that too. So they can give you more information, but I remember it being promoted and publicized that they had partnered with the municipality to assist with that.
That's all I have.
So.
I'm not aware of the exact location. I just got a picture of the trees and clearly they needed to come down.
There's lots of cleaning up needing done out there.
Do you want to go first, Victoria, since you sort of started?
Sure, I guess. As I indicated earlier, we had a water authority meeting. The pumper station replacement project is, moving ahead and in various bids. They just awarded a bid yesterday for a portion of that project. So that's moving along. Otherwise, there wasn't any major things that occurred at that specific meeting. At the rail trail, as everybody knows, the bridge in Upper Saucon Township, we had that ribbon cutting. It was very well attended by DeSales, representatives of DeSales, Upper Saucon Township. I was there, and rail trail members, but there were also many members of the public on a day that we had like icing and things, and it wouldn't normally be, you wouldn't think a lot of people, but there was a lot of people there. So for anybody that wants to use the rail trail, just again, there's the new bridge. That's really nice. The other thing is we had, there was the first Hellertown Area Library, meeting, and I just attended as the liaison with Priscilla. And I think, just so everybody knows that we did receive a nice synopsis of what occurred at that meeting. And I'm hopeful that, we can make sure that that's shareable monthly, as it comes in from our liaison, well, not the liaison, but our appointed committee, appointed board member, so that everybody's apprised of what's going on with the Hellertown Area Library, and I appreciate our board members' work and efforts in that. In keeping with that, I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware, while we don't currently have an access sticker on the Hellertown area Library cards for Lower Saucon patrons right now, since we executed the agreement, Hal has been working diligently to ensure that our residents have access to our neighboring libraries, like we would have had under access. Of course, in July, when they reopened for including Lower Saucon in their state funding service area, the access sticker will come about. But between now and that time, currently, just so everybody's aware, Lower Saucon residents now also have access to the Public Library of Catasauqua, Copley Public Library, Dimmick Memorial Library, Emmaus Public Library, Lehighton Area Memorial Library, Lower Macungie Library, Palmerton Area Library, Parkland Community Library, Penn Kidder Library, Slatington Library, Southern Lehigh Public Library, Whitehall Township Public Library, Bethlehem Area Public Library, and Memorial Library of Nazareth. So it not only includes the most, I think, popular, which were, as I understand, Bethlehem and Southern Lehigh, but also a number of other libraries in the community that residents can take advantage of between now and when we would officially be also included within the access program. And at that meeting that I attended in January, it was specifically identified that but for the fact that we had a long-term commitment to fund our local library, these other libraries would not have been open to us. So I just wanted to give that update so everybody's aware. You have a lot of opportunities. They also have tax preparation services going on as we are now in tax season. So the AARP hosts tax preparation there, I believe. That's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, do you have council report?
I do. Well, thank you, Victoria, for telling us about the half dozen or so Lehigh County libraries that people shrieked about having access to when we were trying to partner with Southern Lehigh Library. It's interesting. I don't understand why we don't have access stickers and what the problem is. You folks approved over $1 million of payments to the library, and people shrieked about not having the access stickers. So why don't we have access stickers? I'd be upset if I was those people.
I think the point of order is just the timeline from which the state
received a
approves
letter.
that on a yearly
I received
basis.
a letter that I think everybody on council read, but of course they're not going to share this letter with you, but I'll share it with you because I think it's important. So yesterday, the members of council received this letter, and it reads as follows. To whom it may concern, due to some troubling...
Do we know who? Can you identify who wrote the letter?
It's dated the 18th, not the 19th, so it's anyway.
Can you identify who wrote the letter?
Due to some troubling times and suspicious activities, the township should consider a forensic...
Who wrote the letter?
The township should consider a forensic audit of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, especially since money provided by the township goes into the general account, an account that is used for anything from buying alcohol for the social halls, replacing appliances in the bar, and fixing fire trucks. The elected officials spend thousands of dollars without following the department-accepted way of asking the members to do so and allow for opposition. The large purchases are not time-sensitive or emergencies like relabeling a new fire truck, then letting it sit for weeks before it is even ready to be used. There is obvious misappropriation of funds, and when questioned, President Scott Creasy says it will be looked into or a lie is fabricated on the spot. Also, you as the township need to make sure you read the surveys completed by the members of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue for the consultant. The consultant is only being provided with what the chiefs and administrative officers want him to provide to the township. There are or were some very frank surveys calling out many issues. There also has been rumors that some surveys were deleted due to the content. Fire Chief Johnson has been making very troubling decisions with the department. We still have a good number of volunteers that come out, yet he keeps telling the department and anyone else who will listen that we are putting a paid crew on. That will drive away the volunteers. Why would they continue to come out for free when they are paying a few people to get one truck out? He has told people if they want to come out for calls to go to another station other than the one closest to them, since the paid crew will be there. Also, how does that work if volunteers are being paid for a shift? Does that open the township up to having a fire union come in and make rules and salary demands? The current response by volunteers to calls is still the highest in the surrounding area. It is not often that we have a low number of responders, but Fire Chief Johnson's decisions will all but guarantee members will stop coming out. We are very fortunate right now, and we do not need this bringing everything crashing down. Thank you for your time and continued support of your volunteers. Now, this letter was sent to a bunch of people. It's not signed. I assume the person who sent it may be fearful of retaliation or some other consequences. It's unfortunate. The content of it itself is very troubling to me as a taxpayer and as a resident of the township. You know, we had the fire services people here a few month or two ago, I guess it was, and they walked out in a huff because Mr. Carochi was going to ask them some questions that may have been troubling for them. I think there are going to be more questions that are going to be raised for them. I think they're going to be on the agenda for the March 5th meeting, so maybe we can get to the bottom of some of this stuff and get answers for the public as to what's going on. Kathy, are you aware that the fire department is paying people for calls or to be on duty?
Not to be on, they have that PPE program, but that's the only thing that I've been told that they are doing.
Have they been scheduling times that individuals are supposed to be like reporting and they're going to get paid to be there, like on duty?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can we look into that and determine if that's the case? Because that's troubling to me in a couple respects. One is, who are the ones that are being selected to serve during those times? Are they cherry picking, and is it a reward? Where's the money coming from to pay for that stuff? And what is the effect of that on their volunteer status? You know, as a volunteer fire company, I think they need to be volunteers to be eligible for certain types of funding, grants and things like that. And if they're running afoul of that, does that jeopardize monies that may become available through grants and other sources of funding, and that they're going to come to the township and look for the township to make up those losses? I think that's a concern that we should be looking into. You know, the other thing is, Kathy, when we had the consultant in here and I had asked him some questions about his work that he had done, the one thing I asked him was, did you look into the call volume? And he didn't. That was the only thing I really pointed out to him when I met with him that I really wanted him to look into, and he didn't. I think we spent $20,000 on the consultant at the suggestion of Victoria, and I'm not sure necessarily what we got from it other than a recommendation that we should form a committee that we already had. But in that conversation with him, I asked him to provide us with a copy of the data, and I haven't seen that. He said he would provide it. So if you could follow up with him as soon as possible, because I would like to see that stuff, especially in light of what's being alleged here, because there's allegations that the survey results that were given to us were either cherry-picked, manipulated, or something else, and I had wanted to see the actual responses from him, not his editorializing or you know, however you wanted to phrase them. So I'd like to see that as soon as possible, and certainly well in advance of the March 5th meeting if the fire service is going to be on there, because I want to maybe ask him some questions about what's in those surveys. It may be relevant.
I'll send an email out to him tomorrow.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'll just for
I think
a
those
point
are.
of
I think those are all the
clarification,
comments that I have there.
Our
Appreciate
Fire
it.
Services Executive Committee
And again, I
proposal
appreciate
is
what
not
our
something.
volunteers do. I just have concerns about this letter.
The Fire Services Executive Committee, which would be a public committee, is not something that has ever been in place in Lower Saucon Township. So to suggest that we've had a committee and that he's just reiterating what we've had and never had any public meetings with members of the public as a member, which formally recognized certain things that should be done, including yearly budgets and future planning for buildings and whatnot. So That's point of order number one. Point of order number two is, as far as I understand, all of the data that was requested about service calls, all of that was provided in voluminous amounts.
It wasn't, because the gentleman said he would give it to me, and I never got anything else.
Received, as far as I know, and I've seen that you have received numerous different things and various different requests for the last 6 months pertaining to that specific matter. But I'll defer to Laura to provide the fire services update if we have one from our meeting in January. But I look forward to being, I think right now the staff is finalizing the draft ordinance that would create the executive committee. So I look forward to when that's presented to the township, hopefully at our next meeting.
All right, Priscilla?
Yeah, I just want to respond to something Jason said. The reason why we don't have a sticker is because last year, and I believe the date was July 1st, we didn't have a contract. And the state, that's a date that they set. And if you don't have the municipality in the forms by that date, you don't get an access card. So now that we have an agreement, we will be, the library will be completing the forms to include us in by, is it July 1st? And the residents will then have the sticker. So we had to work around that.
Yeah, and I think that list of all the libraries that are currently now offering us services, they were not available to us and would not have been available to us unless we had signed this type of agreement.
Correct.
So right now, for people that utilized Bethlehem Area Public Library, Southern Lehigh Public Library, any of the neighboring libraries, please, those services are now open to you. And there's also a cloud library and for people for ebooks and whatnot.
Well, since Victoria interrupted you, I'm going to correct the record. So when I went to the settlement conference in the federal court case in Philadelphia, and there were representatives of the Office of Commonwealth Library that were there, they said that any library can give out the sticker at any time for any reason. It's not dependent upon OCL approving it. And what Priscilla is talking about is the funding that comes from OCL. The funding from OCL is independent of the sticker that she's talking about. So she's confusing things, or she's misleading you to say that they can't give you the sticker because they don't have it from the state. It's not true. OCL told me that you can give out the sticker for any reason to anybody that you want to. So she's being dishonest with you yet again. And what she's talking about is the state.
There was chief counsel
the state funding for the municipality and the residents that are within the service area.
With State Representative Bob Freeman and Priscilla and I to discuss what could and could not happen. So the direction from the chief counsel, legal counsel for the OCL directed what occurred.
Told us what to do. Okay, so I attended.
They told you what to do? Are you part of the library?
I attended the January 16th.
You just slipped up, Priscilla. You got to open your mouth all the time. You put your foot in it. Now you're caught.
You
said they told us what to do.
Township, not the library, the township, what we could do.
No, I'm talking about getting a sticker.
Yeah, we can't get the sticker.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, whatever, Jason.
You told me you can.
Okay, so I attended the January 16th.
I was there. You weren't.
I was there.
Can I give my report?
Victoria keeps interrupting me, Priscilla.
What are you doing?
That would be nice, and you can be quiet too. Let her do her report.
I'm trying to listen.
Two.
Go.
Please.
July 16th, I attended a quarterly landfill meeting. January 28th, I attended a Hellertown Area Library meeting. February 18th, I attended a Hellertown Lower Saucon Chamber meeting, which was last night. I also attended a Hellertown Lower Saucon tour of a funeral parlor, which was very interesting, seeing what happens.
Getting ready, huh?
No, I'm not dying yet, Jason. I still have a lot to do to you. November, I was very unhappy to see, not November, a notice of violation letter from the landfill.
That just came in on a couple days ago.
She's interrupting you, yell at her. Come on, yell.
That just came in, and it highlights a lot of the stuff that was, in my opinion, very downplayed at the January meeting that we had. And this goes back to December 18th. And the landfill failed to perform regular and frequent comprehensive site inspections. It failed to properly address and correct problems and deficiencies. And it goes on, there's 4 points. And these are easy stuff. And if you can't get the easy stuff right, how are you getting the hard stuff? I'm sorry, but this is just my feelings when I read this report. And I know Mary Ann is here, and I'm hoping she heard me. So very, very unhappy that, and this has been going on for a couple months. They've been watching you, and you didn't do it right. Let's go back to my list.
Are you still gonna go there, get your picture taken every opportunity, or are you gonna protest?
Kathy, I mentioned to you about a trash truck making picking up garbage early in the morning. Remember? Somebody complained, and you never got back to me.
The zoning officer did submit a letter to the trash company that was.
I didn't hear the beginning of your statement.
Our zoning officer sent a letter.
We did?
To the company regarding the hours of operations that they're permitted to do. And I requested a follow-up that he makes a phone call to them.
Okay,
So,
could I have a copy of that letter? Because I know
Sure.
the resident would like to have that.
I did email the resident. I emailed the resident as well.
Oh, good, okay. I didn't know if you knew who it was. And I also want to go on record, because there was a comment made earlier in the meeting, because just so the few people that are here know, what you hear tonight's not always true. So you just
Especially out of your mouth.
have to, take it. I have the utmost respect for both Lehigh Valley Hospital and St. Luke's Hospital. So I go to doctors in both. So I have I go there for my life to depend on them. So I just want to go on record to say that.
Yeah, like the woman said in the audience, we're not trashing healthcare.
Finishing council reports.
I think that's all, Laura, that I have.
Thank God.
Thank you.
All right. For my report, I'll say I attended Parks and Rec meeting in February. They did not have January meeting because it falls on the reorg night for council. So Parks and Rec did their reorg. There's a new chair and vice chair. They had the presentation about the Heller Homestead park plan. Their survey is ready, and it should be going out soon to residents regarding township parks and services in the parks. So that should be, hopefully, it will be in the newsletter. There'll be a QR code to get you there to the survey. Also, it will show up on Facebook and constant contact email. For the EAC, I attended their meeting. We discussed, we would like to have somebody do a presentation. Obviously, it would be, public invited, on MS4 regulations so that we can get better awareness of what they are, how we comply, what we need to do. One of the EAC members was just accepted into the Penn State Master Watershed Stewardship Program. And that would be in addition. We also have a member who is certified as a Master Watershed Steward. For Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, we also met, jot down that they did 69 calls in January. They had 5 new members join. Unfortunately, none of them are firefighters, but they are helpers and drivers, so they need the help. They discussed some of the equipment and that gets a lot of wear and tear, and needs replacing. Specifically, there's about 5,000 feet of hose that's going to need to be replaced soon. They noted their insurance has increased 13%, and that's approximately $125,000 a year that they pay just for insurance. And of course, fuel costs, so everything's costing more. I will point out, I think it's kind of unacceptable that we're reading a letter into the record from an anonymous person. So it's hard to know how valid it may or may not be. I can say for the fire rescue, their members elect their chief, their members elect their president. They just recently did their elections towards the end of the year. Not a single other person stepped up to run for either of those positions. So I would say if you think there's so many bad, terrible things going on that, you know, some of the members would have been talking about it, or somebody would be stepping forward to provide better leadership, and that doesn't happen. So, you know, it's just disheartening to hear the let's berate the volunteer firefighters. That, I have one other item regarding for our public works employees coming up. I'm still trying to get the information, but the county will be hosting a free training for chainsaw safety. I believe Penn State is running that as well. Safety, Laura? Chainsaw. Oh. Using chainsaws, you know, because they're out there cutting trees all the time. And not everybody knows how to properly use a chainsaw. And I would strongly encourage, as soon as I get the location or what park they're going to be having that in, I will send that over. But I would really like to, you know, see that they have the opportunity to attend that. It's going to be at the end of March, and I don't recall the dates, but, and that's it. Do you have a report, Steve? And Brian does not have a report?
Brian's not here.
I know, that's why I said Brian does not have a report. All right, so now we can open it up to public comment for
Non-agenda is the word, non-agenda.
Well, or agenda, whatever.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem Landfill. I want to clarify two things. One is with respect to the surface emission monitoring that Ms. Optoff-Cordero referred to earlier. To be clear, surface emission monitoring is done at locations all over the landfill on a regular basis. And when under federal regulations, when there is a hit at a location above 500 ppm, that's not a violation. What that does is it triggers an obligation on the part of the landfill to investigate the location where there was an exceedance and to take any necessary corrective action. And then there has to be remonitoring that's done to demonstrate that the levels are below 500 ppm. And that all has to be done within a 10-day time frame. So to the extent that anybody doesn't understand how all of these regulations work, those are not violations. And when those hits were discovered, Bethlehem Landfill went in, they did their investigative work, they made any necessary corrections. They were largely due in part to issues that were happening with the Archaea plant. They were resolved, we remonitored, we reported the results. And those were, I think, at 8 of the, you know, however many locations are tested on a regular basis, once in October and once in December. No exceedances in November. I'm not sure if you had said all 4 months or not, but I wanted to make the record clear on that, that those were not violations. Secondly,
is that, just a question, is the 500 parts per million a requirement in your DEP permit?
it's under the federal regulations for Title V, and it's not an exceedance. It is something that triggers an investigation and a remonitoring requirement.
Okay.
The second point of clarification, I'm not going to answer any questions here. This is not a Q&A,
Okay.
as we've heard
Okay.
many times tonight.
I wanna
My
make
second
sure,
point of clarification has to do with the December 18th inspection report and the corresponding February 10th NOV that was issued. And I want to respond particularly to a social media post that Ms. DeLeon posted when she posted the February 10th NOV, where she indicated that the landfill did not report that at the January 16th landfill committee meeting. And I think tonight even she said that the landfill downplayed that at the January 16th landfill committee meeting. The landfill did not receive the inspection report from the December 18th inspection until January 17th. I have the email from DEP, January 17th, which is when we were given the inspection report. So there was no hiding the ball. There was no downplaying. We did not have a copy of that inspection report until the day after that landfill committee meeting. Now, we've reviewed the inspection report and we've reviewed the NOV that was issued as a result of that. And we take issue with many of the findings, both on a factual basis and on a legal basis. We disagree with DEP, and we are cooperatively working and communicating with DEP to come to a resolution of those issues. The third thing that I wanted to just point out, I think Kathy has a million things on her list, so I wanted to let everybody know that the free disposal event that the landfill hosts pursuant to the host agreement, the spring event is scheduled for May 17th. Thank you.
Thank you. Sucks when you get caught lying, doesn't it? That sucks. Yeah, no, you make mistakes. You lie all the time. You lie all the time. It sucks.
We have a resident at the podium.
Saucon Township.
You have no embarrassment.
I found a great article that you all might want to check out, MIT.edu, the MIT Institute on Climate. They are saying society could get more bang for its buck by focusing on preserving existing forests rather than prioritizing new growth to offset emissions. Trees love emissions. They eat it up. Did you know that? You don't have an engineering degree, I know. So that's one thing. You do not have an engineering degree.
Trees.
So if I had any questions about the landfill or DEP or the EPA, I would certainly ask Marianne Garber. I would not ask you.
I'd ask the DEP, who issues the violation.
The DEP, part of the government. See, that's the difference between you and I, Victoria. You trust the government, I don't. So the DEP can make all the emissions control laws, over-regulation they want onto people, onto businesses. I don't always agree with them. You kiss their butts. And that's the difference. I would run things differently than you would. I don't have an engineering degree, but I would trust other people. You don't have an engineering degree, but you want to micromanage. You want to micromanage the landfill, and now you want to micromanage the gas company, and then you want to micromanage the carbon company, which is hilarious. You don't know anything about any of it, other than what you read on your liberal websites. Planting trees where they have been lost is often a good idea, and will take up CO2, Harvey says. But much more efficient thing to do is have a larger effect for the same effort is to stop cutting trees down. Your friend cut the trees down near the landfill. That's hilarious. You guys might want to take some of your extra open space money and use it for planting trees in open space to, counter what he did. But I didn't hear any of you complain about what he did. But here it is right here. And I did hear him in the hallway talk about how he wants to put solar panels up or a solar ring or something, and that's why he cut the trees down. It's hilarious. All the public who's listening, he cut the trees down to put up a solar ring. And now his neighbors have to put up with that site. Isn't that funny? And you couldn't put up with the cell phone tower. You could not look at that cell phone tower. You would not have that cell phone tower. But you said tonight that you think that private people can do what they want on their private property. That's hilarious, and I'll never forget that quote. Never. And I'll never let you forget it. Because you wouldn't let a woman get money to put a cell phone tower up on her property. You wouldn't allow it. You wouldn't allow it. Nope. Question answer. Nope.
Stop interrupting her. Be respectful.
So then
Show her
you
some
have
respect.
all of you people want to
Be so
drag
rude.
all these people into the landfill meetings so you could beat them up on a regular basis when you don't know the first thing about running a landfill, you don't know anything about emissions, you don't know anything about gas, and I wouldn't ask you about it. I would refer to the gas company who knows exactly what they're doing and what they're talking about. And they've done it all over the country for many years, as we discussed before. I would not answer any questions from you. I'm sorry. The gas company, I don't think they need to answer any questions. A little bit of emissions going into the air. Again, I say yes, we need standards. But you know what? If a little bit of extra emissions are in the air, then so be it. But I'll tell you one thing, I could find a million articles online that stress and anxiety will make you sicker than emissions. Stress and anxiety about the emissions will make you sicker than the actual emissions. Find the articles, you'll find them.
Laura, I'd just like to clarify something for the record, that I may have said what she said I said, but what I was talking about was a developer owning a piece of property. If he has to develop it according to the regs. You know, a property owner can do what they want. So if I said it wrong.
Okay, do we have somebody else?
I'd like to preserve those 275 acres of existing trees on the Lehigh River. That would save us all of that CO2.
Okay, Virginia, why don't you just put a bite on it for a while?
275 acres. Existing trees.
See, she just can't shut up.
You can get control of the meeting, Laura.
We'd be done.
All she wants to do is provoke this gentleman who has a right to speak.
Air pollution, there's endless pollution. She just can't shut up.
Okay, can you
She
make
just
your point?
can't shut up.
No.
Start the clock.
All right. So here's the bottom line. By the way, it's 20 after 12, all right? And you, 3 Democrats who set the agendas and the calendars, right, haven't had a meeting for over 33 days. And you wonder why things are so backed up. You know, you'd have the same problem if you didn't sit on the pot. I'm telling you, after 33 days, you just look like us poor souls out here who have to listen to Ms. Bloviate ad nauseum go on and on and on. And quite frankly, believe me, Virginia, you got a lot of fans out there who would not vote for you. I'll leave it at that. So here we go, 28 subjects, 6 seconds per subject. I read them all off. So what I want to dwell on here for the last 2 minutes, and I know Laura Ray and Miss Timekeeper over here ought to be fired because she didn't realize that the last speaker, who was spot on, went on right on by. So she's asleep at the switch. Get rid of her. This EAC appointment of Russell Sutton is an absolute joke. Here this guy is sawing down 30 or 40 trees, no permit, no nothing, and everybody here in terms of the council's asleep at the switch. Now, we don't know anybody else that lives up there near Mr. Sutton. Oh no, we don't know Priscilla and a bunch of others. So there's Mr. Sutton, the champion of the EAC, out there with his chainsaw, probably didn't go to this course that Laura Ray's gonna have set up, okay? And he saws all these trees down. They're all over the place. And does anybody say anything? One person says something. So when you say something about bad letters not being signed, not meeting your approval, I can't tell you how many I've heard from you and you that you have read ad nauseum. Yeah, look at the clock. Don't get your orange card ready. So here we go. Finally, we find out, we didn't have to go for a right to know, cease and desist order. My thinking is you ought to fire him right off the bat. But I know he's a Democrat, and you're not going to allow that, no matter how bad he was. And that's pretty darn rank, all those trees all over the place. Not only did not have permit, then you cover it up and you say, oh, we're going to give him a permit after the fact. Oh, that's like shooting somebody and then saying, oh, yeah, I didn't know I had the bullet in the chamber. Gee, we've heard that one, too. Bottom line is, you violate again and again tonight, and Laura Ray, you're an F on being a president of the council. You have absolutely followed right in the path of Priscilla. Let anybody do whatever they want unless it's contrary
Your time
to
is
you.
up.
No, your time is up. You really ought to just flat out resign. And if you can't
down.
fire Russ, that just tells me you guys are just right in there, just like the Democrat, just like
Do we
Joe
have
Biden.
somebody else who wanted to talk yet?
Biden. Yep, great. Isn't it
People that want
nice?
to talk.
Thank you for letting me talk for a total of 6 minutes after waiting literally
I know
6
exactly how
hours.
that feels because I did it for years and years, so please.
Have 2 meetings this month. That's really pathetic. Thank you, public. If you're watching, maybe you ought to come out here. Virginia's complaining about her pay.
Okay, your
How
time
about
is
the
up. We have others who wish to speak because they want to go home too.
Yeah, oh, sure, and I held them up, right.
You are.
You're not holding me up, sir.
Just adjourn. You know, I have a suggestion.
Will you sit down? You're disrupting and preventing a public meeting from running. Sit down and stop
my time, he can have
talking
mine.
back.
Don't allow the public in to talk.
You do not have the podium. Can you sit down?
You're good. I was gonna give you mine. I told them to start it. They didn't start.
No, that's not you cannot give him your turn.
Well, you can't cut 50 trees down in Lower Saucon either, but that's okay. So
Sure you
I want to reiterate that, yes, I've been solar farm, and I'm completely disgusted at.
Say your name, please. Sorry.
My name's Alex Sectangent, 2124 Snyder Avenue, Bethlehem, PA.
Okay.
I think it's completely disgusting that I got zero reaction, especially out of people I've mentioned this to before, and I've mentioned it. This happened last August. It started. It could have been stopped. Zoning never answered me. I'll continue to send emails. I actually requested the ordinance from 2004 where that part of that paper alley was handed over because the people that owned my house are on it too. So if I can go to Northampton County and get it, I'm gonna get it. And I'm gonna pile boulders up my driveway. I have all sorts of riffraff. He has no plan on getting rid of this wood. I don't have that much confidence in zoning right now, but I do have confidence in Brian. And there should be, if he's gonna do it, there needs to be a construction entrance. The other neighbor that was here is already getting water from the property for the rain the other day. So I don't know who I'm supposed to give access to besides Mr. Sutton, but I'm not giving access to everybody that comes there. He sends every random, there's people in my driveway. I have people swearing at my 11-year-old kid. He doesn't care. He told me in the hallway he didn't care. He cussed me out in the hallway and your officers had to get between him. I walked outside. He tried to follow me. Said some pretty disparaging things about you, Jay, outside, to your zoning person who didn't disagree. And also didn't realize that that's my son that's been sitting here for 6 hours, was sitting next to him when he told him, don't worry about it, you have nothing to worry about. So that's pretty disparaging to me. So.
Oh, it's dishonest.
Yeah. And
it's corrupt.
Yeah, I'd like to have some faith that somebody's gonna do something to at least help clean it up because, we're not gonna replant anything at this point, but that's all I gotta say.
Well, I think you may want to contact the Northampton County Conservation District. I mean, Priscilla does it.
I contacted soil conservation. We'll see what happens, but like I said, I'm gonna call every time somebody drives across my property. It's been my driveway it's been the driveway for that house for 50 years. He's never touched it, never maintained it. I just spent $25,000 fixing it, and now he sees a way. He can't finish a project. He's gonna put a solar farm next to my house. You spent $20,000 getting trees cut down. That's directly from the tree company. I talked to them. He spent $20,000 for 2 days. It's $10,000 a day. At the very minimum, it might have been $8,500 a day if you get a deal and you're paying cash. That's it. You spent $20,000 without a permit. It's not an accident.
Right.
And the fact that nobody here cares is
it's a problem.
Very upsetting.
It's selective zoning, sir.
Two-way glass to put up my driveway, this stuff from the police station, so I don't have to look at that for now.
All right, do we have more? What? Do we have anybody else for public comment? Are you coming up, Mark, or not? No, yes, okay.
Anyway. Landfill lady left.
I'll start with your name, though, sorry.
Mark Ozimek, Lower Saucon. You know, when they went to jail for the township because of a liar. Anyway.
Are we gonna correct him on that? I mean, he was found guilty in a court of law.
Okay, we're not even gonna have a discussion about this, okay?
So why don't you get control of the room?
Comments,
no disparaging
please.
comments.
Don't pull him in.
I'm the one it happened to. I know you're a liar. I also got evidence you lied in front of the judge. Anyway, my beef was with the landfill and the gas company because now they got this famous PFAS thing. Well, I want to know how the PFAS thing works. I want to know what's going to happen when they take the PFAS crap and bury it in the landfill, and I want to know what's going to happen to my water. Mispublicity over there with the big smile on the news. Yeah, I seen it. I think it's kind of pathetic for somebody that wants to fight the landfill and close it. This township got issues all the way around from everybody. If I could hit the lottery and move, I'd go on tomorrow. And I hope that makes you happy, for that's how I feel. And so would Vicky.
For a point of clarification.
No, there's no point of clarification. There's no question and answer thing. They're just like you did to everybody else. The other beef I got, and which Vicky claims is illegal, is that the township minutes ain't done. Vicky knows all that rumbo jumbo, whatever law it is with the thing. But, you know, the stuff is supposed to be done. You gave Kathy a raise. I don't know how many hours she works. I don't know how many hours she puts in a week. None of my business. I don't really care. But if you're paying her for the manager's job, then that's what she ought to be doing. She shouldn't be doing 3 different jobs and trying to manipulate it all together. She got more in a raise than I get in Social Security in a year. That ticks me off. And if you think everybody needs a bonus, they don't. And like I told the girl back there that suggested the cops should get a bonus, I told her they shouldn't. Maybe some of them deserve it, but there's a union contract that everybody agreed to. That's what they should get. When Panonis did it, I don't know how everybody else sees it, but when I seen it and I witnessed it and I recorded it, sounds like a buyout for votes to me. That's not the way to run a township. Be honest, period. Don't fucking lie to me, period. And that's what he did to the Barton. Barton lied to the judge in Northampton County Court. Do better, people, all of you.
I think you ran out of time, Mark.
Good.
We're trying.
For a point of clarification, I want to make sure that is clear that the PFAS treatment plant is something that, for the township's perspective, we should at least try to contain the PFAS. But I want to make sure it's clear and understood that at every landfill committee meeting, we have been requesting the PFAS data, which is very, very critical. Because the landfill has not been forthcoming in providing the PFAS data, we now have to do a right to know request to the city of Bethlehem, which we are in fact doing. And I agree with everybody that is concerned about what's happening with the PFAS, because from what I learned is that there is no way to extinguish the PFAS that is collected from the plant. What they're going to do is turn it into some kind of solid and rebury it in the landfill in the hopes that it won't deteriorate and go back into the leachate. So I agree with you. I am not happy that we have we have PFAS to contend with, and we're stuck with this. But I don't want anybody to misconstrue the fact that I attend a PFAS treatment plant opening to be some kind of support of PFAS. That's not what it's about. It's about understanding what does the treatment plant do so we can better advocate for you and understand how we can protect you from the PFAS that's coming from the landfill. I just wanted to clarify that that's what in fact happened. And as we've been on the landfill committee, meaning that only meets quarterly, we are doing what we can to obtain the information that we have. So I think it's a lot more action than we've ever seen in the past. But I appreciate all of the concerns.
The only problem with all of that is the neighborhood, the neighbors, nobody was ever told anything about a PFAS plant going in. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Came out in the blue. There it is, like a magic trick.
You're just
I don't care if DEP controls it. I don't care if Trump controls it.
You're just as in the dark as we are. We don't get, there were no plans that we were all of a sudden told that we had to approve. It's not like it got approved in the dark. Because it's on the landfill property, they had the right to put it there. And apparently their DEP permit, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, so I always say that because I know Ms. Garber likes to try and correct things all the time from her opinion, but from what I understand, in order for them to do the northern realignment, they had to try to mitigate the PFAS coming out of the landfill. So that's where part of where that came from, but can't say for sure. I expect that there will be PFAS treatment plant regulations, or I shouldn't say that. There should be PFAS treatment guidelines for wastewater treatment that goes into, this whole thing leads to the Lehigh River. So I'm just as concerned as you are.
All right, and we have one letter from a resident that Kathy's going to read into the record.
From Diane Hollowell. I am following President Trump and his Department of Government Efficiency, DOGS, D-O-G-S, and wanted to look into the wasteful spending by Lower Saucon Council and compare two items that taxpayer money went to. I compared the Hellertown Area Library and the Easton Road baseball field. As you can see from my poster, I compared taxpayer cost, usage throughout the year, who is impacted by this, what each has to offer taxpayers in Saucon. I was going to make this poster into 2 columns, but the library had so much more to offer, so it carried over to the ball field. Yes, there will be an increase in funds going towards the library every year, but we can counter that with the questions like, where are the funds coming to maintain the field? General upkeep of the facility, mowing the grass, trash pickup, porta potty contracts. I'm assuming more taxpayer money throughout the years. Is it possible that this poster can be hung in the building or posted on the township website so taxpayers are aware of where their money is going?
It's big.
I think you should hold on to that and we can take a look at it and see, but I think it's interesting.
You're echoing again.
It's the wrong microphone.
Huh?
I think it's a valid concern.
All right, so I'll make a motion to adjourn. Are we good with that? The time is 12:36 and we are adjourned.